Dude, I'm pretty sure that at that point, if you guys get to the end and you refuse to play and you do a mutual draw, I'm pretty sure it's turning into a tag team. It's going to be Fortress Alstad, the Alstad brothers, versus the Chamber brothers in a knockout, drag out, like legitimate fist fight. If you ruin the final matchup, there's a chicken farmer from Alabama that's working his craft right now. I promise you that. And if you ruin this, he's coming off the top rope. What's up, Redemption? How you doing? John Hendricks here, as always, for a brand new and extended episode of the Threshing Floor podcast as we get ready to meet in Knoxville, Tennessee for the first annual Mr. Classic. And if you can hear that, my voice is just about shot. So pollen season has definitely caught up with me. Also, putting together this episode with all these guests. That's right, we've got 8 guests. All 8 participants of Mr. Classic are on this podcast. So get ready, have some fun. See you in Knoxville. All right, guys, this is John Hendricks here for the Threshing Floor podcast. I just want to let you know that what we've got on this week's episode is going to be an interview with all 8 of the Mr. Classic participants. That's not all 8 at one time. We're going to go roundabout style, and we're going to be having an interview with each one. I put this together over the course of a few days. I mentioned last week that I didn't record because my voice and my sinuses and allergies were acting up because of pollen season being in full swing here in the South. And it didn't get any better by straining my voice to do all of these recordings. I definitely pushed through, and I wanted to make sure that I got them all, but you can really tell it on the interview with Tyler here that I did most recently, which was tonight, that my voice was starting to give out. And I'm hoping that it kind of rebounds and I give it a good rest between now and Mr. Classic, and maybe, it'll strengthen up a little bit. But even if it's raspy and crappy sounding, I'm going to do what I can to honor my word and do commentary for Mr. Classic. So I'm definitely still bringing my stuff, and we are definitely getting the live stream done. I don't know how much more energy I'm going to have here tonight. I was wanting to do a really jazzy version of the podcast, the YouTube version, with some of the graphics that I've been playing around with this week on the teaser videos. I was also going to try to do the recent news section, but I'm just going to have to skip over that because there's a lot of things that I would want to talk about, and I don't want to skip over if I spotlight someone's, content and not someone else's. So it ends up being a lot to go over, and I don't know if my voice is up for that tonight. I apologize for that. I really did have some really cool ideas. Like, I was going to, on the YouTube version, actually do the part with the recent news and make that like a video podcast. So it was going to have me in a video form before we switched over and did the pre-recorded interviews with the Mr. Classic participants, but I just was not able to make that happen. But, maybe in the future something like that can happen. But I want to thank you guys for being here, bearing with me. And hopefully you guys enjoy this episode. Now, one thing that I would like to say is, as far as the arrangement of this episode, I have no idea what the best way to do that is. I don't know if it's best to go in seed order, working our way up to John. That was my original plan. But then as I recorded these little interviews, I ended up with a bunch of references to previously recorded ones based on the order that I was recording, and some of those won't make sense unless I go in the recorded order. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. So just bear with me. And if you want to listen in a specific order, I'll try to put the timestamps down in the notes on the podcast. And One other thing that I would like to say is that Jay does not know how to make a bracket. So there's several different situations where we talk about the bracket, and then Jay comes on and he says everything that we've talked about is kind of wrong. So I throw that out. But then he says he's wrong. I got the actual official bracket from Jeremy, and we are good with my thinking that 1 and 8 is paired with 4 and 5. So we are all set there. And there's a bit in the interview with Jayden where he was under the impression that it would be reseeded after each round, but that is not the case. But he went so well into the Doctor Strange laboratory to try to figure out how he could pair with different people that I just left it in there for you guys. So hopefully you guys enjoy this, and it's a lot of content you can listen to as you travel in for Mr. Classic. If you're not going to be there for Mr. Classic, maybe this gives you a little bit of that inclusive feeling so that you can feel like you're part of that. And then you get to hear all of these interviews and then pick up with the live stream. So either way, I hope this is beneficial to you guys. Thanks for always listening. Peace. All right, guys, we are here with the wild card, the community wild card, Mr. Marc, that has played into this tournament by winning the Scroll Around the Block tournament. So you had to earn your way into this thing, not like those other guys that just got picked. So, I mean, first of all, what's that like, being able to earn your way into this?
It was a lot of fun, Scroll Around the Block. We had a blast doing that. Although, to be honest, it was a fairly small group of people. So um, it wasn't a very intense or lengthy process to get through that. I think we played round robin, and there were 4 of us all told, counting myself. That being said, I am very much ready for this, and even though I didn't have to go through a lot to get to this place necessarily, I'm excited for it. I think it'll be a great tournament.
Yeah, that's kind of like the way that I have the first question here worded is, how excited are you for this tournament? I know you just said you're excited, but like, you got to play into this. What time was that tournament? That was back in November, right?
That was back in November. Yeah.
Yeah. So even though we've been talking about this thing since Nationals in July, and I knew about it beforehand because of talking with the Chamber brothers. So it just feels like there's just been this long like build up for it, for something that when it was first mentioned, I was like, man, I don't care about that. Get out of here. Who cares about playing with classic cards, curled up foil cards? Who cares? But now it's like it's here. Like it feels like it means something because we've been talking about it so much, and so I'm really like engaged at this point and just super focused on it, and I'm excited. So like, how has that excitement scaled since you won that in November? Like, were you more excited like the moment you won and got that, or has the excitement built for you as well?
Well, ever since I heard about this, I thought it was really, really cool. My first thought was that would be awesome to go to. My second thought is there's just no way I can justify going all the way down to Tennessee for what is basically a district tournament with some pretty cool categories. Would have loved to see those folks playing in Mr. Classic, but nonetheless, I was like, that's cool, but it's just never going to happen. Not practical. And then Rob, I believe the eve of the Scroll Around the Block tournament, which I mean that was in Rochester, only an hour and a half away, so I was definitely attending that. We're chatting on Discord, and he's like, "Hey, there's going to be a surprise tomorrow, a surprise announcement." I'm like, "Oh snap! What is it? What is it going to be? What is it going to be?" And I was hoping, fingers crossed, that whoever won that tournament might possibly get that last slot to compete in the main event of that day. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. So ever since then, I've been absolutely stoked to go to this tournament. This is going to be some of the best people in the game. Obviously, talking a lot about that. So I'm going to be very honored to play head to head with some of these folks. And I think this is going to be a very interesting tournament. I mean, this format, the scrolls only, the classic cards. This really hasn't been done in about 10 years or so. I mean, we've had rotation, which is pretty new, but you could use any card in the set. This is going to be exclusively the old stuff, so we haven't really seen anything like this in a very long, long time.
Yeah. I really have no idea how to like conceptualize what I expect to see because of that. You know, me joining the game in 2019. Sure, I've seen the scroll cards, but I have not seen decks with only the scrolls cards. So it's kind of like I have no idea what to expect on that end of it, which I'm guessing you guys kind of are going through that because you have no idea what other people are going to play. The new rule changes are going to affect things. But, you know, I've been asking you guys as I do these recordings, if you were a betting man, and I know that you are like bottom of the odds if we were going by Vegas standards, but we're not going by Vegas standards, okay? Because we don't care about Vegas, all right? We're not worried about Sin City. We're worried about Knox County, Knoxville, Tennessee. You know, we're worried about what's happening there, East Tennessee. So let me ask you, what would you place your odds and your confidence level going into this tournament? Like, I heard there when you said you're excited to play some of these folks. I noticed that because you said some. Well, that doesn't sound like somebody that's expecting to play John Earley and be out. So,
Oh, absolutely not.
so what do you feel like your odds are going into this tournament?
Well, I mean, let's not sugarcoat this either. I'm not immune to misplays. I'm not going to be the strongest player in the room. However, I do know my deck pretty well. And the beautiful thing about scrolls, the maddening thing about scrolls, is that there is a heavier element of randomness. All right, decks are less consistent. You can build your deck as much as you want to try to mitigate that, but you can't do it to the degree that you can with rotation cards. So myself and my opponent, we're both going to be more dependent on those 3 cards every turn. I give myself a fighting chance. I think if the cards come up in my favor, I think this could be a win. That belt could be coming home with me.
Oh man, so not just a win against John Early, a win against the field.
I mean, this is just a handful of games. Who knows what can happen? I mean,
Absolutely.
I mean, somebody could get totally shut out. Somebody could get soul droughted. You can get hero droughted.
Get
I
sight
mean, who
locked.
knows? Exactly.
So, I mean, that's what a wild card or somebody that's like a play in slot like in March Madness. Like you just got to lay it all on the line. You can't go in with the mindset of yeah, I'm just happy to be here. I mean, you gotta have, I don't know, a little bit of a ruthless aggression to you that like you're going to try to like fight and claw and advance to the next round. So
Oh yes.
I mean, it's kind of cool that this is happening in March when like March Madness field is getting ready to be set because it's just kind of madness could ensue. You know what I mean? I
Oh
fully
yeah.
expect it could.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot of like those moments in the game where the spectators just the jaws are going to drop, unexpected things are going to happen. I'm sure you're going to feel the frustration of whoever's getting soul droughted or something. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. So looking forward to it. Let me ask you, and I feel like I'm confident in what your answer is going to be, but how much time have you put into preparing for this tournament and building that deck? So you knew you were going to be in this tournament all the way back in November when you won Scroll Around the Block. And so at what point did you start working towards what you're going to play, and how much work have you put into that?
I was definitely getting ready for my deck and putting a lot of thought in that prior to Scroll Around the Block. Obviously, I was hoping to win that even before we knew anything about me going to Mr. Classic. Uh, However, ever since I won Scroll Around the Block and it became a reality that, as soon as as soon as I get my wife on board, I could be going to Tennessee to participate in this thing. A lot of thought has gone into this, trying to think about what my deck would look like, what this micro meta of 8 players is going to look like, how to best create a board state that would put things into my favor. Just every little advantage I could think of, I'm trying to build that into my deck. Also been keeping very close tabs on Discord for those little nuggets that might inform my deck design or what I need to be ready to play against, or little combos that I might not have been aware of. So lot of thoughts been going into this.
So you enjoyed Josiah hitting you with the little mini scouting reports on each player?
Oh, I was very interested. Definitely hit the reverse 10-second button a few times on that.
Nice. Glad we could help you out and facilitate some inside knowledge for you. So,
oh yeah.
Are you settled on what deck you're going to play, minus possible small changes? And if you are, how many different deck ideas did you work through before you settled on that?
Yeah, my deck's been set for a while. I may have swapped out, a few cards here and there, more cosmetic changes than anything else. I felt like I needed to pick out a deck that fit my play style, something that I actually enjoyed and felt comfortable playing. I did briefly consider going to a defense-heavy sight lock just because I didn't think anybody would really be prepared for that. But I mean, that's a crazy idea. So I totally abandoned that. Or did I?
Well, whether you did or did not, I have, in the process of doing these recordings, it came up the question of what overtime rules might be. So next soul wins is not a good tiebreaker for that style of deck, where you could find yourself in a timeout tie or something like that. So just keep that in mind if you go that route.
Indeed. Yeah, there's a separate Discord chat just for the players for Mr. Classic. So we've been discussing things like that and how to settle a tie, things of that nature. So it's something that you definitely have to factor into your deck design. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I've heard about this secret society message that you guys have, where all of the hosts and people involved got invited, but not me. I appreciate it.
I mean, I'm not in charge of that.
I was just poking fun. John told me about it when I asked him about the tiebreaker when I recorded with him, because he mentioned maybe playing a crazy 150 deck. So I don't know, maybe you'll see a 150 deck out there on the streets.
It's been suggested, yes. I'd be a little bit surprised if we actually saw that, but who knows? I think people are going to be trying just some crazy stuff, especially with the new rule changes. I mean, it's going to be a different game than it was a decade ago.
Yeah, absolutely. So with all of the thought that you've put into your deck and settling on it, for a while now, and just kind of keeping your weather eye out for some possible, talk of combos or something that you might not be aware of, to then go back and, reevaluate. While you've had all of that settled on one side, how much are you thinking about and trying to keep up with what you expect other players to play?
Like I said earlier, thinking about that micro meta of this 8 players, definitely giving a lot of thought into what other people may be playing or are likely playing, or some variation thereof. You have to play around that. And I think it's interesting you're only playing a handful of rounds. It's not like all day at Nats where you have to have a really well-rounded deck to counter a bunch of different types of decks you might come against. You're really only going to be playing against a small group of people who really know what they're doing. So I'm trying to get in their heads. I'm trying to say, well, what is my deck's weakness? What could they be playing that would absolutely shut me down? And trying to design around that. To be honest, the deck that I'm running is a little bit higher risk, higher reward that I typically play. And I figured coming in as that wild card slot, the one that really nobody's betting on to win, I figured that the best chances I had at winning would be to go that high risk, high reward route. If it pays off, great. It's gonna push me to the next round and the next round. And if it doesn't pay off, if the risks don't pan out and I get kicked out, not really going to be surprising anybody. So I'm going to be playing like somebody with absolutely nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's like that 16 seed that comes in playing that 1 seed in the NCAA tournament in March Madness. and they jack up 45 threes because why not? Why not? You're not happy just being there. You're still trying really hard. It's just in trying really hard, you're throwing the book out on any type of like rules or whatever. You're just aggressively targeting, trying to win. And I think that's going to be really cool to see. Especially if you do knock off John, man. John said he was like, I'll be over it like in an hour. It's just the community's not going to be over it because they will never let me live it down. I mean, imagine in the history of the game, there's never been a Mr. Classic. We I added that to the promo in 27 going on 28 years. Plenty of national champs, but no Mr. Classic. And then in the one time to be Mr. Classic, one of the best players, the top seed in that tournament, gets upset by the play-in wild card. I mean,
I got no reputation to protect going into this thing, so I've got nothing to lose, everything to gain. The situation is exactly the opposite for Mr. Earley, so I feel that the pressure is going to be immensely heavy on his shoulders. It'll be a fun game.
Absolutely. So, I think we've talked to quite a few people in the build-up for this tournament that I guess never really got to interact with you when you were playing originally, but you did play originally around the time that, most of the cards in a deck were scroll cards. And so what's it been like getting to go back? I know you're recently returned to the game, the last couple of years, but you get to go back all the way back to that first time you were playing and see some of these cards and play with them again and start building these decks. And you've done it probably more than all the other people that I've talked to so far that are in this tournament as far as like actually building decks because you prepared for that scroll around the block. What's it been like just getting to touch those cards and build decks with those cards again?
It has been quite a rush. I walked away from the game when I got married in 2012, so 2011 things kind of petered out gameplay wise. In the last competitive tournament I went to was 2010. I went to Nationals 2010. So that was when Disciples was released. So, my knowledge of the old cards is fairly good up through Disciples. And it was funny coming back to the game and seeing the newer tin cards, like King Ahab and Jezebel and Foreign Wives. I was like, oh my goodness, I have no idea what these even are. And I've been loving to get back to the cards. I think with the exception of those newly released tins after Disciples, I've got a pretty strong knowledge of those scroll cards, and I've loved revisiting them. Got to show these to my play group. They've been helping me to practice, so I'll build a scrolls deck for them, and I'll use my tournament Mr. Classic deck. And just the looks on their faces with these cards is just absolutely hilarious sometimes. Like, well, what does this do? Like, you read it, I still have no idea what it does. Why does the Strong Angel have green text over the art that you literally can't read in any light? It's like, what in the world is going on with these? Because they only know rotation. So it's been a lot of fun to get some more exposure for the good old days. And this is going to be good. This is going to be good for the spectators too. So I know you're worried about being a commentator for cards that you don't have a whole lot of familiarity with, but to be honest, these games tend to be easier to follow. I think they're probably even more fun to watch because there's less moving pieces, fewer layers. I mean, you spend maybe a minute, not even a minute in your prep phase. Like, you have an artifact, maybe a fort that typically just static and maybe it doesn't even do much of anything during the prep phase. And you really just go right into battle. So you don't need to worry about each player having multiple counters affecting different types of cards on the board. It's just so much more straightforward. And really the emphasis is on that battle phase. So this will be fun to play, but I think also fun to watch for everybody who's going to be tuning into that live stream.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that plays. And when I was recording with Brian, he was like, maybe the spectators in the room next door, like, you get to see a high level play and then you get the reaction. You hear the crowd roar. I don't know how crazy we're going to get with that, but I'm definitely looking forward to like the spectator element that they're adding into this, because it is an unofficial tournament, so we can kind of, skew things differently than you would in an official tournament, to where you're trying to, honor all of the rules that Cactus has. So we get a little bit of freedom to do things a little bit differently, and I think focusing on the spectator part of it is great for the people that are there that are interested in how it turns out, but also the fact that we're live streaming this thing and trying to create a product that people that are not there get to feel like they're there. And I mean, I think it'll be cool, and maybe some of that'll port itself over to like potentially nationals or other tournaments. So I'm definitely excited about the spectator aspect of it, even if I am worried about, seeing what that card is, because the text is written on the picture. But I mean, I think if I can memorize like 25 to 30 key cards, I think I'll be okay. And those are probably the ones that I was involved in using when I came in, and they were still relevant to decks. So I think we'll figure it out. But you mentioned that the focus is going to be more straightforward in getting into that battle phase and whatnot. But what do you expect a battle phase to look like? Because when I think Classic, my mind drifts back to all of the chump blocks that we've lost. Nebuchadnezzar to Belshazzar's Banquet. You got Gibeonite, Trickery, or whatever it is. You've got just tons of like chump blocks. So what do you think the battle phase is going to look like? Because I feel like that's going to kind of muddy it a little bit, but then I feel like there's going to be a lot more interaction as well. So what are you expecting being one of the players?
Oh yeah, there's for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, going to be some cheese blocks. We're going to have a very nice spread of cheeses for everybody to watch. There's going to be, like you said, Uzza and all those, like 4 defense and the battle, evil enhancements, CBN. There's going to be a lot of stuff like that. However, at the same time, there's still that risk, that gamble. Does that person have the Uzza in the hand? Does that inform whether or not I come out with a fight by the number character? And there's a lot of things you got to be really careful on when you take those gambles. So, for instance, with this, do I come out with a fight by the number character to prevent the Uzza, which would absolutely get a block? Or if that person has that first evil enhancement you play is CBP, if there's no Covenant, if I come out with a fight by the number character, I'm also just giving you the battle. So you also have to be really careful in who you're choosing to block. So, there's absolutely going to be a lot of chump blockers, but at the end of the day, that's not what everybody's defenses are going to be able to rest on solely. So there will be some good interactions to the battle, a lot of strong negates, a lot of strong battle winning enhancements. So it's just going to be that gamble every turn is, do I want to win this battle through a battle winner or a large number of negates? Do I want to try to get around a chump blocker? Do I want to bring out the chump blocker, or do I risk trying to beat this person in battle, giving them initiative? There's a lot of those rock, paper, scissors type elements, I think, in Classic.
Yeah, I can see that. So I guess earlier I asked you if you were a betting man, and now you're talking about every turn's going to be a gamble. So I guess the winner of this thing really is going to be a betting man.
Oh,
So if we fast forward and, we've played, I forget, I mean, you have 8, that's going to give you 4, and then you're going to have 2, that's going to be 6, and then the final 7. So there's 7 games in this thing, right? Is that right? I think that's right.
If you say so. I only just found out a few weeks ago that I was playing John Earley, because I didn't realize the 1st and 8th seed played each other. I really didn't have any concept of how this worked. This will be my first non-Swiss style tournament.
Okay.
I guess I've done round robin too, but I've never done anything with a bracket or single elimination style, so I know probably less than you do, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, you have 8 participants, and so if those pair off, that's going to be 4 games in the opening round, and then you're going to have 2 semifinal games. and then you'll have a final. So that's 7 games total. So we're going to Friday evening play 7 games, and then we're going to have a winner. And somebody's going to have their hand raised, wrestling style, like they are the winner. Here is your title belt. Like, you are, in the history of Redemption, going on 28 years, you're the first ever Mr. Classic. If that's you, what does that mean to you personally?
So all I got to do is win 3 games for that person to be me. That's a piece of cake. So I'm going to get my acceptance speech ready. It would be an immense honor for sure. I've got a long way to go before I'm going to be recognized as a top tier player. It's going to happen. We're getting there. But taking home that belt, I think that would be quite a big step in that direction. I mean, I want to be able to walk into Nats 2023 looking cartoonishly intimidating wearing that belt at Nats. Like that'll give me a little bit of clout. So that is the goal here. Definitely pushing me in the right direction to be a more competitive player at this level.
Nice. So you're thinking of wearing that belt if you win it at Nationals next year or this coming year, this season. How much more are you going to display that thing? Are you going to be proud of that thing to where, like, get called into your boss's office and you're having a performance evaluation? Are you wearing that thing in there to intimidate him?
How could I not get a raise wearing that belt? I mean,
absolutely.
That's somebody you don't mess around with. I mean, I just hope I don't get invited to any weddings because the belt stays on.
I mean, how else are you going to hold up your pants, I mean, like, we're looking for somebody to win this thing. I know the community wants somebody to win this thing that's going to wear it everywhere. I've had fun really with the analogies of where would you wear this? But you also put out that if you won this thing, you were going to sleep with the belt. The belt was going to be laid in bed. You were going to I don't know what all you said, but I remember reading that and I was like, yes, that's the type of person that needs to win. Make this title belt iconic with the game of Redemption.
For sure. The belt does not come off. Ain't no reason to take that belt off.
Yeah. And we can't let Jayden win anyway, because Jayden said that he didn't think that the belt would actually fit him. He doesn't have enough to hold it up, so we're just going to have to throw him out of the tournament. So he can't win it because we need somebody that's going to wear that thing. I do think, though, it would be really cool, and maybe I'm leaning too much into the nerd element of the crossover here with the wrestling stuff. I don't know how much you're into wrestling or were growing up, but I think it'd be really cool if, especially the person that comes back after they win it, that comes back next year, if we do this as an annual thing, brings the title and lays it on the line. I mean, I think it'd be cool to hang it up to where at a ladder match, you have to go up after you've beat the opponent, you have to go up and get it off. And they have to go up and get the title belt down. That'd be hilarious. So, I mean, just so many cool concepts of using the belt to just make it mean something. I love the fact that the Chamber Brothers, as we're calling them now, just decided to randomly, hey, check this out. For Mr. Classic, we got this title belt. I mean, I think I knew that back in May of last year, and I was like, why do you have a full-size title belt? And now it's just yeah, it fits.
Oh, for sure. That is going to be the symbol for this event. I think we should maybe pitch this idea to Rob and get some just over-the-top gaudy apparel for just national events. I mean, this is going to be fun. I want to see how far we can take this.
Absolutely. So, with all the wrestling analogies we've done for this, and we've had people go and change their avatar image or whatever on Discord to wrestlers. I'm the commentator, Jim Ross, ready to say, by God, that's Stone Cold's music. I mean, just all of those different iconic wrestlers and things. But if you were to look at your first round matchup and you are facing John Earley, the number 1 seed, you are the play-in wild card, what iconic wrestlers would you be? Is there a comparison that you can do in wrestlers that make sense for that?
Man, I don't know anything about wrestling. I've been so out of the loop with all of this. I mean, I've heard of The Rock and Nacho Libre. That's the extent of my knowledge of wrestling. So how about this? Can you tell me of an epic wrestling matchup where the underdog goes in and wins?
The underdog goes in and wins?
I want somebody who just upset all expectations and completely defied everybody's predictions.
Man, I don't know.
Oh, you're not giving me much hope here, man. This isn't good.
I mean, like, okay, here you go. An underdog winning. Have you ever heard of the name Rey Mysterio?
Absolutely not.
Okay, Rey Mysterio is of Hispanic descent. He is a small guy. I'm talking small, like under 6 foot, maybe. I don't know, maybe right at 6 foot. He's super small, and he ended up having to fight the Big Show. Now I don't know if you've heard of the Big Show, but he's dabbling into like TV and stuff now. So Paul White, and this man is like 7'1" or something like that, and like 450 pounds, huge guy. And you got this little guy, and somehow the little guy came out on top. And I think it took a lot of high flying moves, a lot of risk, and a lot of like getting away from, trying to ground and pound in what is typical in, fighting, and trying to think outside of the box and use other elements of like the ring in that match. So that's kind of like you're talking about having to, look out for little combos and things you need to add into your deck, and maybe just coming with a surprise element that John doesn't know what to expect, so that you can knock him back and, kind of, pick him apart a little bit. So I guess that's a comparison I would say.
I like that. Everybody, you heard it first. John just predicted that I'm going to upset him with this phenomenal wrestling analogy. I'm going to be taking on John in that first round. This is going to be good. I like that. I'm going to take that as your vote of confidence. You've put me 100% going to win this thing. No doubt.
Okay, that's what we need. Because now that you've got that confidence flowing, I'm going to give you the floor here as we get ready to wrap this up and let you leave a message for your fellow competitors. The way that I'm building this episode is I want it to be a little bit longer episode, because we've got so many different little interviews that are going to be tied together, so that people traveling in can listen to this and kind of get a feel for it and build the hype as we are traveling to Knoxville for this thing. And I think that's going to be a really cool concept, but potentially your competitors are going to listen to this. What do you want to leave them with before you show up and you beat them and you take that title belt home?
Man, I really hope that they are working on their excuses right now, because it's going to be real awkward explaining how they got beat down by me.
I love it. So that's it. You heard it here, folks. Start working your excuses now. And it's all in love. We put the love on the front end so that like when you show up and it's all animosity, it's we've got the disclaimer here that it's all love and it's in fair fun. But
yes, beat down with love, 100%.
When you show up, it's game time. Game faces are on, so be ready. And I guess that's where we'll go ahead and end it. And we've got right here the number 8 seed in the Mr. Classic tournament. It's by way of winning the scroll around the block, but the confidence is off the charts. So there will not be anybody laying down for Mr. John Earley in the first round. So get your popcorn ready, because you could be listening right here to your first ever Mr. Classic, Mr. Marc Vellake.
Let's go!
All right, guys, here we are. We're sitting down with the number 7 seed in the Mr. Classic Invitational Tournament. And It's one of the Chamber brothers. So how you doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. I am ready to go.
Man, at what point did you guys first decide to do this? When did y'all order that belt?
So Jeremy just got a wild hair in his butt one day, and he decided that he was just gonna absolutely just go big or go home. And he's like he one day he just texts me like, "What do you think about like a tournament with like the 8 best players in the history of the game?" And then like they play for this WWE style belt, and we call it Mr. Classic. And I'm like, absolutely. And then I'm like, let's do a Lackey qualifier tournament for it and invite the national champion in Type 1 and all sorts of stuff. And so but Jeremy had this idea probably this time last year, honestly, was when he started to have the idea. Because I'm trying to think, I don't think he had the belt by the time he came up here for no, he did not have it in May. But he had decided he was going to do it. We were going to do it in May of last year because we were talking about it at Michigan State.
Yeah, at Chris's state tournament last year, Tennessee state tournament, I believe he had the belt, or either he had a picture of it because it had already come in or something like that. And it's been building up, and I know that especially with my little break, because I got busy with work and all of that, I wasn't able to really push the issue here. But I think we've done a good job rebounding with the excitement for it. But it just for us, because Jeremy's talked to me about it, you talked to me a little bit about it, but you guys been planning this. It's been like a year in the making, just like a national tournament. You find out where it's going to be hosted and all of the work that goes into it. It's almost the same amount of work for this unofficial tournament.
Absolutely. And I mean, and this is like my dream. Like this kind of tournament's my dream. Like hosting an event like this, like a redemption celebration, is something I've always wanted to happen. The fact that Jeremy's the one who just come up with this idea, I'm like, this is so cool. And so we've just been we've been bending over backwards to make it happen.
Yeah.
I went out and I bought 24 Faith of Our Fathers Rock of Ages 10 packs from Ken Lachlan because of Team's booster draft. So, I mean, we are going all out.
So now that it's just days away at this point, this episode releasing Wednesday, 2 days away from the day that we're going to find out who is going to be that Mr. Classic for the first time. What is that like? And the culmination of all of that work being finally here, just right around the corner.
So I'm so pumped. You just get I can't contain my excitement about how excited I am, because this is just going to be huge. I mean, I haven't done a tournament. I haven't went to a tournament that I didn't host in 3 years, almost 4. So I'm pumped, man. I've already got my carpool arranged. I'm we're going to leave at 3 a.m. on Friday, and we're just going to drive straight to Knoxville from Michigan, and it's going to be a blast. And I mean, I just can't wait. I am so blasted excited.
That's awesome. I'm glad that you're going to have that long car ride, and now you're going to have this long podcast episode that you can listen to.
Oh, absolutely. We can listen to this podcast episode the whole time.
Yes.
And then I can say, oh, he cut that out that I said.
Yes, because it was your whole main strategy, and you might have gave, people an edge. Who knows? But heading into this tournament, so you're just days away from it at this point, and you know the field, pretty well the players that are in the field. You know a lot about them. Where would you place your odds of bringing this thing home from the number 7 slot?
Bro, I think I'm going all the way. I am confident in my deck choice. I haven't dropped a game. Josh has thrown the kitchen sink at me. I mean, I'm going to go all the way. I'm going to knock Justin out round 1. I'm going to take out whoever wins, Jayden, Brian. And then I'm going to go all the way, and I'm going to play John Earley in the finals, and I'm going to beat him into the ground.
That's how you see it, huh?
That's absolutely how I see it. I definitely am going to walk out of there with that belt.
So you're saying 100% are your odds?
Oh, absolutely. I think my deck's that good.
Man, I'm telling you, that's you're firing off the warning shot for people to be gunning for you.
Dude, I got a target on my back anyways. I run my mouth more than anybody in this community. I'm ready, bro.
That is true. You do run a mean mouth.
Absolutely. Been doing it since '08. Gonna keep doing it. One of these days, I'm gonna walk out of somewhere with some kind of gold or a plaque or something, and it's gonna all be worth it.
You've been running that mouth since 410 to the face, huh?
410 to the face, Covenant of Noah, Patriarchs Noah, Noah's sons. Let's go, bro. 1817 Noah.
There you go. How much time have you put into preparing for this tournament and building that deck that you're so confident in?
So I built that deck 4 months ago at least, and I've probably played 6 test games with it, which I think that's more than the rest of everyone other than maybe Mark, who's like paying people to play, can say. So, I mean, I've had my deck built since... I've had the idea of my deck germinating, I think, since September last year. When I looked at my collection, I found this random common card, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is my deck.
So you were confident in your ability to win one of the play-in spots.
Oh, dude. Do you know, like, what I did in that tournament? Like, did you follow that one?
I did not, because that was when I was, drowning in work and whatnot.
So I 5-0'd Seth in round 1. I 5-0'd Josh in round 2. I 5-1'd Micah in round 3. And then I beat John 5-3 with his nativity deck that he'd been running all over everybody with.
Nice.
So, I mean, like, I went into that thing. I knew what I was doing. I won it. I mean, I'm on track to win the current Classic Grand Prix. I mean, I'm on fire.
So it's okay for me to ask you what happened against Chad the other night?
Well, that was rotation.
I guess that's fair.
That was rotation.
I had to give Chad a shout out since you were talking about how hot you were, and he got around you.
He did. He took me out 5-2 on the money. I mean, I screwed up from turn 1. I mean, I was playing a deck I'm not super familiar with. I'm not going to have that problem Friday night. I'm not going to have that problem a single day. I want to go in. I want to win Type 2, Mr. Classic, Iron Man, and Type 1 the next day.
Okay, so you're trying to bring everything home.
Absolutely, dude. I want to walk out of there like Jayden walked out of 2021 Nationals.
So you don't want to walk out of there Mr. Classic. You want to walk out of there Mr. Greedy.
I want to walk out of there Mr. Classic weekend, bro.
Okay. You're taking it up a notch, okay, Emerald? You're kicking it up a notch. Now,
oh yeah.
Now that's just increasing your chances of falling short now, so temper the expectations a little bit, my man.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm part of this. I mean, we got this whole pro wrestling thing, bro. I would be remiss if I didn't dial it up to like 11 on the bravado. Yeah. Because, brother, I'm telling you, we've got to get some of that energy in this thing.
Now, speaking of wrestling, let's just go sidebar here real quick and ask you, since you're a fellow Alabama person, and here in Alabama you got 2 things to do. Speaking of Roll Tide, number 1 seed in the March Madness NCAA tournament. All right, Roll Tide to that. But in Alabama, you grow up, you hear about people getting drunk, beating their wives, or getting drunk and watching wrestling. Okay, you got 2 things.
Absolutely,
here.
You got 2 things to do.
So we're gonna stick with the wrestling side of it. So
that would be good. I like having a house.
Yeah. Let me ask you, what era of wrestling do you think is the best? There's one right answer, and the rest are wrong.
So the Attitude Era is the best.
Okay. I feel like there's a but coming that does not need to be there.
But you have to understand,
Brian, we gotta get him.
I'm a huge Undertaker fan. And Undertaker's best era is not the Attitude Era. Undertaker's best era is from 07 to 13.
See, I would dispute that, because I think the Attitude Era...
The streak, man. It's all about the streak.
That's fine.
But the Attitude Era's storylines are better,
yes,
except for Undertaker.
Well, here's the thing. I think the Undertaker, being that he flipped his identity for a little while and had the American, bad butt version, And he came out with the motorcycle, still had the coat.
I like Biker Taker.
I think the fact that he was in tune with the fans enough to know that he had to flip and do that to be able to jive in that era, because the Undertaker's gimmick would have died had he kept trying to do it.
But then he went back to it. And
he went back to it after the Attitude Era.
He went back to it, and in his mid-40s, he worked better wrestling matches than everybody else on the card. I mean, that's like, to be 45 years old and to like do a suicide dive, and when you're a 6'10", 300-pound man, that's pretty flippin' incredible.
Absolutely. And I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying it's also a cool concept that he was able to make his character and gimmick change and still
work. To be
work.
honest, though, in the prime of the Attitude Era, he wasn't Biker Taker. He was Ministry of Darkness Taker. From that 96 to 99, that's the prime Attitude Era, really. I mean, because it's sort of starting to kind of fade back. Really, once you get into Biker Taker, Stone Cold's already trying to leave. You got Brock Lesnar coming on the scene. Biker Taker is the last breath of the Attitude Era. So the real Attitude Era is like is before then.
I don't know. I think his Biker Taker version kind of
the best Undertaker in that era is the Undertaker that threw Mick Foley off the cage and through it.
Okay, sure. But I think Biker Taker, the fact that he was like more aggressive, I think all of that happened in line with all of the ratings, getting more relaxed and them being able to push it a little bit more.
Well, that's enough wrestling history for us today. Because people came to hear us talk about redemption.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get off the rabbit trail there.
Because if we keep this up, Jeremy and I drive to work, and Jeremy and I talk about two things. We talk about wrestling, and we talk about redemption. And it's typically in the other order, redemption, then wrestling. But those are the two things Jeremy and I talk about. We talk on the work. I drive to work hour every day, and I call Jeremy, and we talk about redemption and wrestling.
At least he has his priorities in the right order.
Absolutely.
Well, since you've got that deck that you're confident in, how much thought have you given to what you're expecting other people to play, and trying to build a scouting report on what you expect to see on your path to winning this thing?
Let's see. John's going to play something that uses Simeon to Angel Under the Oak to Moses, and it's also going to play some Judges stuff. I think Justin is a wild card, and I have no idea, which is annoying. I have no idea for Mark. I know that he played the Judges deck at Scrolls Only. The one that I know like the back of my hand. Jayden, there's no idea what Jayden's going to play. Brian's going to play something with the Throne of David in it. Tyler's going to play D-Heavy. If not D-Heavy's going to play something with Throne and Isaiah in it, because I think Tyler likes Throne and Isaiah. Ron Sias, I have no idea what Ron's going to play, and I'm driving down with it.
I don't think anyone has any read on Ron.
Ron is the wild card. Nobody in their right mind's going to guess what pile of cards I'm bringing, though.
So someone in the wrong mind, in a crazy person would know. So who's the craziest person we know?
Did I miss anybody in my scouting report?
I
don't think so.
I don't.
I think I picked everybody. I mean, I think Justin and Jayden are going to bring some kind of nonsense.
Yeah, I could see them almost playing the exact same deck too, and just being like, if we get to a mirror match in the final, that's fine.
Well, they won't make it to the final. They're not on the right sides of the bracket. They're going to run into each other in top 4 if they run into each other.
I guess I have just completely obliterated that bracket then.
Yeah, John and I were talking about this like earlier today, and he's like, so, and I'm like, no, there's no way Justin and Jayden will play in the finals. And he's like, oh, we got it wrong then. I mean, because like he thought like what it was is Tyler and Ron are 3 and 6, and he thought that Brian and Aiden were 3 and 6.
I thought that. So it's 1 and 8, and then
1 and 8, 3 and 6. That's on the same side of the bracket, and then 2 and 7.
See, I didn't think that, because if you go by assuming that the lower seed or the best seed is going to win, then that would give you a 1-3 matchup instead of a 1-4 matchup. See, I assumed that the 4 and 5 would be playing to where 1 and 4 would then match up, so that if you have the best seed advance, you give the best odds of winning based on seeding to who is seeded first. That's how we always do like youth baseball tournaments.
See,
if you're not reseeding after each round.
I think that bracket style Top Cut for card games runs this way, and I think that's what we were going for. What Jeremy and I had in mind when we built the whole thing, because like it's rough because I came into this thing winning that qualifier tournament. I originally wasn't even going to play in the qualifier tournament. I was going to commentate.
Yeah.
And when I built the bracket, I'm like, well, Top Cut brackets run this way, and so that's how I built it.
Well, some of these interviews that we've done are going to be a little all over the place with the assumed seating. But
how are you going to structure this thing? Like, are you going to put do you want to put me up first so that everybody knows that that's crazy, or are you going to put it at the end and be chaos?
I think what I'm going to do is I was going to eventually go back and do it in seed order, so we built up to John, wild card all the way to John.
Oh, good.
But
then that means
well, the problem is there's so much like callback to I already recorded with Brian. I might mention something on here that I recorded with him or recorded with Jayden. And to make all those references make sense and the listener be able to follow along, I almost feel like I'm required now to put it in the order of the interview timing. So,
well, good luck to the rest of you watching this.
Yeah, so I'll have to put a disclaimer that there was some flux on how the seating would work past round 1. So all questions can be directed to Crazy Man Jay.
No, Jeremy's going to answer the questions.
Okay, well, go to the man. The silent chambers. Chamber.
Let us continue on now that I've destroyed every interview that preceded me.
Nice. So what was it like revisiting? Because I know that you have almost a personal affinity for the old school style of play with Redemption, because I've
got the bracket wrong.
As soon as we rotated, you got the bracket wrong.
I think you're right.
I think I'm pretty sure that I am right, but
I think you put 4 and 5 in the same bracket as
1 and 8.
Oh crap!
So maybe everything else is right.
Everything else, oh god.
Well,
so that would
Jayden wasn't aware, and he started doing this whole like Doctor Strange thing, to where he thought it was going to be reseeded after each round, like I asked about initially. And so he's like, the chance of me playing so-and-so in the second round. And I'm like, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, I think, yeah. All right, anyway, where were we going?
Okay. So I remember when we first rotated, you told me, don't throw away your classic cards. You're going to need those. We're going to find a way to make it, give them a purpose, something that they can be used for besides just collecting dust. And I remember you telling me specifically, don't let those TXP foil cards curl up and pringle up. Make sure you keep some of those in good condition. And I was like, man, I don't care about these cards. And now here we are having this Mr. Classic tournament, and you've gotten to go back and revisit that classic era of Redemption. And I know that you love that. So what's that been like for you with all that nostalgia and everything?
Well, first of all, Jeremy's a jerk, and he didn't give me a very particularly good classic collection. Now, granted, I deserve it, because we're getting ready to move to Michigan, and Jeremy the day before we leave, Jeremy pulls everything out, and he's like, here's what I think you need, and gives me a bunch of cards that aren't actually a bunch of cards, but he gives me several like things, and it's like I have one deck with like one of every good dominant, and then everything else is like whatever. So I've had to build my collection back. Well, in the process of doing that, guess what you don't get anymore?
Classic cards.
So I'm going to build my deck, and I'm like, I have to buy $100 worth of scroll cards. So it's been painful.
It's been painful. I think you're the first one to say it's been painful.
I mean, it's a blast, don't get me wrong. Because like, my first Nationals was the last Scroll Nationals. Like, the last Nationals before IJ was the first time I got to go to Nationals. I don't think, I mean, I don't think people really reflect on how few people are left that we're not just playing at that Nationals, but we're good at that Nationals. So of that Nationals top 10, the only 2 people who are still active and competitive are me and John.
Tyler wasn't there?
Like, what?
Tyler wasn't there, or are you saying he's not good anymore?
Tyler wasn't playing Type 1.
Oh, okay. That's fair. I thought we were getting you saying a dig at Tyler that he wasn't good then. I was just going to run with that.
Tyler's great. Tyler hosted the first redemption tournament I ever went to. But no, if the Type 1 2-player field at that Nationals, the only 2 players who are currently still playing and relevant are me and John. I mean, pretty dadgum, like, legit right there.
Yeah, definitely. I know that we've lost a lot of good players over the years, but it's nice to see some of those Type 2 players having trickled into the Type 1 field as well. You know, you've got Jayden, you've got
Jayden was not at that Nationals, by the way.
But with Type 1 being on its own day now, maybe you get some of those, you know, quality Type 2 players rolling over, consistently playing Type 1 now. And, you know, maybe at some point it swings the other way and you get some Type 1 going into Type 2. I know those guys would love to see that, but...
Jeremy's been there, done that, and got the T-shirt.
He does have the T-shirt. He's got the plaque, too. So, what are you expecting the gameplay for this environment to be like?
When we look at Scrolls Only, we have to realize 2 things about Redemption 11 years ago. Redemption 11 years ago had a broken choose the blocker mechanic and a broken ignore mechanic. Both of those 2 things are not the case anymore. So that knocks out half of the battle winning abilities that people were playing back then. So if that's the case, it's an entirely different world. And so nobody really knows what to expect. But in my testing games, it's been grindy.
Oh, man, that favors a Flood player. Grindy? That's right up your alley,
Absolutely.
Right?
Although a little bit of it's been swingy, too. Depends. Like, for example, there's recorded games where I played with Jayden, and it was swingy.
Nothing like describing the gameplay back and forth as swingy and grindy.
Absolutely. We got those high flyers, and then we've also got those like heavyweights, and I think both of those are going to be a thing here.
Yeah. So let's fast forward. Let's say that the tournament plays out Friday evening. We've played all, I think I added it up, and it's 7 games. And we're down to the final play, and you are the one rescuing that last soul, and you are the one being announced as Mr. Classic. I know that you've been a competitive player for a while. You don't have any national titles to your name. You have made it to Top Cut, and you've been really close. And I know that you haven't been able to go to nationals the last couple of years, so I feel like it might mean more to you to have this title and the fact that you were one of the ones helping arrange this event. But what would it feel like to you, Jay, to win and be the first ever Mr. Classic?
It would feel like I finally got something. I mean, I have been always a bridesmaid and never a bride for years. And so to walk out of there with that championship belt, that big old hunk of gold, like that would be incredible.
Yeah. So you talk about that big hunk of gold. You're going to display that thing?
Oh,
proudly?
Absolutely. Absolutely. My wife will hate wherever I figure out where to put it.
Now, we're looking for someone to wear this thing out in public in the non-redemption world. Are you going to do that?
Bro, that thing ain't going to fit around my waist. What are we talking about?
That thing is huge. It'll fit.
It will not. We tried. Jeremy, I don't think Jeremy can wear it.
Well, look, maybe that means there's hope for Jayden, because you know he said he was afraid that the thing wouldn't even strap around him because he didn't have enough anything to hold it up. I kindly explained that we were on the different ends of that spectrum, so I don't know what that was like. So.
Bro, I think the way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna hold it. So like, you ever watch like Undertaker hold a title belt? He holds that, or he puts it over his shoulder.
Or like Stone Cold does the thing to where he's always holding like just the very end of it, and it's just shaking everywhere as he does his little strut, and he throws it in the ring and crawls in. And never actually wears
that's
it.
me. I mean, I would do that. I mean, I'd carry it around. I just walk around. I mean, if I win and you guys want to see something funny, I will go to Walmart on Chapman Highway and I will walk around with that thing on my shoulder. I will. I kid you not.
Dude, we're going to have to get a live video stream of that going. I will record you walking around Walmart on Chapman Highway. Maybe you'll run into Kane, and then he'll give you a big boot and then a choke slam and take it from you. You know, since he's the mayor.
Yeah, see, Knoxville's the perfect place for this. An actual, real live pro wrestler who was active in the Attitude Era is their mayor.
Absolutely. And he was actually good, too.
Oh, he was not just good. He was one of the best.
Man, I loved him growing up. So let me ask you, while we're on this wrestling talk, and we've been all over this wrestling talk, and you, me, and Jeremy, we're just having an absolute blast with that. I'm not so sure how much everyone else is. I know Brian enjoyed it, and maybe John a little bit, but some people are just like, probably ready for it to be over with, and I'm just wanting, let's keep doing it. But if you were to look at your first round matchup and not project past that, just you and Justin Alstad.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are playing in the first round. Who, if you're talking about iconic wrestlers or an iconic match, who are you comparing that matchup to? Who are you and who is he?
Oh, man. So the rough thing is that is Justin's just such a great guy. So it's hard to pick a wrestler because they all have this attitude that's not really Justin. So it's kind of hard, but like if we're just going to look at like the significance, Justin is totally like Triple H's reign of terror from like 02 to 05. Triple H just had this massive championship streak, and like Justin had this stranglehold on Type 2 for years. And so like he had this kind of this reign of terror thing going on. So maybe he is Triple H and I'm Dave Bautista who ended the reign of terror. I'm sort of that young upstart kind of, I'm arrogant, I'm brash.
And before you won this title, you hadn't won anything.
Exactly! Because Batista's first championship run was when he beat Triple H.
Yeah. So let me tell you this. You could probably guess this, but Justin has the most top 3 finishes in national history.
Really?
Well, since 2003. We have records back to 2003. Jayden's already got 17. And he's never placed in a limited category. As we get ready to wrap up here, you've got this big episode that I'm putting together with all these interviews for you guys. And hopefully people are going to be listening to this on the way to Mr. Classic and getting hyped up for this event to see you guys, duke it out for the title of Mr. Classic. Who is going to be the first ever Redemption Mr. Classic? You've also got those 7 other competitors that may listen to this, and I'll give you the floor. Do you got any message that you want to leave for them as they get ready to show up and, by your own account, lose to you?
All right. I'm just going to let all of you know, all 7 of you, that I can take any one of you. I'm ready. I don't think that I've ever been as confident as I am right now. I think I am coming. I'm gunning. And just like Stone Cold Steve Austin, I'm going to open up a can of kick butt on you or whoop butt on you. Got to keep Redemption PG-13 at worst.
Yeah, you got to keep it PG era. So that's it. Right there. You heard it. One of the Chamber brothers, they just arranged this event, it seems like, so that there was something that Jay could finally win.
Bring it!
So you've got Mr. Jay Chambers right here, the number 7 seed, coming for the title of Mr. Classic.
I beat number 2 before.
And, yes, and he could very well be the first ever Mr. Classic. All right, guys, we are here with the number 6 seed in the Mr. Classic tournament. Someone that's been around for a while from almost the beginning. We got Mr. Ron Sias. How you doing, Ron?
Doing good, John. How about you?
I am fantastic, man. 52 episodes in, we saved it for you. We're happy to have you here on number 52, man.
Well, thanks. I've never been on a podcast before, so you're number 1 for me.
Nice. So I guess since this is your first time being on the podcast and some of the listeners may not have a lot of context about you and your history with the game, and it's a lot of history, you've been around for a while, do you want to just give a brief transcript of your time in the game and kind of your experience with the game and what the game's meant to you all these years?
Wow. Like you said, it has been a while. It's hard to sum up, except that it's a game I came into much later in life than most people. In fact, I would say the majority of players are still younger than when I first learned the game. I was 40 years old. And like I said, the majority of players are probably under that still. But it was a game that I loved. I saw it as a great means of not only working with the youth in my church, but mainly as a witness tool. I mean, it was great. I love learning. I've learned a lot about the Bible through this game. But I'm also a competitor, and I loved winning. And in fact, early in my career, I would have to admit I loved winning more than I probably should have. But since then, I've gotten a proper perspective, and I just enjoy the game and the social aspects, the people you meet. So besides a few titles here and there, it's the friendships that I treasure the most. And this game brought me a lot of friends. So I would have to say that's my main reason for still playing.
Yeah, that seems to be a common thread between all of the people that we're talking to for this tournament, is just the community aspect and how that draws you in and keeps you plugged into it. So that's definitely understandable, knowing that you've had this long history, and I can't imagine how many friendships you've built because of. I mean, I have a ton of friends that I've found through this game, and I've only been involved with it since 2019. So just multiplying that in my head based on your time with the game, that's got to be way up there.
It is, but like life, you'll find that friends do come and go. I've made a lot of friends in this game, but they didn't stick with the game. And, life carries them on, especially when you're talking a game targeted for preteens, teens, and so on. They come into it, and all of a sudden, boom, they're graduating high school, going to college, meeting significant others, getting married, raising a family. There's a lot of things, as in life in general, that just take you away from the game. And it's interesting to me to see a few come back after, maybe they've gotten married, raised their kids, and now all of a sudden, hey, I want my kids to know about this game. And so some come back. And it's great to see them. And they look at me and they go, Ryan, you never left? I'm going, well, no, I guess I didn't. But it's just a great game, not only for the individuals, but when eventually they have a family. I enjoy teaching it to my kids and other youth of the church. And it's just a great way to fellowship and get the word out.
Yep. Well spoken there. So obviously you said that you've kind of gained a better perspective here as you've played longer, and you're not so into it for the competitive aspect and winning as you were in the early days, but you are participating in a very competitive space here. The first ever Mr. Classic, headed up by the Chamber brothers. I know you have Jay there in your area now, and if you're anything like everyone else, you struggle to get him to hush. So I'm sure he's been talking your head off about this Mr. Classic probably for a year now, and now it's just right around the corner. So how excited are you to be one of the ones chosen for this event, and how excited are you to be ready to travel here just in a few days to go to Knoxville, Tennessee for this tournament?
Well, I'm not only excited because I'm also honored. I mean, it really means something to me that people even remember. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's definitely an honor. I am excited though. I am still very competitive. Fortunately, I know I only know 6 out of the 7 people. The gentleman that won the Scrolls tournament in New York, I do not know who that is. But all the other competitors I have played against. So yeah, I'm looking forward to an exciting tournament. All top-notch guys, and it should be a blast.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it and seeing just how many people, get in tune with that really competitive nature that you mentioned having early on in your time with the game. I feel like knowing that you were selected for this thing, being one of the top 8 active remaining players from the history of the game, I feel like there's a lot of competitiveness that could come out and make this a really each game being intense, and I'm looking forward to that aspect of it, especially since we're going to be doing commentary on it and live streaming it. I think it's going to be awesome. But going into this thing, how would you rate your odds of pulling the upset and from the 6th seed winning this thing, beating the likes of all those people that you said you've played before, and obviously you mentioned you didn't know Marc, but he's the number 8 seed, another wild card. But you guys on the back end, if we're going to be honest, would be underdogs if you were to look at it that way. But if you were able to win this thing, that would be awesome. But what do you place your odds at of being able to do that?
Well, that's 2 different questions. If you want to ask what my odds are, I mean, odds are nothing more than a mathematical calculation. And so I'd have to say my odds are 12.5%, just like everybody else's. Now, what I feel my chances are, I think they're a bit better than that. But I won't go into detail.
Trying to keep the strategy up your sleeve?
That's one way of putting it.
Well, let me ask you, how much time have you put into preparing your deck for this and just preparing for this tournament in general, going back and building decks with those scroll-only cards and whatnot?
Wow, how much time? Well, my standard answer is going to be not as much as I would like. I never feel that I'm totally prepared for any tournament, any nationals, regionals, or anything. I always want more time. But that's because I'm a perfectionist at heart. So if I had to put an hour figure to it, well, let's see. I didn't learn until after the first of the year I was actually going to be in it. So that's roughly 70 days ago. If we went all the way back to the first, wow. I would have to say I probably averaged then, because I'm thinking I put in at least 140 would be 2 hours a day. That seems like a lot. But if we're talking totally encompassing everything about thinking about the deck, about what I want to put in, take out. Heck, I went to bed some nights thinking about, all right, should I do this or should I do that? I mean, anybody that's put a deck together for a tournament knows there's a lot of time you spend on it without sitting in front of cards.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, and then there's the time with the cards. I have found that Lackey is a godsend to saves her from having to shuffle so many times. If you can trust their shuffling, but that's another story. But yeah, I would say 2 hours a day since I found out would be an average.
Man, so you're probably one of the more well-prepared people as far as time put in. If we assume that equates to quality of knowing your deck and avoiding misplays and things of that nature, you're definitely not going to let preparation be your downfall. So that's awesome to hear.
No, and if you knew what my deck was, you would realize preparation is not going to be the problem.
Well,
I mean, no deck is perfect, so I'm not spilling any beans here by saying, yeah, my deck has weaknesses, but so does every deck.
yeah. So how many different deck ideas did you go through before you settled on what you're playing?
I would have to say, I think there was about 4 that I was seriously considering.
Nice. And so at what point do you think you settled on that one? So if you're putting in, let's just say, average of 2 hours a day, all the way back from the point that you found out that you were going to be in this thing, how quickly did you get to that deck that you're settled on, and how much of that preparation time went specifically to that deck?
Probably 2 weeks. Yeah, I settled on this deck about 2 weeks ago.
Okay. I guess
a little longer because it was on a Saturday. So
okay, so those other decks that you put in, they were legitimate contenders for what you might play, and then you settled on this one about 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Cool. Let me ask you, as far as you mentioned, every deck has weaknesses, and obviously it does, and you can't always prepare for, or shore up every weakness in a deck, and that's kind of the rock, paper, scissors aspect of it. You're going to be strong in some areas and weaker in other areas, and that's kind of the process of deck building and going back and forth trying to shore those up and get better overall. But when you think about the players that you're playing, have you given any thought to what they're going to play and maybe what potential weaknesses they may have in their decks or their play styles, or deck building strategies that you've noticed over the years that you might be able to take advantage of? How much have you thought about what other people are playing?
At first I did give that some consideration, but then I said to myself, okay, I know these players, and they are not going to come in with what's expected of them. They're all good enough to change it up and still be in total control of their deck. So as much as I know that maybe certain players, not mentioning names, might have enjoyed, say, an Assyrian defense in the past. Do I expect them to have an Assyrian defense in this deck? Probably not. They're going to change it up because they know I might be expecting it. So it comes back to, are you going to drink the wine that's given to you, knowing the person that's given it to you might have poisoned it? Or did he know that you would know and not poison his, but his own? If you get the reference, that's pretty much the thinking that went through my head.
Yeah, I can see that. So it almost becomes a little bit of a cat and mouse thing, to where now that they know that you're not thinking that they might play it, they could, but at that point, it's probably not worth investing that much thought into, considering you could be focusing on your own situation and your own deck and being ready to play that.
And the thing is, John, I truly feel with the caliber of players that we have in this game, if we took everybody's deck and gave them to another player and just switched decks on everybody, I don't think it would really hurt or help anyone that differently, that much. Because given enough time to go over a deck, these players could pick up on this, whatever strategy it was, quite well.
Yeah, definitely a solid field that I don't think really has any weak links. Even Marc, I think, is going to be solid in this thing.
Well, to be honest, I'm really hoping that the lower half here comes through. I told Jay, I said, it would be great if I met you in the finals, because he tells me we were paired in opposite brackets. So I told him, I said, 6 and 7, and that would be the way to go.
Yeah, maybe
But
you can go ahead.
You're right. Anybody, I think, could take this as far as the odds go. I mean, of course, being the competitors we all are, we all think we have a slightly better chance than the odds side.
Yeah, that seems to be common. I will say though that it's going to be really fun if we do see one of you guys from the lower half flip and take down one of these top guys. I think even if you don't progress through the whole field to where you're in the finals or whatnot, like just one upset is going to be awesome to see, because that's going to mean that someone went and worked and built a deck and they took on someone that by all accounts is one of the best players in the history of this game in those top slots, and was able to overcome that and win. And that puts the focus on the fact that if you build your deck, if you know your craft, if you work hard at it, anybody can win. And maybe that inspires some people that aren't so, I guess, don't believe that they can take down some of those top guys in normal tournament atmospheres. But, I mean, it can be done.
I think it's proven every year at Nationals. You always see upsets.
Yeah.
Maybe not for the title, but during the matches.
So let me ask you, with all of your history with the game, how was it like going back and revisiting this format of scroll-only cards and those cards that you played in the early days before, we had the IJ starter deck and the redesign, just going back to that time period, that era of Redemption? Did it bring back a lot of memories? Was it real nostalgic building decks out of that? What was that all like?
It was very nostalgic. It reminded me of a lot of decks that I used to make, and some of those that didn't make the final cut. But it's like, boy, I can remember when this ruled, or this was really a boss, combo, whatever. Or I would love to do this so often. Yeah, one of the things I was known for back in the day was side battles. I mean, I used to love creating side battles. Of course, they've made a few rule changes since then to sort of waylay that strategy, but it was fun when I did. So I realized early in the game that offense was made to stop defense, and defense was made to go into offense. And when you put the two against each other and create a side battle, there wasn't very many offensive cards that took out the other person's offense. So it was kind of hard to beat them, which worked to my favor when I would have side battles. But like I said, they changed that. So lot of fond memories, though. Even though I can't do it anymore, it was great reminiscing.
Yeah, it's always great to reminisce on fun memories, and I guess revisiting the fact that you made them change the rule about side battles.
Yeah, change the rules. They even made Pot of Mana. That helped them. But you create enough cards and change rules, and it changes strategies.
Yeah. Sometimes it's needed, though.
It is. Sometimes it is. I admit, a good player will look to abuse rather than just use. And that's the first thing I did was, all right, how can I abuse this card rather than just use it?
Yeah, that seems to be a common strategy when new sets come out today. So that's a ever-present and never-changing thought process among top-level aggressive players that are really trying to be competitive.
Yep. I mean, the latest example of that was, a year or so ago when the Son of Life card came out. It's not how I can use Son of Life, it's how can I abuse it. And then there's the Widow, and all of a sudden, we had the deck that they also banned, practically.
Yep, we had Chaos.
Exactly.
And before that, we had the hand manipulation, and we had Chaos, because people will find the way to abuse cards.
Yep, but like I said, that's the sign to me of a good player. Not somebody that just wants to use it, but can I find a way to abuse it and make it mine?
Yeah.
And I think, just as far as I know, the majority of people we have in this tournament are those type of players. The real good ones that will look to get an edge any way they can within the rules.
Yeah, definitely a collection of those type of players, I believe. So I'll agree with you there. Let's say when you sit down at this table and you play, you're paired up with Mr. Tyler Stevens to start. When you sit down, what do you expect that game to be like, and what do you expect just the environment of this format to be like among you guys? So obviously it's not going to be as fast-paced and as hectic as current Redemption, with all of the different abilities that you can do in your prep phase and discard phase. So it's going to be a little bit more tame, but also you've got some pretty cool strategies that maybe haven't been used in a while. But what do you expect just the overall environment to be like as in terms of gameplay?
Well, knowing Tyler like I do, I think our first game will be relaxed with just a slight underground feeling of tension. That's because Tyler is basically a Type 2 player. And for the majority of my career, I was Type 2. And there's a big difference when it comes to 7 lost souls as opposed to 5. Okay. Type 2, you can take your time, get set up, sort of feel each other out a little. But in a Type 1 game, and this is the reason for the tension, is because the Son of God NJ can throw the whole game either way. You can be being beat, but if you pull and get those big 2 first, you can have an upset quite easily. And so that's where the tension comes in Type 1. Neither of us will have the amount of time we would like, but by the same token, it's going to be relaxed from the fact that both him and I have played these cards so many times. We're going to know what to expect once we start seeing some of the opponent's cards. And we're both going to know right away if, all right, I'm prepared for that, or, oh, he hit my weakness, you know. And you say that to yourself, of course, but yeah, I don't think any of these games will time out, to be honest, because everybody's going to know the cards so well. But that's what I think the first round will look like, at least between me and Tyler.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you, if you were able to pull that upset, that first upset, you beat Mr. Stevens there, you go on and you beat whomever else you pair up with, and at the end of it, you are, by all accounts, an underdog in the finals, and you make that play that rescues that last soul or gets that last block that then flips it, lets you draw your Son of God, New Jerusalem, whatever. You're the one that wins. You make that play, and Mr. Ron Sias finds himself back on top as the first ever in the history of Redemption, Mr. Classic. What is that going to mean to you?
I will finally be known as Mr. Classic rather than just Mr. Old Guy. I mean, every tournament I go to, all right, except for Houston Nationals, there was a guy in Texas that was older than me that was in it. I wanted to bring him along to all the national tournaments so I wouldn't have to hear that, but no, he just goes to Texas tournaments, I guess.
Oh,
but
man.
No, other than being called Mr. Old Guy, yeah, Mr. Classic would be great. It would be a step up.
So you're looking to change your outlook on life with a new title, huh?
Titles don't affect my outlook on life, but at least my reputation as far as being at tournaments.
Okay, there you go. So if you win and you get that gaudy red title belt with the Redemption logo on the front in that gold plate and that WWE style, like just heavy 12 to 15 pound belt, whatever it is, Are you going to wear that thing? Are you going to display it proudly? Are you going to sell people houses wearing that Mr. Classic belt?
I'm not so sure I'd sell them houses doing that, but I would definitely bring it to every tournament that I go to.
That's fair. They probably not want to buy a house from you if you had the belt. It might scare them away.
There's a few that I would, but when you meet somebody for the first time, people are so judgmental nowadays. They would want to know what kind of mindset does my realtor have. So maybe not the first time I meet them, but I could definitely see it maybe at the closing. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's intimidating. You just set it on the table during the closing. Yeah, there you go. Intimidate the whatever side you don't represent. So
you knew you were working with a champion. Here's the proof.
Yeah, there you go. Use it as a sales pitch in your advertising.
Yeah, maybe do an Instagram video or something. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. So, do you keep up with wrestling at all? Since we've been using all these wrestling analogies.
Yeah, I would say so, somewhat.
Okay.
I'm not as big a fan as, say, Kevin Schride was, another past Redemption player. But yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, because we've been talking about wrestling ad nauseum, the comparison, and all that comes from the fact that Jeremy picked out this gaudy title belt in the style of wrestling. And I had fun cutting that promo, and it's evolved from there. So let me ask you if you and Tyler's match up in round one, because that's the only one that we know that we're focused on for you. But if that matchup was a matchup of iconic wrestlers, and you were one and Tyler was one, who would the wrestlers be? What would that match be?
That's easy. I myself, with the many titles that I've won, would be
Ric Flair.
a creation boy.
Oh.
Ron Sias. Rick calls it nature, but he's weak. I go for the source. It's creation boy.
Nice. So
I'll spare you the woo.
No, you got to hit the woo. You got to hit the woo one time. Come on now.
I'm not worked up enough for the woo.
Okay, here I'll do it for you, and then maybe that'll inspire you. Woo! 16 time.
Woo! 8 titles. How's that?
There we go. We got a woo out of Ron, guys.
All right. And my opponent, this one was easy too, would be stunning Tyler Stevens.
Stunning Tyler Stevens.
Well, the closest pretty boy I could think of was Ravishing Rick, so
yeah,
this had to be stunning Stevens. So
nice. That's what they called Stone Cold when he first came out, right? And he had like blonde hair, stunning Steve Austin.
Oh, they did. I did not know that.
Yeah,
about Stone
before
Cold.
he went the redneck route and shaved his head, and started pouring beer on people and beating them up that way. He was a pretty boy.
Yep, that's what Ravishing Rick Rude was. So he might be a little bit old time for some of them, but
yeah, I know the name.
Okay, but anyway, stunning Tyler Stevens would be the
stunning Tyler Stevens versus Creation Boy. Or I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I guess Creation Boy was what you said.
Yeah. Like I said, a little bit. It's a step up from Nature Boy.
Yeah. So, who wins in that matchup if it was in wrestling? Would it be?
It's got to be the champ.
Okay.
I mean, to be the man, you got to beat the man.
That is true. I've heard that before. I've heard that, and I believe in it.
Yep.
So, I guess I'll give you.
You know, you didn't ask me, but I've got his. I thought of a good one for Jay too.
Okay, you got one for Jay?
I got one for Jay. If he'll go with it.
Okay.
I think it fits the redneck personality. Hacksaw J. Chambers. Give him some bib overhauls of the 2x4.
There you go. And
we're good to go.
That was originally Hacksaw Jim Duggan, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Hacksaw
J. Chambers. Okay.
Yeah.
He wanted to be Triple H when I interviewed him, but we'll give him Hacksaw. That sounds better for him.
I think it's a perfect fit, but I haven't told him that yet.
Well, he's going to hear it here, so he'll figure it out. Well, I guess we'll get ready to wrap up here, but before we do, I'll give you the floor and just see if there's anything that you want to say to the 7 other competitors in this thing. So this is your time to just let it all out. Let them know when they show up what they should expect from Mr. Ron Sias.
Okay, if you 7 are listening, you can expect to have some fun. This is going to be a great tournament. Whether I play you in person or not, I'm looking forward to having a great time with all of you.
There you go. So, I guess that's all the questions I had. Do you have anything you wanted to add before we get ready to wrap it up?
No, nothing to add. It was great. I look forward to seeing you in a couple days.
All right. That sounds good. And guys out there listening, that is the number 6 seed in the Mr. Classic tournament and possibly the first ever redemption Mr. Classic, Ron Sias. All right, guys, we are here with Mr. Brian Jones. How you doing, Brian?
Doing great. Glad to finally make it on the pod.
Yep. Long time coming.
For sure.
It is your first time on the podcast. You want to give a little bit of background of yourself with the game of redemption?
Sure. So I've been playing since roughly 2011. Mark Underwood, Prof. Underwood on the boards got me into the game, and it's just been kind of a blessing ever since. Just traveling to tournaments, meeting people that have become lifelong friends, and just been great ever since I came back because I took a step away during COVID, and I'm glad to see where the game is at currently.
Yeah, definitely seems to be trending in the right direction. So you got a little bit of that, like, coming back into that golden age of redemption content that I was talking about with Josiah. So I bet that's fun, getting reacclimated with all of those resources, huh?
Oh yeah, there's so much more stuff right now than there was. It's great. I thought the transition would be a lot harder, but because of all the resources out, that was extremely helpful.
Well, glad we could help with that. So now that we're here, we're leading up into the final days here before the tournament. Mr. Classic is here. We've seen that belt ever since John wore it at Nationals last year. And the Chamber brothers have been pushing this thing for nearly a year now. So all that build up, all that hype, you getting to be one of the participants in that. How excited are you now that it's here?
Man, I am pumped. I remember talking with Jeremy last season. I think you were there too, just trying to give him some ideas. It might have been on the way to Nationals or at one of our tournaments. But ever since he told me the details that he was thinking of as far as like the belt and what the categories might look like, I've been super excited because I really like the pre-rotation cards, unlike some people. So
that hurt. I feel like that was a dig at me. I don't like them.
Just a little bit.
So I don't know if you're a betting man, but where would you put your odds of being able to win this thing, bring it home, heading into the tournament? How do you feel? I know that Josiah kind of he put a little dig at you, saying that he made mistakes and was still able to beat you in that game that you guys played. So some people might not be feeling you right now. So where would you put your odds?
I like my chances. I want to clear the air though, but I also made a lot of mistakes, which isn't a good thing. We were just kind of testing some different things and getting back in the groove with the pre-rotation cards, and So there's a lot of mistakes going around, and it was more of a test game rather than a competitive game. So, but he likes to take digs at me when he gets a chance. As far as my odds, I like my chances. Like, obviously, I got a tough matchup first round with Jayden. Kind of don't know what he's going to be coming out with, but if I get by Jayden, I don't want to look ahead. I think I have a pretty good idea what John and or Marc might play. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm a confident guy.
Nice. I love the confidence because, you know, later on I'll give you the opportunity to do a little bit of trash talking, and hopefully you take that and run with it. I mean, I think it's really cool because this is the first time there's been like best of the best for Redemption, besides, you know, like at Nationals having top cut. But this is like a top cut of like the history of Redemption almost, which is kind of cool. So how much time have you put in? You mentioned that test game that you did with Josiah, but how much time have you put into preparing for the tournament and then also building your deck?
I think I put a good amount of time in. It's hard to give you a number, but I've been so focused on the Friday evening games, I totally forgot about Saturday. So I don't even know what I'm going to play Saturday yet. But Friday evening, I've been putting a lot of time into that deck and what I think I'm going to see and things of that nature.
So you already have your deck built, or are you still kind of deciding between one or two options or something like that?
I have my deck built already. I might make one or two tweaks depending on how this last week of testing goes. And
okay, cool. How much thought have you put in? You mentioned that you might know what Marc or John would play, so you've got a little bit of a scouting report on possibly the next matchup, but have you just given thought to what each person might play that if you made it to the final you might end up facing on the other side?
Yeah, I've given a little bit of thought about that. I feel like in some ways you have to, right? Like knowing what the meta might be for these other guys and what they will play, and what little tweaks you can make to best counter those things, or best kind of that'll interact best with your deck. And so, yeah, I put some stuff in. Hopefully those are the right things, but we'll see, right?
Indeed, we will. In just a few days, we will see.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so excited it's finally here. I went into this when Jay told me, hey, don't throw away your classic cards. We're going to do something. I was like, Jay, I don't care. I'm throwing them away. And I threw them in a shoebox and just put them away. And man, it's finally here. So excited for it. But how many different thoughts did you go through on what to play, go back and revisit? It seems like one of the popular things is going back and checking out Martin's deck from 2012. That seems to come up. Checking out some other national winning decks. So how many different things did you work through before you settled on what you think you're going to play, you know, minus those few tweaks you might make?
Man, I went through like 4 or 5 different deck ideas, and the ones I didn't end up landing on just didn't seem to be it, right? Like I seemed like that it was going to be expected from me or things like that. And so I moved on, and I think I found something that is strong and that'll fare well against a lot of the popular decks.
What was it like revisiting the old format? You mentioned that you have kind of some love for the old school cards, you know, the ones that I don't care for that much. But what was it like you're revisiting that time period for the game and, you know, using only scroll only cards to test and build your deck? Was it like a flood of nostalgia? Did you relive like past tournaments, past events that you've done? What was that like?
Oh man, it was awesome. I was in the middle of deck building and I didn't realize how much stuff was like a lot of the offenses really went through Samuel. And I was like, man, I can't even play Samuel. Well, this kind of throws this idea out the window, or not, it's not as good, or different combos with the liner that's also banned. So those were some popular cards that threw some strategies out the window for me in deck building. But I didn't realize until doing this and getting ready for this tournament how much slower the game was. Like we're used to searching and drawing and doing whatever we want, however much we want. And back then the game seemed a lot slower. So there's a lot more like, man, is this good? I think it's good. This is just how the game played back then. And so if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of the response I'm getting from all sides, is that it's a much slower format, and not necessarily simpler in abilities, but simpler in like flow of the game. So like your prep phase is not some big thing where you're doing a lot of different things. Your discard phase, you're not doing a lot. It's mostly just, all right, here's my turn, maybe trigger a couple things in upkeep, and then go into battle. So at least you seem to be on the right wavelength with everyone else that I've talked to so far.
That's a good sign.
That is a good sign. What do you expect beyond it just being a slower style of play? So let's just say you're going to focus more on the battle phase in this type of environment. But what do you expect those battles to look like? Do you feel like, obviously, Uzza is going to come out. People are going to play that. They're going to play some of the chump blocks of the day. But what do you expect overall the gameplay of that environment to be like, more specifically, I guess, toward the battle phase?
I think it's going to be a lot more interactive than what we've been used to in the past couple of years. I think there's going to be a lot of high-level plays, and hopefully we can pull off some stuff that'll get people watching and excited, and because there's some interactions with the old cards that are pretty fun and interesting. And I know we're going to be streaming stuff, so hopefully we can hear the crowd screaming from next door or something like that. So that'll be kind of cool. But I expect Jayden and Justin and Tyler, Mark, John, all the other contestants to be pulling off some clutch plays. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned some of the card interactions. You know what would be really cool, because it seems like the Chamber Brothers, as we have decided to call them, I decided, and so you all have to call them that. But the Chamber Brothers, they want to keep this kind of almost like, it seems like they want to set it up for an annual event. It'd be really cool if they got aggressive with like their own ban list or unbanning. You mentioned so many things running through Samuel or two-liner combos. It'd be really cool if they just went all out and they were like, all right, we're going to get rid of this year, and, you know, like have, like, we're going to ban these cards on our ban list for this event, and then you get Samuel back, but you lose something else, and, you know, it's a give and take just to keep it fresh. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
and
that
get aggressive.
Sounds cool.
So, Chamber Brothers, there's your idea. Listen to the podcast, you get ideas. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
So, if we fast forward and you do win, you are given the title of the first ever Mr. Classic in Redemption's 27, going on 28 years. You are the first ever Mr. Classic. I don't know if it hits the same as winning your first national title, but other people have won national titles, and no one's ever been Mr. Classic. So what is that, being the first Mr. Classic? What would that mean to you personally?
Man, I think it would mean a lot. It's the first one, right? And there's a lot of hype about it. There's also a real championship belt on the line. It's a big
Absolutely.
Big wrestling fan, especially in the Attitude Era. So I want to sport that thing around.
Oh, nice.
So I'd like to win, obviously. I got John's name circled because he's the number 1 seed. He's also beat me at a previous national tournament, so I want my revenge.
Man, there's another revenge story. When I recorded, obviously, I don't know the order that I'm going to put these on the podcast. I'll probably go seed order. So we build up from Mark all the way up to John. But that's not necessarily the order I've recorded. So right now, you're the third person I'm recording with. And I've recorded with Justin and Jayden. Justin talked of a similar revenge story because Jay randomly put him out of Top Cut round one of Top Cut at a Nationals. And he's like, yeah, so I would just like to, I just like to beat him to get revenge for that. I was like, okay. So revenge stories are just coming out. That's great. That almost gives you that attitude era feel, right? He described it, and he was like, we were comparing it to wrestling terms. He was like, I thought I was going to win a title, and then Jay got in the way. And I was like, oh, he pulled the Montreal screw job on you. So
Yeah, that's a good one.
you mentioned that you would be wearing the belt. So how much would you display that thing, and where? Like, would you walk into your local gas station, tell them you want to put 25 on pump 5 and check me out because I got this title belt, homie? Like, are you wearing that thing around, or are you just going to display it at home?
I am wearing that thing every chance I get. Maybe not like to church or things of that nature, but the rest of that weekend, every redemption tournament, the rest of the season, I'm going to rub it in a little bit.
Nice. So I heard a rumor that this was going to be similar to a traveling fantasy football trophy, to where, like, you come back for the draft the next year and you got to give it up, or you give it up after you no longer are the champion. So imagine winning Mr. Classic, and then you have to come back the next year and lay the title on the line for the 7 contenders that are going to be challenging for your belt. Now imagine you win again and you're the first ever 2-time. I mean, that's just crazy. But the whole, like, wrestling feel that we've been talking about,
Yeah.
and we're obviously using wrestling references because the Chamber Brothers chose to make this gaudy, WWE style championship belt. So it just kind of fits. But imagine just the lore of coming in and putting your title on the line that you won the previous year for new competitors. And, like, especially if they start, tweaking it to where it's a fresh format and it's not just scrolls only. Because I feel like at a certain point you just find the best deck and then you play that.
Yep.
But if you slide a band list, you kind of keep it fresh.
That's true. It'll be interesting to see how they freshen it up in the coming years. But I think the belt's going to have a permanent spot at the Jones residence, so it's not going to matter.
There we go.
This wrestling thing, too, it's starting to get a little out of hand. Like, I'm a little concerned sleeping at the church after the event and somebody waking me up and, like, cashing in their money in the bank and throwing decks down and they're ready to play.
Dude, imagine if the wild card for the community next year was a Money in the Bank style. Like, they could challenge any of the 8 before the event, and if they beat them, they take their seed spot. That would be cool. So, like, you show up, you're ready to play. The community wild card walks up, Brian, I'm challenging you, and now they slide into the 5th seed because they beat you before. Could you imagine?
Man, I wonder if Jeremy's just like, stop with this wrestling stuff. Let's just play Redemption.
I don't know, man. When I recorded with Jayden, I talked about him coming off the top rope at people using his finishing move. His high-flying finishing move was going to be called the Flying Chicken because he's a chicken farmer.
Oh, man.
So we've done all these wrestling analogies, and obviously, I've got the good old JR. By God, that's Stone Cold's music. I've got him as my little avatar, and you've got Stone Cold stunnering what looks like the Undertaker.
Yeah, do you know the story behind that?
I think it was because Tyler put the Undertaker as his.
Yeah, and I wanted to troll him, so
Yeah,
just a subtle jab.
I thought I picked up on a hint of that, which I'm all for that. Like, if you're going to talk about the best of the best, like, people got to be passionate about the fact that they're one of the best. So I'm all for leaning into that. And, maybe there is some hurt feelings after this tournament. And then guess what? You get to come back next year and try to sue them over. So
that's right.
We talked about these wrestling analogies, and you've got Stone Cold there. But if in your first round matchup, I were to say, give me a matchup of legendary wrestlers or just popular wrestlers, You can stick with Attitude Era if you want or whatever. You and Jayden, you're each wrestlers. Who are you? Now, I will tell you, I recorded with him before, and he put me on the spot because he didn't know wrestlers, and he asked me who I thought he was, and I gave you a bad comparison, and I know you're not going to be happy with it, so I'll go ahead and confess. Okay.
Okay.
I told him that he was like Kurt Angle because he's coming from a pedigree of like recent success, and now he's stepping into, a new adventure per se, because I don't know how much success he had in straight classic era before the new card phase with I&J. So I told him that was like Kurt Angle coming in and just bragging about like, I'm a Olympic gold medalist. That's who I am, my DNA. Now, do you know his most iconic fight?
No.
Okay, I feel like his most iconic fight was when he threw Shane McMahon through the glass. So, I'm sorry, you got Shane McMahon.
Great.
So,
that's rough.
you're going to have to come out to
one.
Shane O'Mac, like, money. What is his intro? Like, money, money, money.
Yeah, that's it.
So, and then Jayden said, so I'll just go ahead and tell you, he suggested that you were Shane McMahon because Vince McMahon is his daddy and Josiah is your daddy.
Oh,
I'm
just saying, I carried Josiah to that team's championship. My back hurt because he's a big boy.
I guess I'll give you the floor now, and you just tell me who you think you and Jayden would be. And I told Jayden, in full disclosure, I told him he should look up Jeff Hardy, and obviously Jeff Hardy without the drug issues. Yeah. That's Jayden
for sure. Yeah, that's actually who I was thinking of was Jeff Hardy. He has the hair for sure, but if you think about it though, Jeff Hardy is like the quiet guy that pulls out some big wins, like by doing some crazy stuff. You talked about jumping off the top rope earlier. You compare that how Jayden plays Redemption. Like, it's for me, my favorite like part of Jeff Hardy was like he jumps off and does that swanton bomb and he pins him 1, 2, 3, but like Jayden's Redemption style kind of matches that. Like he'll come out with some crazy deck and like just still beat you. Like who makes a deck off a playmat, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't even know if he won that game, but
I think he won. I think he went like 2-2 in that tournament, that online local.
Okay.
But see, I struggled with telling him that he was Jeff Hardy because I just can't see Justin being Matt Hardy.
That's true.
On the other side, I was like, that doesn't fit for me.
Maybe one of his other brothers fit that. I don't know.
I mean, maybe it's like Jayden's really Spike Dudley and Justin's Bubba Ray.
It's a good one. For me, probably though, like my favorite wrestler growing up was Stone Cold, but
absolutely, there you go.
Wrestlers that fit my personality would probably be more Triple H, like when he was part of like DX, just because like the joking aspect and how he trolls people. But you gotta let me know if someone picks Shawn Michaels, because if somebody does, it might get pretty crazy this upcoming weekend.
If someone picks Shawn Michaels and you're Triple H, you're gonna have to like run them through that limousine window again.
That's right.
But
there's times though where Tyler and I we just get on a roll and we're just cracking on people, and it's kind of good natured fun. But we'll see what he picks.
Do y'all pull out the chops and all, or y'all leave those at home?
I'm just gonna say this: we're gonna have a good time this weekend. Jay's gonna be there, and he's normally the butt of a lot of my jokes. So I hope he doesn't get too hurt. But it's all in good fun. I love you, Jay.
Absolutely. Go ahead and put the love out front, because there's not going to be any when you get there in person. So I have not to rabbit trail here, but I have actually been going through and letting Keegan watch wrestling from the Attitude Era in like small doses, trying to keep some stuff from him, and he has really gravitated towards the DX stuff. So, like, I mean, he's smart enough to know that he can't just do that stuff, but every now and then he'll look at me when we're watching it, and he's like, "Can I do it?" And I'm like, "I guess." And then he hits one chop, and I'm like, "Okay, no more." And then I start feeling guilty about it, but it's like,
Oh man.
yeah, you had to have that in your childhood. If you didn't, like,
Yeah.
you were deprived a little bit. Now, I didn't say go and do it at, like, school or anything. Keegan's homeschooled, so we don't have to worry about that. So we're not, like, sending it to, like, infuse the local community to have all the kids getting in trouble at home and at school because they're chopping folks. But
Yeah, I feel bad for people that didn't watch wrestling. I just found out actually a couple weeks ago. My wife didn't know Dwayne Johnson was The Rock and was a wrestler.
oh my goodness, that's a travesty because it's like part of his like whole lore.
Yeah, I was appalled.
I mean,
I felt like I was a failure as a husband in some ways.
dude, less strong men would probably call a lawyer. I'm just saying. So
Yep.
I guess we'll get back to it, but I guess we'll get ready to wrap up here and just open the floor. You mentioned that when you get there, you might get cracking on folks or whatnot, but you've got 7 other competitors that are coming for this thing, and you want to win it. You feel like you are going to win it. You got a message you want to leave them. They're going to be listening to this podcast potentially while they're traveling to Mr. Classic. That's what I'm setting this up for, so it's a longer episode, so people can listen as they're traveling into the tournament. What do you want to leave those jokers with?
Well, I'm just going to say have fun, right? Like, there's going to be a lot of times where we're playing and we're going to be trash talking, but just take advantage of the moment. Remember, though, all deck lists are due Thursday, and they are to be sent to brian.jones@gmail.com. So keep that in mind.
Yes, keep that in mind. Send him your deck list. Could you imagine if someone sent you a deck list and you got it and you were like, there's no way this is what they're playing. This is so stupid. And then they ended up playing that because they knew you wouldn't think that was what they were playing.
That's right. That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know John, Jayden, and Justin probably all driving down together, and they'll probably be listening to it in the car. So don't change your plans and take a wrong turn somewhere on purpose because you're scared to catch the smoke.
Yeah, don't be afraid of the smoke. But where there's smoke, there is fire. So, I mean, whoever is going to be Kane might win this thing.
Oh man, that would be crazy. Dude, somebody walks in a Kane mask.
Dude, I told I forget who I told, but you know, technically, Knoxville is split. There's like a Knoxville mayor and there's Knox County mayor in Tennessee,
Mm-hmm.
and Glenn Jacobs, who was Kane, is the mayor of Knox County. So
I saw that. That's
I was
crazy.
like, well, how crazy would it be if somehow Chris could get him to show up? I mean, and then I was like, there's really not enough wrestling draw for the fact that, like, we've got a bunch of, you know, like a group of 20, 30 nerds here playing a card game and Kane walks in. Like, that's not necessarily what he's expecting if he's showing up for a wrestling scene. Especially when the Alstads are like, wrestlers? I don't know.
There's no pressure, Chris, but that's a big ask.
Yeah. I mean, if you could get him for an autograph signing, that'll work too. You know, just have him set up with a table with his merchandise. Come on, Chris, you can do it. We believe in you.
I'd love to see that. Man,
I keep saying all the times that I travel to Tennessee tournaments in Knoxville that, like, I'm going to reach out to him on Twitter or something and be like, hey, I was a big fan growing up. Can I get a picture? Meet me at the, I don't know, Firehouse Subs. I don't know. I don't know any, like, markers. I know those hotels you don't stay in on Chapman Highway, but I don't know any, like, really special places because, like, I mean, they've got a football stadium, but I don't think that's a special place.
No, not at all. You think the hotels on Chapman Highway are worse than the ones in Iowa at Nationals?
Man, I don't know. I've only heard stories about the Chapman Highway hotels. I was warned not to get them early on, and I never did. But that hotel at Nationals, man, they scarred me, man. Like, no AC, or AC we thought wasn't working. You can't be fat and have AC issues. It just doesn't work.
They made you take the stairs, too.
Yep. Yeah, it was a covert operation to make me burn some calories. I am against this. Okay.
I'm glad Gabe made up for it though. He hosted a great event.
Yeah. Do you remember when we were leaving and they charged my card 3 times?
I remember that.
It was like, we've got $1,200 on hold for you. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. You're just gonna have to wait for it to come back. I was like, are you kidding me? And everything ended up settling out, and it was fine.
Good.
But that was you brought up a sore subject for me.
Oh man, that was good times.
Yeah, definitely good times. So, all right. So you're telling people to show up, expect to have fun because, they should have fun, even though they're going to lose, right?
That's right.
All right.
Despite all the trash talk, I love all these guys. I'm happy to see them and happy to spend some time with them, and even past the game to reconnect and see what people are doing. Right, it's more than a card game for me, and I'm glad to kind of build relationships and keep things going that way.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll get ready to move on to the next participant here. But this is Mr. Brian Jones, a.k.a. Stone Cold of Redemption, and possibly your first ever Mr. Classic. All right, guys, here we are with Mr. Jayden Alstad. How you doing, Jayden?
I'm doing well. How are you, John?
I'm doing fantastic because it's here, Mr. Classic.
We're so close.
We've talked about it for what feels like a year almost, and it's like, here we are. So how excited are you now that we're days away from the tournament?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, mostly just to see people, but like doing the actual gameplay and something that hasn't been really done before with Redemption is pretty exciting to get the top dogs out there and then a few of us other guys in there as well.
Well, you said it right, the top dogs. So let me ask you, if you were a betting man, and I don't know if you are or not, but if you were a betting man, what would you place your odds at of winning Mr. Classic heading into the tournament?
Oh man. I mean, I think I don't know. I would put my odds at maybe just above Brian, because that's the first matchup that I have to get through. And I would maybe go 60-40 in my favor. So I'm kind of leaning on a little bit of luck there, or hoping that the soul drought isn't too bad or anything, because I think that it's going to be a good matchup. I don't know, maybe it's more like 55-45, but I think being the 4 and the 5, we're in that good spot, and then the rest of it, I don't know. It's kind of like if the top seeds win, then I would have to play John in the second round, which I don't know. I can probably take him down. I feel like that matchup's like 80-20. No. he's easy.
Yeah.
And then on the third round, if I have to play Justin, that'll be an interesting one. But at that point, we might just mutual draw, so that we say oh yeah, the Alstads took the field.
No,
take that, Josiah.
No, you can't do that. There will be blood. There will be a fight to the death.
Yeah, I suppose we'd probably have to play it out, but I don't know. He's a little rusty, so maybe I'd have the edge.
Just get him a can of WD-40. It'll be okay.
It won't take much with these classic cards. I'm sure he'll just kind of get right into it. Actually, we did play a couple of games last Saturday, I guess, so 2 Saturdays ago for people listening, and that I think we each took one of the games, so it was fairish.
So that's a better report than, I made a bunch of mistakes and I still beat him, that we got from Josiah and Brian's game.
Right. That's why I'm saying that I'm putting myself a little bit above Brian, because for some reason, like Josiah's got my goat. Like when he was playing, I would never be able to beat him at nationals. That's just how it was. Like no matter how good the beginning of the game felt, he would come back and win. And so, if that's what he was saying about Brian, then I expect like us to be pretty even there. But I'm just gonna give myself a little bit of the edge because I gotta be confident in myself, at least to some degree.
When the gold is on the line, you can be a little bit arrogant. You
Right.
can be a little bit, shall we say, cocky when the title is on the line for the first ever Mr. Classic.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I mean, if I was truly a gambling man, though, I would put everything on Brian.
Oh, and then you would do that thing, yeah. Nice.
And I'd have
so
at
you would be a
least 3 bucklers
dishonest
in my
gambling
deck.
man.
Well, I mean, if you're already gambling, what's one
Pete
more?
Rose.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. Anybody that disputes that, turn the podcast off now. We have nothing in common.
Yep, I totally agree.
Barry Bonds deserves to be in there too. Oh, now I'm going to run for cover. Oh,
This
man.
is baseball, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Another sport that I'm not very familiar with.
God bless you, Alstads. So what you're telling me, though, is that if given the chance to take the Alstads or the field, like I gave Josiah, you would be all in on taking the Alstads.
I mean, gotta root for the home team, right? Seems fitting.
See, and that's baseball, too.
Probably do it.
Root for the home team. You're picking it up.
Every sport has a home team.
I know, but it's memorable for take me out to the ball game. Come on, man.
I suppose. All right, I'll give you that. I mean,
Okay.
could we could just do, we could include like adopted Alstads as well. Is John married into the family? So if we can take him too, then I feel like it's, I'll take our clown car versus the field.
Your clown car. Your Charlie Chaplin. Okay, so back to the few questions I have here for you. How much time have you put into, and I realize that a lot of this might be more theory crafting in your mind and thinking about it versus getting out that shoebox. It's like John was talking about, he couldn't find that box of his classic cards, and everybody's got that shoebox of cards you got that you didn't care about anymore because we rotated, and now you got to go and dig that out so you can build a deck. I don't know if the same is true for you, but
it's close. So sitting behind me here, I have my let's see. There are 12 of those cardboard boxes that are in one of those grid stack things, and each of them are my classic cards are all sorted by set. And so I want to say it was last Thursday night, I went through and I went through every single card in those boxes and pulled out all the ones that I thought I might need a few of to build some decks. So I pretty much brought out all of the cards that I could feasibly see myself using. And those are the cards that I'm planning to bring. And then I also built like 4 decks out of those cards. So 2 of those were the ones that Justin and I used to play on Saturday. So I've done some physical preparation, but yeah, most of it's just been kind of like, just thinking about what I want to build. And I haven't actually decided what deck I want to play yet for sure, but I'll get there eventually. Maybe Thursday night of next week. This week, I guess.
Don't build your deck the night before a tournament. I've learned that the hard way.
All right, fine. I'll do it the morning of.
So, how many different decks, even if it is mostly theory crafting, how many different deck ideas have you worked through so far? Like, have you started a list of, I'm thinking about that? No. I'm thinking about that? No. or is it more you're just thinking about certain interactions with cards and specific card like combinations that you're wanting to use?
I mean, I'm looking through specific decks. I guess the 4 decks I've got built. I mean, pretty much all of them were just like themes that I thought were at least playable, maybe not the best. I mean, one of them is Martin's 2012 deck that he won Nats with. But then the other 3 are just ones that I built and with kind of themes that I felt would be decent. I've looked at some of the other Nationals decks from around that era. Like the kind of the deck as it was called, which I believe John ran a version of it and took second at Nationals in 2012. And so I've looked at that and thought about it as something that I should probably be ready for. I don't know if it's necessarily my style. I might kind of adopt some things from it in the deck that I'm thinking about.
Dude, stop. Don't act like you have a style of deck. Your style is winning. Just tell the truth.
But back then, back in those days with these cards,
okay, maybe
I feel like I've got a little bit more of a style. I don't know. It's hard to have a style with these cards, actually.
I mean, it was they didn't have much of a style when they designed them either. So, sorry,
Shots
Rob.
fired.
Sorry, Rob.
I mean, we just got the news that we're talking about switching printers. So,
yes, although a slight bit of trepidation because they said new format, and last time the new format went from skinny card to a little bit thicker, and I'm hoping we don't change card sizes at all.
Right, that would.
I would hate that so much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be the right time to do it if there is a right time, if there is such a thing.
Yeah,
with the kind of phase 3, so to speak, or kind of slight change to the card face.
Yeah, that's definitely fair on the timing. I mean, I would love to avoid it, but if they are going to do it, now would be the time. But
right.
That was where my thought went, and it was a negative thought, so I didn't lead into it and I didn't post it. But I'm hoping format doesn't mean size.
Well, I applaud your restraint. Yeah, that's good. Although here we are now on the podcast.
Well, the podcast is where you have the chance to openly share your feelings, and it's not just a single sentence or two that can be, taken in the wrong context. I think everybody would
fair,
hope that we don't have card size issues. Right. Like, I was so excited that we finally got Scattered, even though it was a top cut promo and hard to obtain. We got that finally in the card size. We're getting Son of Gods that are accessible in the card size. Mostly they were national promos, but then they started doing them as seasonal promos. And then you just got Foreign Wives as the side event promo from last Nationals, and you finally have that not in the skinny 10 size. So I was all excited about those.
You thought Scattered Top Cut promo was hard to obtain?
Hey, calm down. I had to buy one, okay? And I'm not going to tell you how much I paid for it, because then my wife would hear, and I would like to keep the roof over my head.
Is your wife a listener?
No.
Oh.
See, now you made me sad. Even my wife doesn't believe in what I'm doing here.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't necessarily blame her if I didn't play. I probably wouldn't be all that interested.
I mean, I guess that's fair, but you would think she'd want to check in on her investment since all her money is going into this.
That's fair, yeah. Maybe she just checks like the listener count, Apparently Rob Smith's wife likes me because of the live stream I did with Luke, and where I was just laughing the entire time that he had the bat behind him like flying around. I
don't recall that. I guess I skipped out on that episode.
Oh man, that was like,
man, I'm sorry.
That was probably my best live stream, just because there was a bat in Luke's house while we were playing.
That's hilarious.
It was good.
I'm gonna have to go back and find that. Was that the live stream that happened following his like revisiting classic decks or whatever? The like eras of redemption?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yep.
Nice. It kind of ties into what we're talking about here. Classic cards,
true.
classic decks, classic eras. Hey,
Yep.
I'm gonna
look next week, and that video is just gonna be through the roof in views, I'm sure.
Yeah, check your viewer count. Watch it stay the same.
It might. I looked though in my my I&J starter deck tutorial video. That's up to like 1,500 views, which is like that's like all of the other of my videos combined. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt last week. Obviously, I skipped having an episode come out this past week because I waited to record until like the night before. And I don't know if you can tell, but I keep muting and coughing because pollen season has me all jacked up. Like my sinuses is like, you can even hear my voice crack a little bit more than normal because it's just like I've been hocking up lungs to the point to where like I shouldn't be able to breathe anymore because I've you know,
lost all of your lung.
Yes, I've exfoliated my body of lungs. So
I don't think exfoliated was the word you're looking for.
No, it's not.
It kind of works.
It does work. Expelled, I don't know. So anyway, so that's the reason that I didn't get an episode. It was a little bit of bad planning on my part, waiting till the last minute, but also, hey, I had an excuse, sinus issues. Mm-hmm. So hopefully we'll move past it.
A room seal or something for your what did you call it? Your
Clofus?
Clofus, yeah.
Dude, it's nice. I wish you guys could see it in person and see like the transformation from what it was before to what it is. And the whole time my wife's like, I don't think it's going to turn out how you want it. And she was right. It turned out so much better. It's friggin' awesome, dude. I love it.
Well, at least she got to see the results of that, you know, that investment.
Yep. Which actually, funny enough, I bought a lot of the stuff. Work actually bought it for me technically.
Oh, that was nice.
Because, and when I say technically, they owed me money. And so I guess now I've forced myself into explaining this because now it sounds like I'm stealing from a company. So
embezzlement, that's what that's called.
I bought we needed another label printer at work. We use Zebra label printers. And I saw someone selling one on Facebook. And I was like, okay, I'll pay cash and I'll just send in to our accounting department and have them cut me a check next time they do payroll or add it to my check to reimburse me. So we got that printer. I spent $250, I think it was. And then we actually ended up buying another one from Amazon. But the one we got in from Amazon was messed up. It was broken on site when we opened it up. So they ended up issuing a refund, and I was lazy and never sent in that the company owed me $250 for the one. So the $249 that got refunded to my Amazon account where I had used the company credit card, I ended up using that Amazon gift card to reimburse the $250 that they owed me. So I saved them a few cents, you know what I mean? So it works out, right?
Overachiever.
Yes. So
we'll just frame it in that way to make you, look better.
Yes. So bosses, if you're listening, I didn't steal money. Not a lot anyway. We are so far off the rails here.
My goal is to be the longest segment out of everyone. It's going to be tough to beat John, but
oh yeah, John's going to get on here and somehow like the wrestling references, the sports references. Oh man, I don't see how you're beating him.
Yeah.
Although you also know Jay's going to like to talk, and he's co-hosting. It's kind of his and Jeremy's idea for the tournament.
That's true.
So he's going to talk all about that. So Jay might be in the running for longest as well.
Well, I guess that kind of adds up. If it was If it was anybody, it would be one of those two.
I guess we could add the Alstads together so that Alstad versus the field can apply again.
There we go. But can we take John for that one as well?
I mean, I guess if you just want to dominate. So, I guess I don't even know where we were really. I think we were talking about the ideas that you work through or whatnot.
Yeah, something like that. I've got one idea that I kind of want to do, but I don't think it'll be very good, but it'll be kind of fun. But this maybe isn't the tournament for that, but it's also like, when will there ever be another tournament for that? You know? But then there's the other idea where I'm just like, I should just do that, and you know, that's what I would feel the most confident with, you know?
Is this idea that you have that would be more of a fun thing? Is it a combo-y type thing?
Yeah. Well, I'll just say what it is because I'm not going to do it. If I say what it is, then it will like convince me not to do it later on.
See,
like,
and that
the night
works.
before when I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta make it. So it's King Jehoshaphat from Priests, who can ban 2 heroes from like 2nd Chronicles 17 to 20 something, or like, you know, he can ban to like 2 different heroes.
Such an
One of
odd
them,
thing.
Yeah, compared to the new Jehoshaphat who bans to every hero. And then Elishama the priest, I think he's the one, or he's like, if King Jehoshaphat's in play, you can put an enhancement from your discard pile on a hero in your territory, and then when they enter battle, the enhancement activates. So then if I have those 2 in battle, and then I have Throne of David, I get to play first when they block. So you put Zeal on Phineas, and then you play either Peace Treaty or United Kingdom on Jehoshaphat after they block, abandons Phineas, and then they just get Zealed right away. And, you know, it'd just be other good purple and teal stuff along with that. But
that sounds definitely interesting.
That's the fun part, I guess.
That's with my limited knowledge of like you saying these cards. I know in Classic or Scrolls cards, if you hear Zeal for the Lord, you just know it's good. And then that's you know, if you're Josiah, you just make Jay think you have Zeal, and it works out.
It's a good. Let's see who's playing Jay. That's Justin. Yeah, I'll have to remind him to play Phineas and Zeal. Or just at least Phineas.
Yeah. So I guess taking into account there how that interaction that Josiah mentioned about knowing what the opponent had or what they didn't have kind of leads into this next question of how much thought are you putting into what you expect to see from, I mean, right now it's probably hard to forecast anything past the first round. So, you know, you're playing Brian in the first round. It's a lot easier to think about that than it is to, okay, I've got all 7 other competitors. Let me think about what they're playing, because there's really only like, 4 of those that you're going to have a chance to face anyway. So, you know, you're thinking about like your path or whatever. It's easier to focus on Brian. So maybe you're thinking more about what he might play, or like, are you leaning into, okay, if I beat Brian, I play John, what he might play? How much thought are you giving to what you expect to see from other players?
I mean, I think it would make the most sense to kind of think about what Brian is playing, and like I really don't think that I played Brian all that much at that point. I don't remember when he actually like was started going to nationals, and so yeah, I mean, I kind of know his play style from kind of more recent years, and it does kind of flow similarly to what, you know, Josiah would play, but I think he was a little, you know, Brian would be a little more aggressive, and so I'm sure that will probably come out to some degree here, and so I have to be kind of prepared for that. As far as the following rounds, I'm not thinking about it too much, but I do kind of, or I did kind of do some figuring, I guess, to kind of figure out what my odds were of playing players
So
in
you
the
were
second
working
round.
the odds.
Well, a little bit, just to like figure out who I actually should be, the most concerned about playing in the second round. So, like, for instance, like Justin and myself, like, we're the second seed and the fourth seed, and so in order to play in the second round, Rahan would have to beat Tyler, and John would have to win as well. So, like, John winning, he's the first seed, so that seems feasible. Not that I don't believe that Mark could do it, pull an upset, but it's possible. But then also, it would have to be Ron pulling an upset and Justin and I playing, or both winning, and so that would be. I think that's the only scenario in which Justin and I play in the semifinals, and so I'm not quite as concerned about like preparing for what he's playing, because if we do play, it would probably be in the final game. At which point we're just going to mutual draw, right? And,
Dude, I'm pretty sure that at that point, if you guys get to the end and you refuse to play and you do a mutual draw, I'm pretty sure it's turning into a tag team. It's going to be Fortress Alstad, the Alstad brothers, versus the Chamber brothers in a knockout, drag out, like legitimate fist fight. If you ruin the final matchup, I'm pretty sure that Jeremy's coming off the top rope at one of you guys, and he's going to have a wrestling move nobody's ever seen, and it's going to be called like the Flying Chicken.
You're trying to tell me that that's not an actual wrestling move already?
No, I can't say that I've ever heard of anybody doing the Flying Chicken, but there's a chicken farmer from Alabama that's working his craft right now. I promise you that. And if you ruin this, he's coming off the top rope.
I'll be ready. No, I'm sure we'll have to duke it out as brothers, just kind of for the glory.
Is that where you pull a John and you like mutually draw, but then play it out to see what would happen?
We can do something like that, Yeah. Let's see. And then also I thought about I kind of thought about it after Mark. He was asking for people to play him on Lackey, and like he was offering gift cards or something for your turn games for people to play him. he really wanted to get some practice in, I guess. But I actually played him in my video that came out last week, and like he didn't play the deck that he's planning to play, which makes sense because it was for a video, but he also didn't want to reveal anything to me, I'm sure. But I did the figuring there, and there's only one scenario in which the two of us play in the semifinals, and so it's 1 out of 16 possible outcomes that I figured that wasn't super likely either. So
here you are pulling the Doctor Strange, looking into the figuring out, and you're like, nah, I'm not that worried about Mark. But what if Mark knew that you would think this way, and so he actually did play the deck that he's going to play? Maybe Mark's toying. He
played Martin's deck from 2012. So if he does play that, I'm going to be fairly confident. Well, for one, I'll be able to tell it's that deck from like the first card he plays, and
is
two,
that distinctive?
It's, I mean, your opponent puts down Abishai or put down Hellas, like you're gonna figure it out right away.
Man, I'm really gonna have to work on some of these names.
Well.
Dude, like,
come on, man, you're the commentator. You're gonna have to. You got to do some homework here.
I'm sticking with my excuse that I can't see what card it is because there's writing on top of the artwork, and I can't read the card because the writing's on top of the artwork. So if I work that double-sided coin of excuses, I think I'll be okay. I'll set up a good safety net so people can't be too mad.
See, I mean, I don't even read the cards anymore. I just kind of like, I can see the outline, and then it's like, oh, it's that card. Like that brigade, that border. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Ah, classic. That's a soldier's prayer.
Well, I mean, that one's even got more distinctive features. With the whole silver border and everything.
Man, King Nebuchadnezzar's gonna ride again in foil one last time.
That, and you can see the elevation difference. The TXP cards are a little bit closer to you because of the pringling.
And they might raise off the table too with a little bit of curling.
Yeah, I mean, I should probably actually work on flattening out the ones that I'm planning on using.
Yeah, that might be good. Or you can just buy new ones from Andy. He'll be there selling them, and it'll be his only chance to sell classic cards to competitive players. So I'm sure he's digging that.
Man, I was going through my cards, and I have 20 copies of I Am Creator.
That's not enough.
So,
those are rookie numbers. You're gonna have to pump those numbers up in this racket.
Yeah. So I'll probably be good on cards, but I'm sure there will be something that I forgot to bring that I'm like, oh, I got to use this card.
Now, look,
that reminds me, I should probably check to make sure I pulled out King Jehoshaphat.
Yeah, you should do that. But let me ask you, do you have enough copies of A New Beginning that you have a copy per errata?
A copy per errata.
Like, how many times has that thing been rewritten? Like 8, 9?
It's got to be something like that. All right, my pile's right here. I think I pulled out all of those because I figured that if there was one card that I wanted all of them with me, it'd be that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looks like 10. So that's probably about right.
Nice.
I mean, I guess also that's a card that if I do play Type 2 on Friday, maybe I'll want to max out on those. And, then I can also make sure that you can max out on those when you play Type 2 on Friday.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You build the deck and I'll play it. That's as close as I can get to playing that.
I'm trying to decide, trying to figure out if I'll have time to, 1, build a deck for myself, and 2, build a deck for other people, because I know that other people aren't going to bring decks except for Jay. Maybe Tyler. I don't know.
Well, in my defense, I just decided when they asked me to do commentary that I wasn't playing anything. Now, Jay did kind of set it up to where when you registered, you were forced to sign up for something. So technically, I signed up and told Jay that I would be playing the Iron Man. So, but I still haven't even built a deck for that.
How many classic cards do you have?
Do I
did
have?
Did you go through and buy all the important ones when before rotation?
I believe I got most of the ones that I needed. And okay, to put all of my classic cards, and that's including all of the IJ extra cards that came with, I guess the first phase of, or I guess it was in both phases, right, of the separated GOC.
Right, yep.
I filled up a shoebox and then had a decent-sized stack of IJ and classic cards. And that shoebox and those classic cards, or those IJ cards and classic cards, are still at the church from where we tried and did not succeed very well with a play group in the fall. So that's how important I have found those cards.
Fair enough.
When I got in, knowing that rotation was coming, I went full-fledged into rotation to where I have multiples of most things that are important to have now. And so I guess I missed a lot of that that classic scene when I started 2019, and then shortly after his rotation.
Yeah, you didn't miss too much. Like, I mean, there are definitely some, like, building for scrolls only, I can kind of see, like, okay, maybe there are some decks that use more classic cards than kind of get a reputation now, but scrolls only decks are definitely they've got nothing to hold up to the rotation decks that we're seeing now. So it's like, most decks, even at that point, when you started, were mostly rotation.
Yeah, it was probably like 3 to 6 classic cards on average for most decks. But of course, though, the ones that you had were fairly important to the consistency and structure of the deck.
Right. And now Necromancer can copy Uzza, so that's a thing.
Yeah, that's nice. So what has it been like going back and revisiting the format of Scrolls Only to prepare for this tournament? Has it been like a flood of nostalgia, or are you getting excited about being able to play some cards that you thought you had played for the last time?
There's definitely a little bit of the nostalgia aspect. I think also just it was just kind of reminding me of how far we've come, or kind of really, in a way, like how much more complicated the game is, but also, that the game is more fun, I think. I mean, not that I don't have fun playing with classic cards, but it's just like I joked at the beginning of my game against Marc. I was like, okay, do you have any stars? And then it's just like, there's no stars, there's no reserves, there's hardly any territory class enhancements. There are no territory class characters, so it's there's a lot less to keep track of, and you don't have to think as much before you're ready to go into battle and do the kind of most exciting part of the turn, or kind of most interactive part of the turn. And so I think that there's definitely some merit to that. Like, I mean, if I think it would be cool to have something like this happen more regularly, and for players who have been playing for maybe a few years now, like you have, I'm sure you would enjoy, at least to some degree, seeing what the game was like then, and kind of getting that simpler feel. Not simple as in like starter deck abilities, but just simple as in overall flow of the game. I'm just like, okay, I know what my best attack here is, and you don't have to set it up with 3 different artifacts, and I guess only 1 territory class enhancement now, but and I think the one territory class kind of brings it back a little bit to that point, but there's still so many abilities on characters, and or territory class characters, and artifacts, different places you can activate artifacts and all that. So it definitely brought me back a little bit, not even necessarily just from the like, oh, these cards that I can use, but really like, oh, this game that I played, it's so much different.
Yeah. What do you expect the gameplay of that environment to be like? John on the podcast with Josiah mentioned Scrolls Only being a much slower format, to where it's like almost like you're not generating all of that upfront card advantage, and you're more so working it at a methodical pace. And you've got obviously some games under your belt. You played Justin and also Marc that you mentioned. So what do you expect the gameplay to be like in that environment, as just a general sense?
Yeah, I would say definitely slower. Like, I mean, it's you're not drawing nearly as many cards. Like, the Matthew that I was using against Marc drew 3 cards at most, and even then it was in his time, that Matthew was like the only hero that was really doing that. I guess Abigail and Ishmaya, kind of came out a few years later and kind of were doing similar things, but like you have a lot less drawing on characters, or at least on heroes, and you're not getting you're not doing quite as much searching, especially not in territory or like outside of battle, and so the pace of the game is a little bit more laid back as far as total actions, but I think it goes fast enough where like it's a lot simpler. There's less to keep track of, and so you can make your decisions more quickly. There's not as much searching, and so I feel like you get more turns overall, but you need those more turns in order to actually find your Son of God in New Jerusalem, in order to find all the cards you need to actually finish the game.
Sorry, I lost my place here. Oh, okay.
You were looking up New Jerusalem, like, what is he talking about?
No, I know what New Jerusalem does. I got it as a bunch of winter promos.
Well, you got that New Jerusalem, but talking about the classic New Jerusalem.
Yes, the one that, that'd be an interesting case study. Which New Jerusalem has the worst cuts? The original or the winter promo ones?
The worst cuts?
Yeah, like there was some of those winter promos to where it had no white border on one side and all of it was on one side. But I feel like
the old ones were fine.
I feel like the old one that I had was kind of off center too.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so if we fast forward to the end of the tournament and you're standing there being announced as the first ever Mr. Classic. And
you say if?
Oh, see, that's what we need. We need somebody that really just wants to lean in with the trash talk, and that's what I need. But okay, so
it's the podcast. I can talk about my true feelings, right? That's what you said.
Yes. So you're standing there, you're getting crowned Mr. Classic. Maybe we'll even hit the Mr. Classic, and they give you this gaudy title belt. And in Redemption's 27 going on 28 years, you're the first ever Mr. Classic. What does that mean to you?
Well, I mean, a year ago it probably wouldn't have meant anything, but I think now that it's kind of had that build up throughout the entire year, I think it would be pretty sweet. I mean, it's something that I kind of mentioned earlier, Redemption has never done, but it's something that, I think the Chamber Brothers have the intention of kind of continuing and kind of, doing these, different things. And so I feel like in the way, probably similar to, whoever it was that won the first Type 2 only, I don't know, it was probably Justin, but, it's like, the Type 2 only winning it at that point is kind of like, okay, that was cool. That was fun, playing Type 2, which is, playing the best category. And then, getting to win kind of that first one. But then it's like, over the years now that, it's like, oh, people are traveling from out of state to come to this, from people are flying in for this event. That's going to be, I think it will mean more at that point, because it's like, okay, this is something that I already have a piece of, I guess, which I guess this one's been hyped up enough where there are people coming from out of state, and I don't know how many people are actually flying in, but we definitely got some travelers in with Marc coming from New York and us coming from Minnesota. So it's, I think that, it's already probably bigger than the first Type 2 only. And, hopefully we can get it up to Type 2 only numbers after it's been, after it progressed throughout the years, and, get it beyond that even.
Yeah, I heard a rumor, and I don't know if it's concrete. They've decided that they're going with this, and I don't know if they've shared it with you guys, but at one point I was told that the goal was to have this title belt be like a traveling trophy type thing. So
I think I kind of heard that same rumor.
yeah,
It'll be if I win, I don't know if I'm going to make it next year though. That's the problem.
well, just imagine having to show up and lay it on the line like you do in wrestling, to where you got the number one contenders, 7 of them coming for your belt. Imagine if you were to, imagine you win, and then that next year you win again, and you're the 2-time Mr. Classic, and there's never been another one. Dude, then imagine if 3-time. Dude, like, you could really carve out a nice legacy. You could finally get out of your brother's shadow.
Yeah, that'd be good. We'll get there someday.
Maybe. So, if you did win, would you display the belt proudly? Are you showing that thing off?
I mean, definitely, for the people who know what it means, I gotta display it. Wear it at least for a little bit. I mean, on Saturday, I don't know, how cumbersome it will be to continue it, or wearing it. I don't know how tight it gets. There's not a lot of stuff here to hold it up. So,
see, we're on different ends of that spectrum. So I don't know about that life, skinny man. But I'm just saying,
run around in the shower to get wet.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I wonder if, like, so Jayden, 3 weeks after you win, you got to go get an oil change. Are you getting out of your car to pay for that oil change wearing Mr. Classic? Like, that's what the people want to know. They want to know, are you showing it to random people that have no clue? Are you getting pulled over? And, hey, hold on. Don't give me a ticket. Here's my title belt. Like, how proud are you going to be of that? Come on, man. You're going to wear it out in public. Tell the truth.
I mean, I wouldn't want to, scuff it up or anything, It's a risky move. I got to have it in the background of my Redemption with Jayden videos, so.
Oh, yeah, that's a good display part for it. And what's crazy is you might get to do that whether you win or your brother wins.
That's true. I have yet to actually put up the shelves with that I'm planning to do. I've got the plan in mind. I just need to actually figure out the construction and execution.
Yeah, you've got a bigger space to work than the little closet that I did, so it takes a little bit more time.
Yep.
So
I've got the LED strips though. So
hey, I thought about those, but it was an extravagance that I didn't think I necessarily needed at the time.
I just happened to be walking by them at Costco, and I was like, well, I guess if they're right here.
The recording lights that I have that are kind of like the ones you have, they come with those little generic color. I don't know what you call them that slip over the front.
Yeah.
So I mean, I could make budget LED lights.
There you go. Yeah.
So we've done a lot of wrestling analogies, and that's obviously because there's a heavyweight title belt on the line that bears the name Redemption. And I mean, it's just a cool factor. Ever since John wore that thing at Nationals last year, I mean, it's been on everyone's mind, and it's burning in their minds. Everybody wants a chance at Mr. Classic, but there's only 8 that's got a shot at it. But of you 8, we've got you paired into round 1 matchups. You know who you're playing. You and Brian Jones. We've talked about it ad nauseum at this point. I think it's probably the matchup I'm looking forward to the most in the first round. But if you were to compare your matchup to legendary wrestlers, what's that matchup like? And who do you see each of you being? Is it like Stone Cold versus The Rock? Is it The Undertaker versus Rey Mysterio? Something crazy. Who would you be, and who would Brian be?
Man, you're kind of going into a wheelhouse that I have not ventured into a whole lot. It's really your thing more. I feel like you would have a better idea of what that kind of matchup would be, especially if it's I don't know, you could maybe think back to what the wrestling matchup that you were most excited to see, because you know, if we're the match that you're the most interested in round one, then I feel like it's got to kind of be based off of that, right?
I mean, I guess I could throw out some comparisons, but I think, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how everyone else answers this question whenever I record with them, because we might end up with like 6 people saying I'm The Rock, or like I'm Stone Cold. I just feel like nothing lets you know that someone's about to get the whole can opened on them when you hear the glass breaking and Stone Cold walks out. So I think that's reserved for probably like the biggest trash talker, maybe. The Rock's also a big trash talker. And I feel like you're more of that. You're that really solid, like you've got a good history behind you of like performance wise and setting goals and achieving those in high place finishes. I would say you're probably like Kurt Angle. You might not know of Kurt Angle, but Kurt Angle was an Olympic wrestler before he joined the World Wrestling Federation, then changed to World Wrestling Entertainment. And they gave him this Olympic style entrance and everything. He had the Olympic jumpsuit on with his gold medal all the time, just showing that thing off, like you're going to do when you win Mr. Classic, showing that belt off. Yep. Now, the one stark difference between him and you is, well, I guess there's 2. They didn't have to worry about if the belt would tighten around him. But also, he's completely bald. And I guess he wasn't early on, but he had kind of a flat top. Did not have the long hair. So he did not look like the dude.
Huh. So what would I have to get people to do in order to convince me to shave my head?
Oh, man. Let's don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I won't.
What if you cut your hair and you started losing and you couldn't win again? You'd be like Samson, man.
That's true. I could. Yeah, I did kind of start growing out my hair in, around 2020, and that's, when I started having more success at nationals. So I don't think that could be a thing.
That could be a thing, and it probably is a thing. So leave the hair alone. You'll look weird without it. I
haven't had it for most of my life. So.
Well, you look like you have. You wear it well. Or maybe it wears you at this point. Who knows?
It's a wig.
Yeah. I'll give you Kurt Angle. And Kurt Angle was in a match one time with Shane McMahon, who is the son of Vince McMahon, who was the owner of the WWF, WWE. So
we're saying like that's Josiah, and then his son.
His son is Brian. Sure, that works. But I was going to talk about the pedigree, but not someone that is in as much game action ready as you are, being the Olympic gold medalist. This is someone that has been away, hasn't been wrestling full time because he hasn't had to. Now he's getting back in and he's in the spotlight. And yeah, like I feel like that's a good solid matchup. Now, Brian's going to be mad that I told him that I compared him to Shane McMahon. But I feel like it fits. And if I remember correctly, he had this weird dance that he would do in the ring, and his music would just be like money, 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 money. So I could see Brian walking out to that.
Okay, so I'm gonna. This was about to be a lot funnier than it is now. But you said Kurt Hennig, right?
No, Kurt Angle.
Kurt Angle. Oh, okay. Well, I was just looking at. Okay, so Kurt Hennig is Mr. Perfect, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So he's the guy that, as I was looking through the 25 greatest wrestlers of all time, that like just based on looks, I was like, oh, okay, maybe he'd be the one.
Yeah. Take a stab.
I have to work on the curly the hair a little bit, but
take a stab at Kurt Angle there. Take a look at that.
Oh boy, he's got a big neck.
He does. He is all neck.
No, I mean, he's got a lot of everything else too, but
Yeah, but that neck is definitely his like strongest feature that you first notice. Now look at Shane McMahon.
So, if I show up to Mr. Classic in a singlet, am I,
If you show up in a singlet, then Josiah might show up and put you in the spladle. But it's funny that you talk about the neck of Kurt Angle, because Shane McMahon has a pretty solid neck himself.
yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, he does. Man, this guy's kind of old.
Yeah, but back in the day, he was Shane O'Mac, and homie, don't play. You see the one with the money in the air. There's money floating around him as he enters the ring. Brian is straight cash, homie.
All right, well, that's how Brian has to enter now.
So Brian is Shane O'Mac. I'm sorry, Brian. It's the first thing that came to me, man.
That's what you get for not recording before me, Brian.
Let's just give you the floor real quick and say that you have now's your opportunity. Is there a message you want to give to the other participants, the other competitors, the other losers? Or the losers, I guess, not the other. If you win, you're not a loser, right? Is there just a little bit of trash talking you want to leave? Just your final message to them before you sit down across the table.
I would just want to encourage them, so I know that they'll be going through some difficult times ahead, and just want to let them know that I'll be there to listen if they need a shoulder to cry on or anything. I just want to make sure that they feel okay after suffering such a great loss.
And will you allow pictures with the belt for the other participants after you win?
Allow pictures with the belt for the...
Go ahead and say no.
Them.
Tell them they're not allowed. It's okay.
Why would they get pictures with the belt? We wouldn't want the wrong message to go across. That would be deceiving. That's pretty sure there's some rules in the Bible against that.
I guess so. Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait to see how all of these are answered. I really think that section right there has John Earley written all over it. That is going to be his moment to shine. So we'll have to see how it goes. Now,
I'm excited.
In the run of longest segment here, we're at 59 minutes.
Yes.
So this might be a 5-hour podcast.
Well, it's a good thing you're getting a head start.
Yes, definitely a good thing. So I guess that's all of the questions I had. You want to say something to your adoring fans out there that are waiting to see you win this belt?
Oh boy. Well, I would just say that I hope that I see a lot of people there, because I think it's going to be a lot of fun, not just for those who are participating in the invitational portion, but just for the booster draft. That's going to be that doing a classic booster draft that's pretty much all we do in Minnesota. Not like fully classic, but we always use a few foil packs with our drafts, and it's always pretty fun to see some old cards getting used, and there's always some good interactions there. Some classic type too. It'd be good to see that, maybe play it. I don't know. I left that part blank on my registration, so that way I'm not committed to either. Although Jay did send me a message afterwards. He was like, "So you're not playing type 2?" And I was like, "Don't worry, man. I'm figuring it out." But yeah, I think that it's going to be a great weekend, and I hope to see people there. It'll be good.
And you will be signing autographs after your win, correct?
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, as long as my playing hands aren't too worn out from smacking down. But I might have someone else do the signing for me.
Nice, a Ghost Rider for your signature.
Yeah. Or maybe I'll just bring a stamp.
All right. So that is Mr. Jayden Alstad, Redemption with Jayden, and possibly your first ever redemption, Mr. Classic.
Woo.
All right, guys, here we are with the number 3 seed in the Mr. Classic tournament, Mr. Tyler Stevens. How you doing, Tyler?
Good. I'm happy to be here.
Yep. I know that you are returning from a vacation where you went snowboarding, so tell us how that went.
Yeah, I went out to Colorado. I love snowboarding. I live down in the South, so if I want to get some real powder and some good runs, I have to go out west. So I got to take a trip up to North Carolina, a little local trip last month, get warmed up, and then got to go out west with a girlfriend and another couple out there that lives out there. So we got to stay with them for free and hit the slopes with them all day. So I had a blast. It was beautiful, and we had snow every day. So it was an awesome time.
That does sound fun. Meanwhile, here in Alabama and in the South where you're at, we're going through a current cold spell. So, if we're going to be cold, at least we could have some of the decorative snow fall on the ground every now and then,
I told my friends when I left, I was like, what's crazy is I was at Red Rocks before I left, and we had snow all over the place as well, and then left there and told my friends, what's crazy is I'm going to put up my stuff and I'm going to be wearing shorts for the rest of the year, and I come back to a freeze warning, so brought it with me.
Yeah, there you go. It's all your fault. So, I will say that I assume that you are much like I am in the fact that since you talked to both Jeremy and Jay, you've known about Mr. Classic for probably a year now, or close to a year. So at this point now, it's just days away. You're one of the participants. You've known that you were going to participate for a while now. I believe you got your invitation on the way to Nationals. So with it just days away now, how excited are you for it? And what's it like knowing that it's finally here just right around the corner?
Oh, I'm pumped. Yeah, you're right. I've definitely known for a while. So getting the invitation, that was in August. You were there, like you said. It was on the way to Nationals, a hand delivered invitational, and then seeing the belt in person and talking about it, for all that to finally come to almost an end, and it's right around the corner. It's so exciting, especially with most of these players. You got to understand, or other people, I think they kind of assume, but they don't realize we've all known each other. Heck, 3 of them are related, but we've all known each other for half of our lives. Not Ron, quarter of his life, but majority of us have known each other for so long. And the fact that we're all in a tournament together, going up against each other in a bracket style, makes it's a whole nother spin on it. We're all friends, and we always root for each other. But now we get to be competitive, and we don't always be competitive. Like John and I, we don't really play as much. I still play Type 2 at Nationals, but we don't really play as much as we used to. And this is bringing out that competitive side that I would say got these players to the top. There's a reason why they were picked. So it brings out a whole new edge for players that have known each other and played each other for over a decade, up to almost 2 decades now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone has that a little bit of an aggressive streak when it comes to getting into that and getting in the right mindset, sitting down at the table and playing. And that mindset that you guys have has led to most of you being able to win things and, earn accolades toward this. Of course, we've got a couple of guys that earned their way by playing into it. But what did it feel like being chosen as one of those people that are deemed, one of the top players in the history of the game? How did that feel?
It felt awesome. It really did. Sometimes it's just a card game, and then you look at it and you look at the relationships you've built over time, and really the time and I guess you could say time and money that you spent. But when you look at, I say, my career in Redemption for over 15 years, and you kind of put all that into an invitation of, hey, you're one of the top players of all time. It's really it's humbling, but it's also amazing to have people think of you like that. Like, I wasn't like, hey, I need to be in here. I'm one of those top 8. So it's, hey, we thought you were in here, and we want you to participate in this. So it's going to be an amazing opportunity. It's also the first that I know of a tournament like this. So very exciting overall.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be nice to finally, we've talked about it so much, just finally know who the winner of that first ever Mr. Classic is and just see how it goes. I think everyone's excited for the actual community aspect of it, getting to add another, date on the calendar where you get to hang out with everyone. But man, I'm really hoping that you guys sit down and every one of you get into that mind frame that made you one of those players, and we see some really crazy back and forth gameplay. So what would you, if you were a betting man, what would you place your odds at of being able to take this thing and become that first ever Mr. Classic?
Anyone in this tournament should put themselves as the winner. So every single person should give you the same answer of like, I'm the favorite. Like, I'm going to win this thing. There's a reason we're in here. I am very laid back. I joke around. Majority of my games, I'm rooting for my opponent to win. Even at nationals when I sit down for Type 2. Like, I'm joking with people and everything. Old me, stone face, no reaction. I'm not going to make misplays. I'm just going to stare you down. I'm going to capitalize on your mistakes. And I'm just going to sit there. And I'm going to play my game. And it's going to be clean. And it should be intimidating when you play someone and you can't make a mistake. So for me, I know where my level of play is and what I'm going to be bringing to the table. So I'm absolutely the favorite to win this, and I would hope any other person and every other person you interviewed said the exact same thing.
Yeah, we got a few of the humble people that are still there, but we're hoping that they drop that humility when they sit down in that chair, because man, we just need it to be a knockout, drag out, steel cage match. We need it to be Hell in a Cell. We need it to be Elimination Chamber. We've been comparing it to wrestling. Wrestlers do not step in the ring thinking that they're going to get beaten or that they're not going to win, because that's how you get injured. That's how you lose momentum and you lose your chance for obtaining those title matches. So hopefully, like you said, everyone, when they sit down, that mindset, even if they haven't said it, is what they have going into it.
Oh, I agree. Even if they're not saying it, that's great. That is awesome. I love humble people. I think it's amazing. You just give the people what they want. You want a competitive edge. You want to get in there and you want everyone to think, hey, I'm here for a reason. I'm going to win this match and I'm going to keep winning until I get the belt.
Yeah. How much time have you put into preparing for this tournament and working on building your deck that you're going to play?
Realistically, I have put in, like, hour-wise, I know for a fact I've put in over 40 hours of researching. I know I've put in probably 10 to 15 hours talking to others, strategies. And when I just say research, it's just combing the archives. And then none of that includes actually deck building and testing. That is a completely separate area for me. So it's research and I'm brainstorming. I'm bouncing ideas off people. And then I go into deck craft and then I go back to research. Crafting wise, I probably spent a little over another 40 hours realistically, like just actual 40 hours, like full-time week minimum into crafting. And then the fine tune, when I finally was like, okay, here's what I'm playing, then it comes down to just playing it over and over and over. And I don't know how many hours that is. There's a couple weeks there where it was 1 to 2 hours a day. And that's when I got my fine tuned, this is what I'm playing. So I probably 100 to 120 hours over the last couple months.
Yeah. How many different ideas did you work through, whether that was just you working through it on your own or, checking with other people? How many ideas did you scour and find on the archives before you worked to what you think you're settled on to play?
I went through all the flex bones and different variants that I think there are, and what's ideal now compared to at the time. I went through different stone walls. I went through a lot of D-heavies. I went through a lot of site lockouts. I went through some Raider camp stuff. And then I went through different builds with Isaiah decks, Throne, and just top offenses, judges. I went through anything I could find. I went through every single card in Scrolls, period. And I separated by brigade multiple times. And then I went through deck by deck, pairing every brigade together. What does anything splash better? What do I need to stop? So when it goes through different deck ideas, I don't even have a good answer. I went through every single card dozens of times for Scrolls only. I pulled in everything on Lackey. I pulled in everything physically. Like I had to go back to storage and pull out my old scrolls, and I pulled them
out your
all out.
old scrolls like you
out
like you went and actually pulled the scroll.
Just let me see here. So from different deck ideas, I feel like I tried to put together or did put together every sort of variant that I could. Even random stuff with like heretics and Judas and arresting Gethsemane and all sorts of stuff. Because even if I feel like I wasn't going to play it, I needed to know how does it play? What does it have? What does it have to offer? Can I pull any of that? So from what I think, like weapon class, by the numbers banding, I went through every single archetype that I knew of or could find from that era.
So you're another one of those that preparation is not going to be what you get stumbled up on.
Correct.
So if you can eliminate preparation, then it's just between you and that person sitting across from you. So in thinking about that now and the next step of you've got a deck built, how much thought have you given to what you expect other people to play? And kind of, you noted at the beginning of this how you guys have known each other for a significant portion of your lives. And how much have you given thought to how people build decks that you are going to see in this tournament? Like Justin, for example, I'm sure you could describe how he builds decks typically, what his play style is, where he's, normally at in that comfort zone. And then you could probably do that for every player in this thing except for maybe Marc. So how much of that are you trying to use to prepare and get ready for this thing?
I do like to theorize what people are playing, and I do like to build what I think people are playing and go up against it. So my first opponent, I can't look over anyone. My first opponent is Ron, and he's probably the person that I know the least about what they're playing because he used to play a bunch of speed decks. So I have him as a speed by the numbers deck, but I'm not entirely sure. He always plays Reach AOC, stuff like that back in the day. So I think he's still going to be on Reach AOC. It just matters what does he mix with that. Ron has always played some by the numbers as well, so I still think he's going to play AOC with a by the numbers offense, and just a lot of times you used to see a Reach AOC or a Valley Assault with a name Isaiah and by the numbers or weapon class by the numbers. So I think Ron will run that. And then when I look at everyone, because it's you have no clue who you're going to play. I could lose first round, and then it doesn't matter. Anyone can beat anyone in this tournament. But I do think Jone plays a Flexbone variant. Jone made phenomenal decks back in the day. Still does. I mean, he's always made great decks, but he had a deck called Flexbone. It was a variant of the deck. And it was kind of like a ratio deck where you take the best of the best, and from a ratio perspective, your defense is almost like a 1-to-1, and then it changed to a new defense. I think he's going to upgrade that, and I don't see him playing a D heavy. He's done that in the past, and I don't see him playing a large deck. I think John is smart enough to know that he's the number 1 seed, and if you time, as long as you're winning as the number 1 seed, you move on. So if he can block you and get a few, then he moves on. But I still have him as a flexbone variant. I think Marc plays weapon class by the numbers, but I have no clue. I'm from what I know, I don't even think I've met Marc, so I'm really excited for that. I think it'd be funny if Jayden played Z Temple because it's posties, but I think he reverts back to judges. I've played Jayden for years. He's historically played Covenant with Death and judges. Brian, Throne, Auto is his bread and butter. It's what got him there. So I still think he plays some sort of Throne or just Auto Gideon with Throne. And then you got Justin. Justin has always played and Thummim. That's his favorite card with Divination. So to me, that I think he plays teal, pale green with Assyrians and Magicians, or he plays like Isaiah with teal, like green teal with Assyrians and Magicians. He also really likes brown, so I could see him playing brown. And then Jay, I think Jay plays silver, teal, and judges. Silver being your by the number stuff, and then he'll play a couple teal heroes that are good with Zeal and some judges. You got me, and then I think Ron, like I talked about. So as you can tell, I've given it a lot of thought what they're going to play. And who knows? Maybe I'm just saying that so they surprise me.
That could be. You could be running that little bit of Josiah thing to where like he put it out, and then a couple people have mentioned how that kind of made them go back and revisit some things, or maybe not visit some things, you know.
Yep.
But I guess you've been around for quite a while. Obviously, you progressed from being, I guess you were classified as one of those RLKs, right, at one point?
Yeah.
But you've progressed all the way up to an elder in this game. So you've been around for a while. You've seen a lot of things. You've seen different eras of the game. And obviously, you're well-versed in the era of scroll format, to where, you know, cards before the IJ redesign on the new card face, or I guess now it's not necessarily called the new card face because there's a new one coming out. So I guess we got to shore that up, how we're going to call that. But the IJ card face, what was it like for you going back and revisiting the time period of that era of Redemption with those classic scroll cards before the IJ redesign?
So let's see. I know this will be random. I moved to Georgia in 1999. I was born in 1989. I'm 33. I was playing in Florida, and you've had me on before. I've given my history. My grandparents own a Christian bookstore, and I was playing in Florida in probably 97, 98. And then to have my trajectory in my career and all over the place, playing in so many different categories as well, and scrolls being such a massive part of that. Like I said earlier, one of my toolboxes of cards is in my storage unit because I'm in an apartment. So I had to go back and grab my toolbox that has my quote unquote non-rotation or my scrolls, and bringing them out and seeing them. Man, you get all the feels, you get all the nostalgia. I remember playing with my cousin, like I said, in the 90s. I remember going to the Christian Bookstore Association conventions, meeting Rob and his kids, and like actually really learning the game and having scrolls, and then just flashback of all my nationals. Like you look at these guys in the brackets, you know, see how many. It'd be very interesting to see how many nationals the 8 of us combined for. And of those 8, you know, how many of them all overlap with each other? Obviously, it's going to be majority. So you also have memories. It's not just a card where it has a scroll on it. You have memories attached to it where cards have, you know, you've lost to certain cards. I hate Auto Gideon. Like I hate Auto Gideon.
Hey, now I played from 2019 on, and I hate that too. So
Yeah.
that one is a universal love language or a hate language, I guess.
Hmm. Yep. So it was pretty surreal, and it was awesome to see. It's like, wow. And I was talking to Jay when I was going through my stuff, and I was like, this is awesome. Like going through everything again and seeing it all. Also, at the same time, man, there was a lot of crazy strong cards that should have never been made.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of people will concur with that. So I guess if the worst that you're doing these days is slapping draw 2 on everything, we can live with that.
Yeah.
So what do you expect the gameplay of that environment to be like? So for someone like me who's an outsider that never played in the Scrolls only format before the IJ card redesign, what do you think that format's going to play like? I know that it from everyone's account, they're expecting it to be a slower format. Jay mentioned that it's kind of grindy. And Jayden talked about how it's more straightforward. It's not necessarily simpler abilities because cards are still doing some crazy things, but the game flows in a more simple way than the current game. So what are you expecting that format to play out like during this tournament?
You essentially don't have an upkeep phase. I mean, there's very few cards that interact with the upkeep. So your upkeep is bringing back set-asides and a couple other cards. So it's one less phase there. So it's a lot of, you don't have to remember as much, and your prep phase is more so, is the artifact that I want active? Is it active? There's also not a lot going on in the prep phase. So when it comes down to it, it's very methodical because you can't just think about the next rescue or, okay, it's their turn, I need to block, and then it goes to my turn, and this is how I should attack. There's a lot of times where you have to strategically give up a block, knowing to block later, or knowing what targets to hit, because there's some heroes that just won't really do anything to you. And there's one-to-one combos, like I'll just King Zedekiah, Dungeon of Malachi, for example, to where you need to know, do I hold my Dungeon of Malachi if I'm playing that because it's non-CBN on this evil character, or do I just give up a Lost Soul? So even though it's a little simpler, yes, it is grindy, yes, it is simpler, I would say it's methodical and more strategic in the sense that I only have so many resources. Like, yeah, we still have 50 cards in our deck. Cool. Of those 50, some of them have a limited reason to be in your deck. So you have to know, why is this card in my deck? What can I do against certain defenses? Like if someone throws out a Gates of Samaria, like, am I equipped to beat that? And you have to hold your resources correctly. Like, what if I have a Stonewall and I'm just flipping up Holy Grail, and then I'm Jephthah, and then I'm Ark of the Covenant, and if you're blocking me, you better know, hey, I'm going to take out 8 of your evil characters. So it's not just the there in the moment. You have to think ahead as well.
Yeah, I can definitely see the more strategic part of it, because you can misplay a little bit in the current game if your deck is just stuffed with good value all the way through. But if you're dealing with some cards that are in there just as like tech pieces or whatnot in the classic, I could see the strategy there, being that the resources are limited and you have to use them right.
That and for the environment, for people watching, you don't have this long prep phase. You don't have stuff going on in the upkeep. Like, there's very limited cards that interact with the upkeep in the prep, and there's only so much you can do in the prep that there's a lot of battles. So
Yeah.
From a gameplay perspective, for other people watching it, it's going to be more fast paced in the sense of, yes, it's grindy, but it's more fast paced because I'm drawing 3. All right,
Get into
I'm
battle.
attacking.
Let's
Yep,
go.
yep. That's it.
Coliseum, baby. Just get in there and let's see it. Duke it out. That's going to be fun. I can't wait to see that part of it. I've talked to all of you guys. Now, you're the last one on this road to interviewing all 8 of you guys to compile this episode. And I I still have no real idea what to expect when two people sit down and play this, because it's just such a foreign concept to me. So I'm all giddy about figuring out how this is going to play. And, maybe you guys sway me a little bit on some of these cards, because I've never really liked the Scrolls cards since I started playing, but I don't have those memories attached to them and those fond times growing up with those cards. But maybe seeing you guys play these out will, kind of sway me a little bit. I doubt it, but the potential is there. Let's fast forward. There's going to be 7 games, and at the end of 7 games, someone is going to be announced as the first ever Mr. Classic. And if my voice wasn't so bad, I'd give you the whole Mr. Classic thing and draw it out. But let's just say
That's probably why it's raspy.
Maybe. So let's just say you, Tyler, are announced as Mr. Classic. You have taken on Ron Sias, then you beat whoever and you beat whoever else. It doesn't matter because you're the champ. You're Mr. Classic. You're in Redemption lore as the first ever. How does that feel for you? What do you feel like just knowing that that's been bestowed upon you?
I mean, do I change my title to Mr.Hiatus to Mr. Classic?
Oh man, that is a question.
So it's gonna be like I plan on winning, and that's gonna feel amazing. It is the first ever Mr. Classic. Like, you are Mr. Classic. You beat the best. It's an invitational. You were invited. You won. You got the belt. You're the top dog of the 8 people that were playing. Like, that's a phenomenal achievement. That's one of the, if you look at the field, like, that's a top cut right there. That is a brutal top cut for nationals. So
Yeah.
you're essentially, you just bypassed nationals. You went to top cut, and then you won nats. I mean, that's how I see it. It's a huge deal.
So if you do win it, are you going to be wearing that belt proudly? Are you going to, I don't know, go into your next business meeting with that gold strapped around your waist so they know who they're really dealing with, that you're not just a player, you're a champ?
Yeah, and luckily we haven't done yearly performance reviews for my work yet, so maybe I could put that on there and get a bigger raise.
Absolutely.
They need to respect that. And I got a client meeting in 2 weeks, like right after Kentucky State. I fly up to the client the next day. Like, I'm going to Kentucky State. I get back late Saturday night, and I'm flying out Sunday for the client. And I figure I'll just bring the belt with me the whole time.
Absolutely.
Kentucky State all the way out there. Yeah, I'm gonna wear the belt to Kentucky State because of Brian. Brian will be there. So
Troll game.
And Jeremy, I imagine. So if he's coming with, and then it's coming with me to nationals. So I can't wait.
Nice. So there has been a lot of talk about wrestling and comparisons here because, Jeremy went and picked out this gaudy WWE style championship belt, and I think it's been fantastic for me because I grew up watching wrestling. So there's probably people out there that just want us to shut up, like dumb rednecks, shut up about wrestling, okay? But you're from the South. I know you've at least, you know who wrestlers are.
Yep.
So if you were to take your matchup with Ron in the first round, because that's the only one we can talk about because we don't know who's going to be the other ones, but you and Ron, you're 2 iconic wrestlers, legendary wrestlers. Who are you, and why are each of you the wrestler that you chose?
So I'm the Undertaker. I chose the Undertaker specifically because of what his name and he's iconic in WCW, NWO, WWE. Like, he's had a long career. I've had a long career. He's beat some of the best. I beat some of the best. And he's also, I feel like an underdog almost. I don't know if maybe I got a chip on my shoulder for this one. But, when I hear I might lose my first round, when Rob M says I might lose my first round, that puts a chip on my shoulder. When other people already write off who's going to win, it's like, man, I don't like that. I like the Undertaker being able to take out anyone.
Yeah.
And my first opponent, Ron Sias, that's Ric Flair all day, Nature Boy. Woo! Like Ric Flair.
Absolutely.
He's older, and other people might not remember his greatness, but I remember Crazy Ron, and I remember Crazy Ric Flair. So I got Ron as pegged as Ric Flair all day.
Nice. Ron actually picked Ric Flair for himself. He said, but instead of Nature Boy, I'm going to be Creation Boy. And I was like, okay, all right. Creation Boy Ron Sias. Woo!
Oh, that is amazing. That's funny.
I would just love, once we get there, you got to help me try to talk him into it. Everybody at Mr. Classic, we've got to get Ron to let us record him just going around going, woo! 16
with a little shuffle
time. It's got to be the 16 time. 16 time. Oh my goodness. Ric Flair is definitely a good comparison for him. And most people are going to say it's because he's old. And I'm not saying that, but Ric Flair was, I mean, I guess I'm not saying that. I'm sorry, Ron. But I feel like as he got older, he got more resourceful and wasn't as competitive. But every now and then he'd sneak up and surprise somebody and give them a really good match that they weren't expecting. And I'm just saying, Tyler, you better be careful because he said he put in over 140 hours on his deck. So, and nobody knows what it is. So he's a complete wild card.
But Ron doesn't even know what his deck is, and he put 140 hours.
Shots fired. Here we go. So I guess, I mean, the next part of this, the last question here is actually just me opening the floor for you to do a little bit of trash talking to your fellow competitors that may listen to this podcast. So you're already right there. Ron doesn't know his deck after 140 hours. Is there any message that you want these other guys? You're planning on winning this belt. They're driving in. They're listening to this podcast. Is there a message you want to leave with them so that when you get there or when they get there and they're face to face with you, they already know what's up?
Yeah, for most of them, like don't waste the money coming down. Don't take the time off. I mean, a lot of these guys haven't played in a long time. John and Justin, they're probably going to play a Magic the Gathering deck. I don't even know if they're going to play a Redemption deck. So they're both probably going to lose their first rounds. I don't know. It's going to be fun because we've all just joked around with each other and trash talked each other for so long, and we know each other well that we know it's all for fun. And I guarantee you if I play John in the last round, he will quote me on what I just said. Like, this is a Magic deck or something. Like, that's just John and I's relationship. So yeah, it'll be fun. Brian probably had the best trash talk. I hope he has some good trash talk because he's really good at it. And he'll get you with some personal stuff and like some inside jokes and almost like make you feel bad.
I feel like when I first met Brian, I don't know if he liked me. Heck, he might not like me now. But I feel like the first time I met him, I was like, all right, that's a dude right there you can hang out with. And I could definitely see him because, he likes basketball. And I could see him being that guy on the court that's like, trying to relive those glory days and just talking it up with a young athlete, like, just bury the jumper.
For this tournament.
Yeah.
He's telling all his kids how great he used to be. So even though he's washed up, he's still telling them.
You hear that, Brian? You're washed up.
Back in my day, I got second place at Nats. So
back in my day, Josiah told me what to play, and I used to do pretty good. Jayden actually said, because I gave him the comparison of Jayden's like Kurt Angle, because he said he didn't know wrestler, so I gave him the Kurt Angle because, he's done a lot of winning, and now he's, stepping into something he's not as familiar with, going into scroll-only cards. And maybe he does, but he hasn't done a lot of winning with that I'm aware of. And I could be completely wrong there, and so I gave him for Kurt Angle's best match was against Shane McMahon. So I said, Brian is like Shane McMahon in that scenario. And he was like, yeah. And that works out because Vince McMahon is Shane's daddy and Josiah is Brian's daddy.
Oh, that was awesome.
So there's been a fair amount of trash talking. I tried to pull a lot of it out of everybody, but we'll take what we got.
There should be. You got Justin on?
Yep, you're the last one. I got all 8, baby.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Did Justin say anything?
Justin actually said that he was just looking forward to beating Jay because Jay beat him in the last round of Jay beat him in the last round of Swiss at a nationals one time, and it put him down in the lower seating for Top Cut, and he lost first round of Top Cut. So he's like, I'd just like to get my payback for that.
He lost to Josh on a time, and he was a lower seed, so Josh won in time. And then I know Justin. I know how he is, and he's competitive, and he played another game with Josh, and I think he won.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's. I know Jay's attitude has changed. At first, it was I already won, and then it was I already beat Justin, and then it's I'm not going to overlook him. So we'll see, which is wise. Like I said, none of us should look over anyone. I think my game with Ron's going to be great. I think Creation Boy is going to bring a non-creation deck. We'll see.
Creation Boy, I love it.
That's so funny. So I can't. The only negative that I could even think of is that I'm playing. I don't get to watch them all.
Yeah, but since we're live streaming, we'll have the footage, and you can always go back and, never let John live down that he lost to Marc.
Mm-hmm. So are all 4 going to be live?
I don't know how they're doing that. Don't ask me. They just asked me to do commentary. I'm bringing all of my gear to volunteer it to be used, but I don't know the plan. There's stronger minds at work deciding all that than me.
Yeah. And I hope there's 30, 40 people that are just watching, because some of my best moments and memories at Nationals are when, a lot of times I played Type 2, and and I did commentary on games before on Top Cut, and it's when there's just a whole room watching a live stream.
And then you hear that roar after a play.
Yep. And people are just, what is he going to do? Where do you think this is going? What do you think's in their hand? And then you're commentating with someone, and there's just buzz about it. And then when the game's over, it's like they're going to the next round. It's really exciting for both the viewers and the people playing. And there's just this additional buzz, and you can feel it. So that's where I think a lot of the more competitive. It's one and done. People are flying down here. For me, I'm lucky enough. It's in Knoxville, so I got a little drive, but for some people, they're flying down. They can lose first round. So.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're gonna have to make sure that we have a sideline reporter, so that as soon as you advance or you get beat, all right, now John, you just lost to Marc, the community wildcard play-in. Tell us how you're feeling right now. Man, he really messed you up with that Amalekite slave going to Uzzah. You didn't think he had it in the bag, did you? Yep. You're New Jerusalem. Yep. I don't know.
Marc's gonna pull a confusion turn 1.
Yeah,
and he's gonna
play the Cloud of Witness version 1.
The one that John made.
Yes. Get DQ'd, but it'll be worth it.
Yep. But it's just gonna happen. He's gonna pull off something first turn. He's like, oh wow, I can't believe I got this, and he's gonna go straight to a confusion to a DLU. Draw 8, and boom, I got Syrian Survivor confusion DLU. And he's going to then soldier out John, who's going to have essentially no Son of God and has to wait until Marc plays Son of God for his New Jerusalem. Marc's going to immediately draw into the big 2, and John's going to be, 0-2. And then Marc's going to be playing Guardian Under Your Souls. Then he's going to slap that down. It's just crazy stuff can happen in Scrolls, and it is a 1 out. You lose, boom. So I would love a sideline reporter. Hopefully I'm not pulled on the sideline and I got to speak to a reporter. I want to be at the top.
Yeah, you want to be the one getting to show off your deck at the end. This is the winning deck.
Yep.
But definitely looking forward to it. So I guess we'll get ready to wrap up here so I can get, started finishing up putting all this together for this long episode. this is by far going to be the longest episode we've ever done, and I hope that we'll ever do.
Yeah.
Because it has been a lot to get all of this done. You guys, if you've been listening at however I put this together, you're gonna get different levels of my voice and my raspiness because of the sinus issue that I have with the pollen season. But man, it's really rough right now. So hopefully it'll get better before we actually get there in Knoxville in a couple of days. But I just want to thank you, Tyler, for coming on and getting this recorded. But we've got the number 3 seed here, Mr. Tyler Stevens, Redemption Elder, RLK to Elder. The glow-up game, man, it's been fantastic. And you could be adding one more accolade to that, being the first ever Mr. Classic.
I hope so. This has been a blast. Thank you for doing all this. It's not just, 30 minutes here, 45 minutes here. It's also editing, and then it's coordinating with everyone, and it's 8 people, and I'm sure John went off script and spoke about something, and I know you I spoke, so and I can't believe he didn't talk about my team sniping his quarterback. So,
oh man, that will probably dominate some of the talk there in between rounds and stuff.
It's
a little bit of trash talking.
Expected to come out tomorrow, the news. So we'll see. That's going to be something else I can poke him with. So thank you so much for doing this and coordinating it all and taking the time. You probably took more time prepping this episode of the podcast than John Earley did on his deck. So thank you.
Or John did on either of his podcasts. Sorry, John. So there you go. Potentially Mr. Classic, Tyler Stevens. All right, guys. So we are here with Justin Alstad. And Justin, since you haven't been on the podcast before, you want to take a quick moment just to give people a little bit of background on yourself and your history with the game?
Sure. My name, like John said, my name is Justin Alstad. I go by The Guardian on the forum and the Discord. I've been playing the game since around, I believe it was 1998 when I got my first AB starter deck, and I think one pack of Profits, I think it was a birthday gift from a friend of mine, and didn't really understand the game super well right away. Pretty much just played, kind of making up my own rules with myself and my brother Jordan. And then it wasn't until many years later when we had been living in Ohio and then Wisconsin, and we moved back to Minnesota and kind of realized, oh, there's more cards that you can buy. Like, it wasn't just, the starter decks. I think at that point, the women's set had just released, and so we had gotten some of those, like as part of our Christmas gifts that year. And then we kind of introduced the game to some of our friends at our church, and it just kind of grew from there. I actually, for a short time, completely got out of the game. Basically just gave my cards to my Jordan and Jonathan, my two brothers, and that's when kind of they started finding out that, oh, there's other people that want to play, and so I kind of got back into it, and then just been involved pretty much ever since then. Had a few years where I've been a little bit less in the loop. Even right now, I'd say I'm a little less involved as I've been in the past. But obviously I still love the game, still love playing, still love the community, and just really excited for the way the game is going and the events that we have coming up this summer.
Pretty good background there, and I know you guys, you Alstads, are really excitable. I know you guys like to get really emotional and react. So how excited are you for Mr. Classic, and how much, how pumped up would you say you are?
I'm excited. It's a cool thing. Definitely a unique tournament, and just kind of the first ever, invite only, for the one event. Obviously there'll be other events with everybody, but just kind of you have to pretty much get picked to be in. I understand there was the one kind of wild card slot where Marc won the opportunity to join, which I think is awesome. But yeah, just being kind of recognized as, kind of one of the all-time players of the game, like that's a pretty cool feeling. Obviously there's many more players that could have been chosen as well, and just, maybe are not available or, just didn't work out for them. But to be considered, for a spot, I'm pretty excited for it. I'm pretty, and honestly, like, the games aside, for me, it's an opportunity just to see some people that I'm really good friends with. And for me, that's just about as important as the actual game. Obviously I want to do well, hopefully, not embarrass myself any, because I haven't played a whole lot in the last maybe year or two, but yeah, I'm just looking forward to a good time and seeing people that I'm good friends with.
Yeah, that community aspect of it always comes up, and the relationships built. And if you're considered one of the 8 top players, like, I'm sure there's a lot of relationships you've built over the course of a lot of games over the years. So that's kind of cool that aspect always comes up, no matter who you have, on the podcast or whatever that I have on here. It's always community driven, and I think that's really cool and genuine, because it's not just something you hear every now and then. It seems to be a consistent thing. Let me ask you, what would you, if you were a betting man, what would you place your odds at of winning this thing and knowing that you are Mr. Classic, in your opinion?
I think I do have, it's tough to come up with odds kind of on the spot, but I feel like I do have a little bit of an advantage over some of the other players, because I've played so long, and I've played in the era before kind of the newer cards. Even just, playing some games with Jayden the other day, and kind of, getting back in that, playing a scrolls only game, and just like, oh yeah, I remember, some of the different interactions and some of the principles that you have to use to win a game that's just with the classic cards. And so I think I'll have a little bit of an advantage over maybe the some of the players, not all, like, John Earley obviously has played a long time as well. But yeah, so we'll see. I guess I wouldn't put myself as necessarily the favorite, but maybe an above average chance to win, if you want to kind of think of it that way.
That's fair. I guess that's in line with your seeding. You don't want to say that you're going to win, but you're up there with some of the better odds. Let me ask you, how much have you worked on building a deck for this? How much thought have you put into it? I would assume that a lot of it's more theory crafting before you actually build decks, but how much thought have you given to that? And then how much, like, actual deck building have you put in?
So deck building, I haven't gotten to that point yet. I have put in some thought to the different strategies, and a lot of it was just like kind of going back and thinking, like, what were the decks that I was playing, back in the past years. What were the cards? What strategies did I find worked? And I've always considered myself a little bit of an off meta player, and so trying to find things that people aren't expecting and kind of using that to my advantage. So I feel like I know some of the cards that I want to try and get into the deck, and then it'll be a matter of trying to find the most cohesion and synergy within those cards that I kind of have in mind.
What was it like revisiting, or even in theory, since you said you haven't actually built the deck yet, but as you go back and you start thinking about some of those card interactions and, previous tournaments where you've experienced those plays and whatnot, what's it like just having all that nostalgia rush back, going back and preparing for a tournament that is going to be scrolls only?
It was cool. Like I said, Jayden and I, he's got some decks built that he put together, and just playing a few games with those and kind of being like, oh yeah, this in the era of scrolls only, like this was a pretty strong card, or this was a pretty strong strategy, or this was a pretty strong sequence of plays that you used to be able to do. A lot of those cards, almost all of them have kind of been overshadowed by newer cards. But so kind of getting back to like oh yeah, this is what ruled the day back then, and these are the kind of things that you had to think about, the kind of things that you had to be prepared for from the opponent, thinking about like what cards are they gonna play out, what are they gonna hold in hand, just a lot of different, a lot of the same concepts as with newer cards, but still having to think about it a little bit differently, because it is a different game. Like I said, I haven't played as much in the past, maybe year or two, but I've definitely played a lot in what you might, consider like kind of the modern era, over the past maybe 3 to 4 to 5 years. And yeah, and going back to a scrolls only game, that was, definitely a lot. It was a lot different, and there was a lot of other things that you had to kind of think about. Maybe some things that weren't quite so automatic as they might be now, as far as what you're playing at what point in the game.
How much thought have you given to what you expect other players to be playing? Last episode we had Josiah on, and he kind of did a scouting report for what he expected each player to have in their, in their comfort zone if they were to play what they're comfortable with. So how much have you thought about what you might see from each player in the field, and what do you expect the overall tournament environment to be like based on what you expect to see played?
I guess I haven't really thought about that as much. I feel like I'm going to focus more on myself. I think that's kind of been more my style of deck building. In Redemption and in any card game really that I've done is I'm gonna put together what I think is a deck that I'm comfortable playing, and then try to be more kind of proactive than reactive. So I guess I would say I'm probably not going to spend my time trying to figure out, who's possibly going to be doing what. I'm just going to say, okay, this is what I'm doing. Can you stop it? And then, kind of go from there. So, that's just more, that's always been more of my mindset, I guess. So I don't know. It's obviously it's fine to think about what other people are doing, but that's just not something that I feel like I want to focus on for my preparation.
That's fair enough. So let's fast forward. Let's say that you do come out of this thing, you win the tournament, and you are given the title. You get the belt, and you're given the title, the first ever Mr. Classic. What would that mean to you personally?
It'd be a pretty cool accomplishment. I've definitely, I've had a lot of good accomplishments through Redemption, as far as like tournament success. Like we kind of talked about earlier, the biggest thing for me in Redemption is always going to be the community. But I am a very competitive person. I do like to do well. I don't necessarily expect to win every time I go out there, because there's obviously a lot of good players. And even, when I went to nationals last year, like, my goal was just to play well myself. I wasn't really expecting to, make top cut necessarily, or finish in the top, whatever. But I just wanted to make sure that, I played, a deck that I was comfortable with, and played it well, didn't make any mistakes. So, if I were to come out on top, like I said, I feel like I do have a little bit of a maybe above average chance to win. And it'd be a cool accomplishment, to kind of add that to the list, I guess, of different tournaments that I've won, or things that I've accomplished.
If you won the belt, would you wear it? Would you display it proudly, rub it in your brother's faces?
It would definitely be on display in our game room, and I'd probably wear it and take some pictures, and then we'll see. Maybe it would make an appearance at nationals. I'm hopefully gonna be able to go this year, and I'm sure it would find its way along for nationals. But yeah, I think for the most part, it would probably just be up on the wall, displayed, and kind of we're still working on putting together our wall of trophies and plaques in our game room. That hasn't happened quite yet, but at some point we'll get those displayed and take some pictures to put online.
So you're not going to be wearing the belt to the local grocery store every time you go grocery shopping?
Probably not doing that. I guess it would be a good conversation starter, but yeah, we'll probably leave it at home for the most part, unless we're going to a bigger tournament.
So we've done a lot of wrestling analogies, and I guess that comes by way of the Chamber Brothers, that I have deemed them, no S, just the Chamber Brothers. They chose this wrestling belt, and so it kind of set the stage for us to use a lot of wrestling analogies. So round one, you're facing Jay, one of the Chamber Brothers. How would you compare that? Like, if you were to pick out legendary wrestlers and say that you guys are legendary wrestlers, how would you weight that matchup? Is it The Rock versus Stone Cold? Is it Hulk versus Andre the Giant? What do you think?
So I know wrestlers' names. I'm not super familiar with like kind of the lore or the history of the great wrestlers, but I don't know. I do feel like I owe Jay a little bit of payback. A couple of years at nationals, we were in I think it was the last round of Type 1, and I was in complete control of the game, and I was like, okay, I just need to, make another block or a rescue to finish this off. And then all of a sudden he put together a crazy sequence of plays and blocks and attacks. And I think I don't even remember how the game ended, if he won outright or if he timeout won against me. But it knocked me, I still made top cut, but it knocked my seating down. Or I think I was on the lower half for the seating. And yeah, I ended up not making it out of the first round that year. And I feel like Jay had something to do with that. So
so it's a revenge story.
It's kind of, I don't know what the wrestling revenge stories are, but if there's a good one of those where a wrestler was maybe in position to take a title and then suddenly got knocked out, then maybe that one's my story too.
So they call that the Montreal screw job. Actually, that's where it was set for Shawn Michaels to lose the title match to Bret Hart, and because Bret Hart was leaving the company, Vince McMahon forced it to where he lost and didn't let him know before the match, even though, like, we all know wrestling staged. Mm-hmm. But he ended up having him lose, and he was not included in the thought process of that. So Jay pulled a Montreal job on you. That's what it sounds like.
Something like that. I was, it was definitely something where I had a great start to the game, and I thought, if it was like kind of in control, and then, like I said, he made some really good plays, and just all of a sudden I was like, wait, what just happened? Like I was supposed to win that game.
I guess that leads well into this next question. So we know what you're thinking about with Jay, but for all of the field, so the other competitors, you have a message you want to leave them with? You want to talk a little bit of trash right here? This is the opportunity.
So I generally am not a trash talker unless it's unless someone else starts it. I generally try to I'm more likely to try to make my opponents comfortable and then take advantage of them maybe relaxing for a second. I might try to just little more psychological, a little more maybe misdirection or kind of indirectly get inside their head a little bit, and then try to maybe take advantage of a moment where they lose focus or something like that. So I'm not going to talk any trash. I'm just going to wish them all the best of luck and then hope that I get a little bit of luck too.
All right, that's fair. I'm sure someone will take me up on the trash talking as we go around the table here for the Mr. Classic participants. So that is the Guardian, Justin Alstad. He is number 2 seed in the Mr. Classic tournament and possibly the first ever Mr. Classic. Thanks, Justin.
Yep, thank you.
All right, folks, we have finally made it here. We are with the number 1 seed in the Mr. Classic tournament, Mr. John Earley. How you doing, John?
I am doing fantastic, Hendrix. How about yourself?
I am doing wonderful. I am pretty scattered because I've been trying to make a bunch of schedules work, so bear with me. And if I hawk up along in the middle of this, sinus issues with pollen season are in full-fledged here in my household. So,
see, that's where I live, where the wind hurts my face. There's a myriad number of things that I simply don't have to deal with. Tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, mudslides, snakes, scorpions, cockroaches, and pollen season. So move to Minnesota. The wind will hurt your face for 6 months out of the year, but on the other hand, none of that nonsense.
Right, but you have to deal with more Democrats.
Well, it depends on what part of the state you live in. If you're outside of the Minneapolis area, it's all red, brother. Go pull up a map. It's all red in Minnesota, except for the cities and a tiny pocket in Rochester. That's where the Mayo Clinic is, which, I mean, I guess that's where I live. But still, like, Minnesota is all red. Frankly, if you look at the U.S. distribution of politics in general, most of the country is red, except for the population centers, the big cities, which are blue. But you look at any county or outlying area, anything rural is solid red.
Yeah, that's fair.
Honestly, this is the first time, the last election cycle, the first time that Minnesota has been all blue at a state legislature level. We had a Republican-controlled House for a long time. We had a Republican governor up until Walz came along. I mean, Tim Pawlenty was our governor. And then we had Norm Coleman before him. I mean, Jesse Ventura was in there for a little bit. That was just weird. But Minnesota is traditionally very, very bipartisan when it comes to politics.
Yeah.
But we've gone blue in every presidential election since Nixon. So, I mean, there's that.
We haven't had any politics.
I could talk
on
about
the
Minnesota
podcast.
politics all night. How did you get me on this topic?
I don't know. I'm trying to say that we haven't had politics on the podcast, so we chase down a rabbit hole, but we don't want to go too far, man. We don't want people turning it off. At this point, they would have listened to 7 other interviews, so hopefully they're here for the long haul.
We're saving the number 1 seed for last. I get to close this thing up.
Yes, we're working it in.
Right.
When I put it together, it's going to go 8 through 1. So,
ooh, I like that.
Yes. And I will say you have a certain few people that are gunning directly for you, so.
Oh,
yes.
I'm shocked by this. Truly shocked.
Truly shocked. So, I guess we don't have to do the whole, since you've been on the podcast, we don't have to introduce you or anything. So we'll just jump right into it. We've been talking about.
Since I've been on the podcast was the last episode you did.
So we've been talking about this Mr. Classic thing ever since last Nationals, knowing that it was going to happen. Even longer before that, if you were one of the people that Jay or Jeremy talked to about it. So I've been hearing about this thing for almost a year now at this point. So the fact that it's here is exciting for me, but you being one of the participants, how exciting is it that we're just days away from this thing and finally figuring out who's going to be Mr. Classic?
Oh man, I'm super psyched and excited for it. I love that the Chamber brothers have put together a tournament to rival, some of that off schedule stuff that we used to see in years past with the Type 2 only and things like that. I think it's really, really good for Redemption to have, tournaments outside of official sanctioned tournaments that are large draws and very open and interested to people. I think it's really good. I also think it helps smooth out some of that year where sometimes you get that post-nationals lull. And we still had that a little bit this year, but I feel like it's been less so because people have been hyping up this tournament and preparing for this tournament. And it's not just the Classic Invitational, right? It's the second day of play where we're doing all sorts of crazy things, Type 2 Classic, Classic booster drafts, Classic play in general.
Oh yeah, there's stuff for everyone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Iron Man, sponsored by Your Turn Games that we got going on. It's really good. And obviously we've talked a lot, you and me, and it came up a lot on last week's podcast episode with Josiah, the community aspect of it. And I think I'm very excited to get a little second family get together during the year.
Yeah, can't overstate the fact that everyone that you talk to, and I mean, I've done these interviews for all 8 of you guys participating. Well, I guess at this point it will be, even though we're kind of out of the cycle and recording. But once I put it all together, there will be 8. And it just seems like a consensus through everyone that I've talked to that it's the community aspect of it. But come on, you guys want to win this thing. Like each of you, I think, whether you think you will win or not, you want to win this thing, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think naturally every Redemption player is competitive on some degree or level, and to get to the point that you needed to be at to get selected for this invitational, you needed to be competitive at a very high level. We're all very competitive individuals. I've known everyone in this field for numerous years, with the exception of Marc, who is a relative newcomer on the scene. But I've interacted with Marc at last nationals and other instances, and I know that Marc is a fiery competitor as well. But you look at Jayden. Jayden's kind of the silent assassin. I mean, he doesn't get too crazy emotional, but he just bags wins like there's no tomorrow. Justin has been a fierce competitor for years upon years. Justin is a very passionate individual. He does not enjoy losing, does not enjoy when things don't go his way. We have the OG Ron. Ron was winning tournaments before some of us, were waddling out from our parents' arms. Like, Ron is the Mr. Classic if you think about it. And then you've got Jonesy, who's bagged a few nationals wins and some booster draft and sealed categories and is a fiery competitor there. So, I mean, the entire field, top to bottom, we are all very competitive individuals. So, yeah, we all want to win this thing.
So, since you mentioned how he is a fiery competitor and hates to lose, do you know that Justin mentioned that he was gunning for Jay specifically because Jay put him out of round 1 of Top Cut at a nationals at some point, and he said that he was just looking to getting his revenge.
That sounds like the Justin I know.
And like comparatively to my only interaction being around him at nationals last year, super quiet guy. Like, unless you're going out of your way to talk to him, he's just, kind of like Jayden, he's just chilling. And then to finally, interact with him on the podcast and have him talk about when I get to the point of, the matchup, round 1 matchup. And he's like, well, Jay beat me a while back, so I'm just trying to, finally settle that score. Like he's been keeping a little black book.
Oh, he does. Trust me. Justin holds grudges. I love Justin. Love you, brother, but you hold grudges.
Yeah, so Jay, you got that coming for you, buddy. What would you put your odds at if you were? I feel like you're probably leaning toward being a betting man on some things. So,
I like gambling. I like scratch offs.
So if you're a betting man, what would you place your odds at of winning this thing? Obviously, you're the number 1 seed, so from the outset, you, at least in the people's eyes that selected this thing, the Chamber Brothers. Dude, just such a fantastic name. I'm super proud of that. Dropping that S on that name.
Yeah, you like how I just went with it earlier?
Yes. Everyone's doing it, and I love it. See, I can say stuff on the podcast and then it just kind of happens. I said that thing about 3 woes and everybody got mad, but nobody's mad about the Chamber Brother things. So that's cool. What would you place your odds at personally of going into this? Would you bet on yourself against the field, or
would I bet on myself against the field? I don't know, man. Like, do I want to win? Yeah. Do I think I'm going to win? Yeah, that's just who I am. I think I'm going to win anytime I sit down at the table, but it's scrolls only, and it's a format in which anything can happen, and it's a set of competitors that are really, really good. So, I mean, 50-50, truly. I mean, and honestly, maybe not even 50-50. It might be 25-75. So you got to consider, you got to win 3 games to win this thing, 3 games against the absolute best of the best field you can come up with, who have had all the same amount of time to prepare for this. It's a closed pool. We know what the cards are. A lot of us have known what the cards are for a long time. So I don't know, man. Like, do I think my odds are good? Yeah. Do I think my odds are better than some in the field? Yeah. Do I think like they're 50%? No, probably not. Like, I'd like to think they are. If you look at 100 divided by 8, what's that? Like 12.5%, something like that. I'd like to say they're better than that. I'd like to say they're probably closer to 20-25, but anything can happen in this tournament, man.
Yeah, definitely. So you mentioned them having all the same amount of time to put in work. So let me ask you, how much work have you done preparing for this thing? Like, even if it's like theory crafting, going through it in your mind, I feel like that's where a lot of this is going to be, just thinking through what things you think you might want to play, what you might want to include in a deck. How much time have you put into preparing and getting your deck ready?
It's hard to quantify, because it's not like I've just like sat down for like 4 hours and said, all right, we're just going to power through and like cramming for a test back in school. Like, it's not like I've done that. But like, I've put some serious thought into it over the past, 2, 3, 4 weeks here. I bounced some things off Josiah after I chatted with him a couple weeks ago. I've been bouncing things off of Gabe. When I realized that Jeremy wasn't playing, I started bouncing things off of Jeremy. Like, I've put thought into it. I've spent time. I mean, I can't quantify how much time, because a lot of it's, Facebook Messenger and Skype and all those antique old timey communication methods. I even text people sometimes. So like, yeah, it's hard to quantify, but a lot. I'll just say a lot. Like, I'm ready.
So preparation is not going to sneak up and be your downfall.
Oh, no. No. I mean, I did actually, probably not 4 hours, but I spent a solid 2 hours going back and reading the write-ups for every top 3 deck list available on the boards for, the classic Scrolls era 2015, which had some IJ in it, but, not enough to be super impactful, all the way back to, 2010. Like, I spent time on this.
Do you know?
I'm not taking this lightly.
Okay.
This is serious business.
Absolutely. It's the 27 to 28 years. There's been plenty of national champs. There's never been a Mr. Classic.
Exactly.
And I know you. I know that you've got a little bit of vanity to you. And you
just a tiny smidgen.
You don't want someone else to be holding your title, right? Like,
absolutely not.
You feel like that's your title, right?
Absolutely.
See, the problem is Brian thinks it's his too. So,
well, yeah, and Justin thinks it's his, and Jayden thinks it's his, and Ron and Mark are just happy to be here.
Yeah, but Brian actually said he was gunning for you. His words.
Fine. Brian can gun for me all he wants. He's got to get past Jayden first.
So, have you decided what you're playing? Are you fairly confident that you've settled on the deck you're going to play?
Oh no, not even a little.
See, I felt like the way that I have the next question worded is, how many different deck ideas did you go through before settling on what you're playing? But I know you, and I figured you weren't going to have that hammered down 100%.
I mean, yeah, I have cards in sleeves, a legal deck in front of me. I don't know if it's going to be what I play or not, or if every card in there is going to be what I end up playing. I've gone through half a dozen deck ideas. I mean, Josiah had me pegged pretty well when he said, a couple weeks ago I was going to play Flexbone. I had Flexbone built in paper form at one point, and then I moved away from it. I looked at a throne deck. I looked at silver green. I looked at Ezekiel and Isaiah shenanigans with their CBN options. I looked at Genesis Egyptians, blue offense, gold defense. I've looked at 3 or 4 different defenses with the same offense. I've switched defenses twice this week. Like that's the beautiful thing about this field and this tournament and this format is there are so many viable possibilities. So yeah, have I settled on what I'm playing? No. How many deck ideas have I gone through? A half a dozen, honestly. Some of them have progressed further into the, hey, I have this built stage. And some of them have gotten to the, hey, should I play this? And then I've thought about it for a little bit and I'll, throw a lackey list together or something and look it over and then decide, I don't know if I really want to do that. But I mean, yeah, a half a dozen different deck ideas. I explored everything. I looked at the arrest deck and said, hey, can the arrest deck be viable? I looked at Josiah's add to battle Angels and Demons deck and said, hey, do I think that can be viable? Both of those, I think, really suffer from losing some rotation cards and, frankly, some rule changes that we've made, which is the other fascinating part of this format, obviously. So I'll just tell the competitors out there now that I discarded both of those ideas. But yeah, I mean, I've gone through a lot of deck ideas and I'm not settled yet.
That's fair. When you said that Josiah had you pegged pretty well and you had Flexbone built, were you at that point leaning towards playing Flexbone and that caused you to move off of it, or were you probably going to move off of it anyway? Did he force you to go Omaha?
Omaha. 10-0, hut.
See,
no,
you and I love that reference. Some people are going to be like, what?
What are they talking about? Peyton Manning YouTube it. Omaha. Sometimes it's a run. Sometimes it's a pass, Could mean a lot of different things. Great interview. No, Josiah didn't push me onto it or off of it. I'd had it built prior to that. I'd moved off of it once. I may have moved back onto it and back off of it again. I did have it sleeved at one point. I had it sleeved up. So that's one that got pretty far in the process for sure. I don't know though, because, and that's just the fascinating part about it being a closed field is, and just reading tendencies in players. If you wanted to beat the Flexbone deck, you could tech for me specifically and beat that deck. Now, if you can do that and still beat the other 6 players, so if you're player 1, I'm player 2, the 6 other players, you still have to be able to beat them if you tech and gear your deck towards mine, or frankly, any player that's looking at anybody else saying, hey, I know Jay, I know him really well, I know what he's going to be on, I can build a deck to beat Jay. That's fine, you can do that, as long as your deck can also beat Jeremy. Jeremy's not in this. As long as your deck can also beat Justin, Jayden, Mark, Ron, John, and Jonesy.
Yeah, that's similar to, just for people that are putting that in context of other things that we've talked about, that's like Josh Portratz when he, or Potratz, I'm sorry, say that right, Josh Potratz, when he built that counter deck for Love at First Sight.
Potratzy?
Yes.
I pronounced it Potratzy for a while there. He loved that.
Oh, nice. But when he built that counter deck for Love at First Sight, sure, you can counter the one thing you're expecting to shut down, but then how do you do against the rest of the field to boost your overall ability to win a tournament against the field? So that's kind of a more recent comparable to trying to target one person or one deck to shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a great example, and obviously Josh was able to shut down the deck he wanted to, and he had a solid deck against the rest of the field as well because he won nationals that year.
Yep. So I guess, how much are you, kind of in that same vein of thought, how much are you thinking about what others are going to potentially play, kind of like that scouting report, and then how much are you including things in your deck to prepare for that? Are you allowing that to dictate some of the counter pieces that you're expecting to put in, or are you like, I've got answers from both ends of the spectrum to where like Brian's more thinking about that because he feels you have to prepare for what you expect that meta of that tournament field to be like. And then Justin's like, I just don't really care what they're playing. I'm going to do my thing. So where do you fall on that spectrum?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a little bit of both. And honestly, that's part of why I'm not settled yet, is because I am thinking through, what do I think other players are going to be on? What do I think the most popular cards are going to be? I'm trying to read and establish the metagame and decide in my mind where I think the metagame is going to go. And I think you have to do that for any tournament that you enter. Any tournament that you enter, you have to have an idea of what decks are good, what decks are viable, what decks people are playing through, random snippets that you hear and things from playing with the players in your local play groups, from knowing the tendencies of players that you know are going to be at these tournaments. So any tournament you go to, there's a little bit of the metagame read. The different part for this tournament is that you know exactly the other 7 players you're going to play. In a large tournament, say Nationals, there's 40, 50 players, and 7 rounds, and I don't know exactly which 7 players are going to play in those rounds. In this tournament, I know exactly who the other 7 players are, and so it's a lot of cat and mouse. Do I think that Jay's going to be on Judge's Assyrians? Does Jay think that I think that he's going to be on Judge's Assyrians, and so he zags left instead of zigging right like I think he's going to? Do I think that Jay thinks that I think that he's on Judge's Assyrians, so I zap up instead of zigging down? And so on and so forth. So it's just the mind games. So do I think you need to have an idea and think about it a little bit and read the meta and go look what these players have historically played and know what's good in the format? Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's where, the Jonesy aspect comes in of, yeah, you have to be cognizant and aware of where you think players are going to be. But then there is also the Justin side of build the best deck and don't care what other players are doing. Have confidence in yourself and your abilities in your deck, and just know that you have the best deck that you can build. My personal opinion is that the best deck that you can build is going to be slightly influenced by what you expect to see. Do I think you should tech specifically for one player and one deck? No, because what if you tech for me thinking that I'm on a Flexbone variant and I show up with Disciple Pharisees, and you don't have the right tools to beat me, and you just fold and crumple because you pegged for one player on one specific deck? You need to look at overall tendencies and what you think players are going to be on. Now, if you look at the field and you look at the available pool of cards and say, you know what? Judges are the best available offense. They are 3 steps above everything else. I'm going to build things to hard shut down Judges. That's a legitimate call that you can make if you think that's the case. But then if 3 players show up with Disciples, because Disciples are really fast in Scrolls Only, I know, crazy to think, but Disciples are a really good offense in Scrolls Only. So if 3 people show up with that, and you're teched for Judges, and 3 people show up with Disciples, you're going to be in trouble.
So definitely that full-on cat and mouse game to where you're trying to include it in the deck, but not let it influence the deck too much to where you leave yourself vulnerable to the surprise.
Right, yeah. I think you build your best deck possible, and then you look and you do some analysis and say, okay, I expect to see these 3 or 4 cards or these 2 themes, and maybe I put in, this character instead of that character. I'll go to black as an example. And, the good thing is this is coming out on Wednesday, in theory, Wednesday, like 2 days before the tournament starts. So hopefully me saying some of this stuff, doesn't influence my competitors to change their decks all of a sudden. But so look at black. So you have Sisera, who is really good against red and gold, makes enhancements CBN when you're blocking a red or a gold character. And then you've got Simon the Magician, who makes enhancements CBN against New Testament characters, unless like Simon or John or like 2 random disciples are in play. And so if you're playing a black defense, you have a decision to make. Do I play Sisera, or do I play Simon the Magician, or do I find room for both and know that one of them is going to be subpar, and I could have played a different character that could have potentially helped me more? So that's where, hey, I'm playing a black defense. I've got a black defense built, and now I sit and I think, okay, do I expect to see more Judges, or do I expect to see more disciples? If I expect to see more disciples, maybe I play Simon the Magician. If I expect half the field to be on judges, then I play Sisera. Or you analyze things and say, you know what? I don't need to be in black at all. I need to be in a different brigade. Or you say, you know what? I think everyone's going to be on green, silver, and you don't play either one. So I think that's where you build your deck, and then you think and you analyze and you make small tweaks towards what you expect the meta to be. I think Falling Away Guardian is on a similar like cat and mouse pendulum thing. Is everyone going to run Falling Away? And if everyone's running Falling Away, should I run Guardian? If everyone's running Guardian, should I run Falling Away? Because they blank each other, right? If you land your Falling Away before I land my Guardian, I have 1/7 of my dominants that are completely useless. But if I land my Guardian before you land your Falling Away, I blank your Falling Away, and I speed the game up by 1 turn. Falling Away, slows things down and allows for more counterplay and things like that, and a defense to get set up and things like that. So do I expect players to be on Falling Away, or do I expect them to be on Guardian, or do you run both and eat up 2 of your 7 dominant slots with the potential 50-50 coin flip of, do I get this before my opponent does, and how does that impact winning? So I think that's another very easy, thing to look at, that you could spend an hour deliberating and agonizing over, and then probably still come out wrong.
The episode with Josiah, you mentioned at some point there was only a certain number of dominants. So in Scrolls Only, do you know off the top of your head, since you mentioned that, how much would you sacrifice to put both of those in there? How many dominant selections are there possible?
There's enough that playing both is a tough decision where you are sacrificing other dominants that you want to play. So I don't know the exact number of dominants that there are in the format, to be honest. I didn't go and look up a list of them or anything like that, but there's definitely 9 or 10 that are viable. You've got Son of God, New Jerusalem. I think everyone's going to be on those. I don't think anyone's going to be on the arrest deck. So if Tyler shows up with an arrest heavy, D heavy lock deck and isn't playing Son of God, New Jerusalem, then I'm wrong. More power to him. But I think everyone's going to be on Son of God, New Jerusalem. I think I can fairly safely say that. So that's 2 there. Then you've got Angel, Christian Martyr. I think most players will likely be on those, but I can see situations where you don't play one or the other or both. You've got Mayhem and Grapes, the TXP dominants that are both very powerful, very popular. Those are the ones where we're starting to get a little more wishy-washy here as whether or not players play them. You've got Falling Away Guardian, and that dynamic there. Play one, play both. Which one of the 2 do you play? You've got Destruction of Nehushtan is very powerful in a format where it is a little bit slower and artifacts are potentially a little bit more prominent. I think Destruction is a very viable card choice and card selection. Burial is viable in Scrolls Only. And I definitely looked at a deck that wanted to slow the game up to a high degree, play Burial, force you to go deep into your deck, win the attrition game. Sites and Protection Lost Souls. I mean, Burial is a legitimate choice of a dominant to play. So I don't know. I rattled off 10 or 12 dominants right there. And I think there's a few other, fringe ones. Doubt's not playable, the version that's available in Scrolls Only, in my opinion. Now, could somebody play Doubt and, blow me out with it and change my tune? Yeah, somebody could. But I think Doubt is probably not going to see that much play in Scrolls Only.
That's fair. I was just, I wasn't trying to check you in the moment. I was just wondering how much that potential decision, since you said someone could, in theory, give up 2 slots of that and either sway the game directly in their favor or really hurt their chances. And I didn't know how much that, obviously, Falling Away and Guardian before we rotated with all of the dominants that had come out since, that's a significant cost. I just didn't know what the cost value was there. And I figured some other people out there might be wondering as well. So thank you for the history lesson on dominance.
You're welcome.
So apart from the strategy of it, because you've gone over the strategy a good bit about your thought process and how you're going to craft this deck and think about what others are playing, What's it been like just going back to the old format of Scrolls Only before the new card face that came out with IJ, and just the nostalgia of building decks with that? Does it bring back memories of tournaments that you played as a kid, growing up with the game? Just what's that experience been like revisiting that time period?
Oh, absolutely. It's been a blast, a blast of the past, as it were, going back and looking at things. And obviously we've talked before, and everyone who knows me knows that my collection is not organized, not sorted. It is in a box, and it is a pile of cards. And so, part of my revisiting is going through those cards and trying to find the individual cards that I know that I want, which is why I always build on Lackey first. And like I would find chunks and pieces of decks as I'm going through this, because the deck, gets de-sleeved. It's all in a stack together and it goes in the box. And then as I look through piles and move piles around, it eventually starts to separate. But I would get, sections of decks that I've played in the past and be like, oh yeah, that deck was really good. Or I'd come across, two cards next to each other, like Nebuchadnezzar and Dream. And I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm not in Crimson, but man, Nebuchadnezzar is such a boss character. Maybe I need to be in Crimson, so just that was very fun. Obviously going back and rereading 10-year-old 15-year-old game analysis and things like that on the boards was always fascinating. Made me cringe a little bit reading some of my own and like, oh man, I was so dumb back then, and probably still are, but all that stuff has been really enjoyable to go back and look at the format and frankly do some of this strategic thinking and deep dive analysis on where I think the format is, because the format's changed too. 10, 15 years ago, we've made a dozen rule changes since then. And some of the ones that I think are most impactful are the ignore rule change. That wiped out 4 decks that I would have seriously considered playing. Gabe's Teal Tomb deck from 08 in California, totally would have played that deck. That deck was ridiculously good. Totally would have played that. My Water Garden decks, that was the first deck that I thought of when I got invited to this thing was, man, how awesome would it be to pop a water jar on Justin again? Because Justin hates that card. He hates it with a passion. And man, I would have loved to pop a Samaritan water jar on Justin. I think I might need to go build a different deck now. But like Garden Tomb, ignore rule change really hurts that. Household Idols. That's the reason one of the reasons that I don't think the silver orange deck is viable, because Household Idols, if you go back and read Josiah's tournament write-up on that deck, he references how important Household Idols is and what Household Idols did for him in almost every round of that tournament, because it was such a good card back then. For those that don't know and haven't been around, 10 years ago, if you had an ignore ability active, you couldn't block from hand. Those characters were ignored in your hand. That's how ridiculously good ignore was. That's why Garden Tomb was amazing, because you took out their territory and they could not block from hand. Similarly, with Household Idols, if you had a banding character like, say Samuel, who is also banned, which has a huge impact on the format, right? But the Red Warrior banding chains, you could not attack from hand with those. The ignore rule change is in my opinion, the single biggest difference in the Scrolls format. Are there other things? Sure. Liner ban is a big deal. It makes pale green and orange less viable because your DOU and your Suicidal Swine Stampede aren't as good. Samuel ban, absolutely. Makes the Throne deck a lot harder to play without having Samuel. It makes the Judges deck not as consistent. It helps when you're playing the Judges deck to know that if someone does show up with Judges at this tournament, or if 3 people show up with Judges at this tournament, they don't have Samuel. Their edict is only good on Gideon, unless they went and built it differently and splashed a Shamgar or a Samson or something like that. But I don't think they're going to build it that way. So you know that their edict is only good on Gideon and that you can negate it in every other scenario. So Samuel ban has an impact on the format. So those are 2 factors there. Single territory class, does it have a little bit of an effect? Yes, absolutely. Is it as major? No, because there weren't as many territory class enhancements back then. You can't play Divination and Invoking Terror in the same turn in a Magician defense anymore. You have to be a little more cautious if you have an offensive one and a defensive one that you want to use. You have to think about those things. But it doesn't have as big of an impact on this format simply because there aren't as many territory class enhancements floating around in this format to be affected. 4 activations rule, man, we weren't even thinking about activating a card 4 times in the Scrolls Only era. That rule change, super important for the game, super relevant, does not matter in the Scrolls Only format. But the ignore rule change matters heavily in the Scrolls Only format. It's part of why Throne isn't super viable. Royal Parade and Peace Treaty, both of those are ignore abilities that were super strong battle winners that deck played off of Throne that it no longer has access to because of that rule change. Josiah referenced the Choose the Blocker rule change. Do I think that one has as big of an impact in Scrolls Only? Yes and no. I think in general, Choose the Blocker is still a good ability. You can find it on Gold Ehud, Blue Ehud, Asahel. Those are all very viable cards. But King Amaziah, which was like the Throne play, isn't viable in Scrolls or any format for that matter with the rule change that it has to come from the opponent. So like that's an effect, and that has matters for the Scrolls Only and what revisiting the format looks like. But the ignore rule change, I mean, seriously, without the ignore rule change, even Disciples are affected by TGT. Zach Cornell's Disciples winning deck in 2013, 2014 had, 4 Garden Tomb heroes and TGT in it. So, like, yeah, I mean, ignore rule change, man. For those players that weren't around, it was crazy back in the day.
Yeah, one of the cards that you didn't mention that is hurt by that, I believe is kind of what inspired the nativity theme in GOC, was Zebulon, right?
Yes, I didn't mention Zebulon.
And you didn't mention that, and that one hurts me because being that ever since I came into the game, I have an affinity for blue for some reason, even though it's like, it's going to be the death of me. Well, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see what the new sets have, because I've seen some blue in some stuff. But, just having that and the limitations that there are present with blue currently, to hear about the heyday of Zebulon, and then knowing that we've got this classic tournament, and it takes away the chance for Genesis to win this deck or this tournament.
Oh, I don't think that's the case at all. I think that Genesis is viable. I would not be shocked to see one of the 8 players show up with a blue offense, because you can do some things without having to build around Zebulon, frankly. And don't get me wrong, Zebulon was amazing, a super huge part of that offense's success. But the way that Benjamin is worded, you can play your captain freely now. You couldn't play captain and have Zebulon work, but Benjamin says human heroes. So you can play your captain and your TSA along your blue stuff. There's a Fight by the Numbers band in blue, Rachel, Jacob, captain. That's very hard to stop in Scrolls Only. Hama's Plot is your only choice against that. Goliath, but then I get to send somebody else into battle. So, like, yeah, blue is viable, even without Zebulon. Benjamin and Joseph, both super low initiative characters with strong battle winners backing them up, like Joseph before Pharaoh. Jacob buries the foreign gods. There's another one, the name I can't come up with off the top of my head, but it converts everyone in battle, and it's CBN on both those guys. So it's an AoE convert, which is like ridiculously good in Scrolls Only. The opponent has an out. They can put everyone back in their hand or something. I don't know, but that's a ridiculously good card. So you got 2 low number CBN heroes attacking. You got a Fight with the Numbers banding chain. You can splash blue Ehud for Choose the Blocker. That will turn off your Benjamin, but it won't turn off your Joseph, and it won't stop your Rachel Jacob captain band. So like, there's blue is viable. It's very viable. I would not be shocked to see a blue deck in this tournament.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm pulling for whoever's playing blue at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I had the deck built at one point. Like, that one made it to a paper copy. So blue Genesis with an Egyptian defense, which is, I just got a server notification here, so hopefully you got all my audio there. Blue blue offense with Genesis Egyptian defense, which I think is one of the fastest defenses available in Scrolls only. Dreaming Pharaoh, Pharaoh's Cupbearer, Pharaoh's Baker, those 10 cards there are really good. And then there's always just the random, hey, I activate given over to Egypt and I pop your Son of God at the top of the deck with a deck discard. Love that play. Everybody else hates it, but for the one doing it, it feels really good. So yeah, I mean, would not be shocked to see a blue offense.
All right, fair enough. So if someone out there at this point was not sure about what they were playing, it coming out on Wednesday makes it tight, but maybe you just gave them some ideas on what they could play. Because that was a pretty in-depth analysis on what someone could play in Genesis. Maybe that makes them not want to play it. Who knows?
I didn't even go that deep. I didn't talk about well reopened. I didn't talk about the sites. I think a site deck is based in that offense because well reopened can go grab you one of your sites as territory class, or it draws you a card. Like, that card is super underrated. Yeah, I could talk about the blue Genesis deck for a while. I mean, I took a hard look at that one.
All right, so
I'm talking myself back into it right now.
I know, so we're going to move off of it. When I go to edit this, you're going to be like, hey, delete all that stuff. I'm back on it. What do you expect the environment to be? You said that when you played it before or just visited Scrolls only, that it's a much slower format. It's not as fast. And Jayden mentioned that it's a simpler format, not necessarily simpler abilities, but the game flows in a more simple way. There's not as much going on at different levels of your turn. It's mostly like get in, do the main things for your turn. Let's go to battle. So what do you expect the actual gameplay to be like in this tournament field with the interactions between decks? Like, what do you expect just the overall feel of the gameplay to feel like?
Yeah. I mean, Jayden's spot on. You don't have to remember your upkeep woes trigger. You don't have to remember your upkeep storehouse trigger. Frankly, there's just a far lot less upkeep triggers in general. You've got your Pentecost, your first fruits coming back. You've got your provisions that you might need to track with a set aside uptick. You don't have to account for a bunch of territory class heroes floating around having effects. There's no neutral negators out there. None of that stuff is around. So there's just a lot less maintenance and tracking required for, hey, these things are negated right now, these things aren't. If I turn this off, that other thing turns on. Those types of things. Frankly, soul abilities in general. I looked at, I'm just going to keep diving back into the strategy, man, because it's just been a blast preparing for this. But I looked at a 150 to see if a 150 was viable for this tournament, playing 3 copies of Haman's Plot and 3 copies of Gates of Hell. No one is getting through that defense. Like, if you hold out past the first couple of turns and can start piling your hand, no one is getting past the defense.
I'm sorry.
150 card deck.
That took me way too long to conceptualize. When you said 150 and then you went into 3 copies, like, I knew what you were saying, but then I started just thinking about how tall that deck would be, sleeved up. Like, halfway through the game, your deck falls off the table.
That deck did not make it to the physical stage, but it did make it into the start of a lackey build until I started selecting souls. And I remembered that we changed the rule on souls, and you can only have 1 of each soul with a special ability, even if you go above 50. It used to be that you could have 1 per 50 in type 1, and you could play 3 copies of Liner, which is banned now, but 3 copies of the deck discard, lost soul, 3 copies of the hand discard, lost soul, 3 copies of sight double, and things like that. And if that was the case, if I could play 3 copies of souls, I think I would tell you I have 150 cards in front of me. I don't, because of the 1 soul. I just don't think that's viable. But yeah, 150 with 3 copies of Plot, 3 copies of Gates of Hell to fight through, 3 copies of Gideon plus Edict. I mean, once you hit 1 of your copies of auto, you just go auto protected Gideon and let themselves throw whatever defense they have at you. You have 3 edicts, 3 Ehud's daggers, and at some point they're going to run out of defense because they have 50 cards and you have 150. And with 3 plots is 9 characters out of 17 that they're playing, offense and defense. So yeah, 150, totally almost viable, if not for the soul ruling. And yeah, I looked at that. I don't remember what the question was you asked me, man.
I don't know either at this point. So let me ask you, just for the people out there that are going to be curious about this, you said no one's getting through that defense. How does the 150 versus 150 mirror match go if someone else plays that?
It times out 0-0. I mean, truly, if I'd be shocked if somebody shows up with a 150. I wouldn't be like flabbergasted because I could see Tyler going out on that limb. I could see Mark potentially going out on a limb. I don't think that Jayden, Justin, Jonesy, myself is going to. I could see Ron go out on that limb. Man, I could totally see Ron out on that limb. Jay's kind of the wild card. Frankly, I don't know if Jay's just being coy or if he's legit, but like anytime that anybody I've seen on Discord or any other like public forum where Jay's been like asked or alluded to, he insists he's not playing Judges Assyrians, but that is so up his alley in his wheelhouse. But yeah, I mean, Jay could show up with a 150, I guess, but I don't think anyone is going to. And I definitely don't think that two people are. But if I'm wrong, if I've read the metagame wrong and two people show up with 150s, my personal professional redemption opinion is that it's going to time out either 1-0, 2-0, or 2-1 because someone's going to get lucky and draw to their Son of God New Jerusalem or just their Son of God, depending on how they're constructed. Me personally, I think if you're playing a 150, you're playing it with minimal offense, just a ton of defense, and then some really solid, highly unbeatable rescues. So like your first 50 cards are a normal deck. And then the other 100 cards are almost all defense, right? So your first 50 is a normal deck, and then you've got a bunch of defense. So like I don't think anyone's going to draw a fistful of offense and just win outright. I think it's going to be a timeout win based on who gets their dominance that rescue souls first.
Now, look here. You've been on the podcast a lot, so we've figured out how to go back and forth with things. So I've got the same list of questions, and I keep coming up with other little side questions to ask you because you keep pulling me into these little trappings. So let me ask you one.
I told you we were going to go for an hour tonight. You said 15 to 20 minutes is what you wanted these to be with everybody.
Yeah.
And you asked me if I had time for you. And I believe my little response was, bro, you know we're going an hour.
That sounds about accurate. And I guess I did know that. But you pulled me into this trapping here because you mentioned it's going to end in a 0-0 tie. And then you kind of backed off and you said other things. But that got me thinking. Have you guys talked and discussed what would be like your tiebreaker? Are you just going to extend it around until we have a winner? Or so it times out at 2-2. You got to have a winner out of that. So how do you decide?
Oh, no. I think they're just both disqualified. They're both disqualified, and whoever was going to play them gets a bye, and they just get to coast. So please, somebody show up with a 150. Two people show up with 150s, please. I would love that. No, I asked. I don't know if it's been publicly talked about. We do have a little group chat with the 8 of us in the tournament, plus Jeremy and Chris. Chris is the host, obviously. Jeremy.
Oh, but the commentary can't get an invite. I get it, guys.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you are not part of that group. We didn't want you like in there and then spilling all of our secrets and things, So anyway, I don't know if it's been publicly discussed. I asked Jeremy directly because I did seriously consider the 150 myself. I asked him what the tie break procedure was if there was a tie at time. And his response was next soul wins, which I said, ugh to, because if you're tied at time and someone hasn't played Son of God yet, next soul wins is really easy. Just drop your Son of God and you win. I don't love that, which is another factor that pushed me off the 150. But yeah, and frankly, in a battle between two 50 card decks or 56 card decks or 63 card decks or Tyler showing up with a 70 card D heavy deck, if they're tied at time there 2-2 or 3-3, yeah, next soul wins.
Next soul wins just sounds like putting a runner on second base in extra innings. It's just,
Oh, are you a purist? Oh, so gross.
oh my gosh. Are you one of those?
Oh, absolutely. The shift is the worst thing that ever happened to baseball. I'm so glad that they banned that.
Oh, I'm
nonsense.
okay with getting rid of the shift. Okay. That's fine.
Well, how do you feel about pitch clocks? Because I love them. I think they're awesome.
I think pitch clocks stink for one reason and one reason only. Okay. Now you've got me down a rabbit hole, so you're gonna have to live with this. Okay. And the people out there are probably mad at you now. But
That's fine. I'm used to people being mad at me.
pitch clocks I have a problem with for the fact that, yeah, it's okay in 95% of, games and pitches. There's no issue there. But what about the game where it's a big moment and naturally those moments just take a little bit more time to let breathe and
Why?
experience? Dude,
Why?
you're telling
Why
me
do they have to?
October baseball, you're bringing in your starter on short rest as a reliever, and he's coming in, and you want him to just machine it out instead of like living in that moment and taking a little bit of extra time with the first few pitches. Get out of here.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to help out our audience and me and you. I'm going to draw it back to redemption with a redemption analogy. You ready? Here we go.
I'm ready.
So you're saying, what if you bring out your star pitcher on short rest in relief in the 9th inning of the World Series, Game 7? Scherzer's coming to the mound, and then he's got to pitch right away.
Whoa. I said no one's talking about Scherzer. Okay.
Oh, I am. I'm a big Scherzer fan.
That's fine. Okay. I'm thinking more like all-time moments. But okay, go ahead.
Like Randy Johnson?
Uh,
Nolan Ryan?
I'm more thinking
Cy Young.
Madison Bumgarner coming back on short rest.
Madison Bumgarner. Yeah, Scherzer came back on short rest too. That's why I went to him. Scherzer has
I know,
done it.
but
That's why I
Hey, I don't have much to hold on to as a Giants fan. Let me have this.
You're a Giants fan?
Yes, I'm a
Oh,
49ers
you
fan.
poor-
Why not?
You live in Alabama. I don't know why you're a Niners fan to start with. So you're
Steve Young. Steve Young is 100% the reason for that, and that is
so
fair.
Gross. So gross.
What do you have against left-handers? Huh?
Nothing. I am a lefty.
Oh, man.
So yeah, I mean, you're from Bama. I just assumed you were a 49ers fan because of reasons that I didn't know and were inexplicable. You could be a fan of any baseball team. So
Absolutely.
full story.
So I chose the best one.
Oof. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, it depends on when you started being a fan, I guess. But I'm a Reds fan. So, like, you ain't got nothing on me, man. I
Well,
lived through some bad years.
I mean, you're
as a
still
Reds
living
fan.
through them. I'm sorry. You're a Reds fan.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I will say the reason that I think I started liking the Giants was because when I would try to keep up with 49ers stuff, they did a lot of cross promotion. And at the time, like if you like one, generally they try to push you to like the other. Like they try to push me to like the Sharks, and I'm not into that because I like the Penguins for some reason. I grew up, hey, they're Penguins, that's cool. I don't know.
Like Pittsburgh?
I mean, I don't keep up with it all that much,
Hendricks.
but
Twist the knife a little bit before you pull it out of my back.
I do.
Oh,
I will
goodness.
say
You
that,
like Sid the Kid?
dude, we don't have any professional teams here in Alabama, so I'm stuck just grabbing whatever. And I grabbed things early on as a kid, and I've stuck to them. I'm a loyalist. When I get on something, I'm on
you
it.
could be a Red Wings fan, I guess.
Yes, I could be, and I'm glad I'm not. But for basketball, I do lean toward the Celtics. So,
Ooh, hey, there we go. Me too. All right, we found one we have in
Yes.
common. I am a big fan of Celtics because Kevin Garnett. I was a T-Wolves
Minnesota
fan,
Timberwolves.
and I loved Garnett. And Garnett went to the Celtics and won a title, and it was awesome. And I've been a Celtics fan ever since. And frankly, I think Jason Tatum is just incredible. I think he's super underrated. Give it 2 years, and he will be fighting for MVPs at the top and winning MVP awards if he continues his career trajectory. And they got absolutely robbed by Steph and Clay remembering how to play basketball last year. Like, the Warriors are not good anymore.
they also
But
got robbed by the referees letting Draymond Green be absolutely physical and not call any fouls on him. And then on the other end, oh, foul, 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 foul.
I don't like to get into the refs in NBA, but like, yes, NBA, frankly, in my opinion, more than most sports, can be dictated by how the refs call the game. You look at it a lot with LeBron. If the refs called everything that is technically a foul by definition of the rules on LeBron, he would shoot 40 free throws a game. So they don't call things that he should have called. He should have these calls called for him, but he doesn't get them called because he is just a mammoth beast of a man. And what is a foul on Steph Curry is like a mosquito on LeBron. But it's still a foul.
Okay,
by the rules of the game.
That's all fair. So let me ask one quick question. You just give an answer, and then we'll get off the sports analogies.
I tried to draw us back. You drew us back in.
I know.
I tried, and I had a really good analogy.
Jordan, or LeBron?
LeBron.
Podcast is over. I'm sorry.
LeBron. That's not even a question. LeBron.
Get out of here.
How many points does Jordan have? Oh, that's right. LeBron
How many finals losses does he have?
0, but who cares? Who cares? How many Eastern Conference losses does he have?
The Eastern Conference was better back then than it was when LeBron was making it to the finals and then losing. So,
okay. And what's your point? He still lost in the conference finals. LeBron has gotten to more finals than Jordan. That's an accomplishment there in its own right. Look at the amount of times that Jordan didn't get to the game. Sure, yeah, he got it done 6 times. Jordan also had absolutely stacked teams compared to LeBron's. You can talk all you want about big threes and LeBron stacking things. Jordan's teams on the Bulls were stacked long before LeBron went to South Beach.
That's fair that they were stacked, but they were stacked through acquiring players the old-fashioned way versus...
Welcome to the new era, baby.
Yeah, versus, hey, I'm going to go on this team and I want my buddies to come join me, and then not 1, not 2. How many titles you going to win? No, I'm going to run back home and I'm going to get one here, and then I'm going to completely blow that up, and I'm going to LA.
Yeah, but you got to admit, it's pretty impressive that he's managed to win with 3 different teams and 3, frankly, very different looking teams. LeBron can do it all.
Oh, absolutely. Now imagine if he had stayed in Cleveland and did it all from the get-go there.
Anyway, so I'm going to go back to my analogies. It was really good. Okay, so pitch clock. Scherzer coming in. Maybe you just don't pitch Scherzer there. And here's the redemption analogy. Matthew draws a bunch of cards when the opponent has a bunch of brigades. Solution, don't play a bunch of random brigades that you don't need. Know the rules you're playing with, know what the options are and what the possibilities are if something doesn't go your way, and play the best possible option you have within that rule set.
Okay, I guess that's fair. That still doesn't take away the preference of that not being the current, I guess, environment for that situation versus what it previously was.
I like the pitch clock. I like the pitch clock because I don't have 4 hours to sit and listen to
a
baseball game.
I told you 95% of the time I'm good with it, and I'm good with speeding up games to where it doesn't take an entire evening to watch one. So I'm good with that. Now, let's move back to the actual topic at hand here, which is Mr. Classic, since we've gone all the way down a rabbit trail. If we fast forward to Friday night, we've played all of these games, and the referee walks out and holds your arm up.
Oh, please tell me there's going to be a referee.
Dude, there's got to be somebody in a ref.
WWE style.
But imagine you're getting announced as the first ever Mr. Classic. What's that mean to you personally, especially someone like you that's grown up with this game from a very, very young age and stuff? What would that mean to you personally?
I mean, yeah, it'd be super cool, right? Obviously, we talked earlier about competitors, and I talked about, the people I'll be playing against a little bit more than myself, but I think we all know I'm a pretty competitive individual. So yeah, it's going to be awesome if I end up, completing the goal and the task and getting there. As far as what it will mean to me, it'll be cool. I don't think it will top any of my nationals victories. There's just something different about the connotation of that tournament. being official, being all the best players, not just 8 of them. I mean, don't get me wrong, 8 is a stacked field and super fun and a lot, but the whole fields that I've had to play against over the years, I think it'll rank below those, but it'll definitely be up there as far as accomplishments and achievements. I'd really like to win, obviously. Will I be totally bummed out if I lose? No, I'm at a point in my life, my career, where I'm still very competitive. And once I sit down at the table, I will be like 100% locked and loaded, competitive. I wouldn't say rules lawyering, but if you misplay, sorry, that's on you, man. So yeah, I mean, when it comes time, I'll be locked and loaded. But at the end of the day, it is what it is,
Yeah, I can see that for someone that's had your level of success. Maybe it doesn't rank as high as
I
some
don't know
of
what
those
other
things.
people said. I don't want to have to listen till Wednesday. Or recap for me. What have my friends said?
I don't remember, man. I was
guess I'll
trying
have
to
wait till
I was
Wednesday.
trying to think of like specifics what other people have said, but I know everyone generally, obviously, you're going to get some responses that are slightly different, but they're all in the same vein of, yeah, you would love to have that, I guess, that accomplishment on your resume if you've devoted your time and effort and energy into this game as a hobby. But like you, I don't think anyone's going to be super bummed out, because at the end of the day, you still get to rely on or hang your hat on the fact that you were one of the 8 participants in this thing. So you've already had your status kind of acknowledged within the lore of the game, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. And I think
Absolutely.
everybody's kind of on that same wavelength of thinking about it that way.
I mean, to be honest, I'm less focused on winning this whole thing than I am losing to Marc in the first round. Because if I lose to Marc in the first round, no one will ever let me live that down. If I lose in the second round or in the finals, people will just expect that. Jone always comes in second. But if Marc pulls it off and beats me in the first round, which is entirely possible, because I don't know for sure what Marc is on, and Marc might be able to read what I'm on a little bit better just based on some of the conversations I've had with you and some of my tendencies in years past that are on the board. So like Marc could beat me and I won't be able to live that down if he does. Nothing against Marc. Marc's a great guy, like Marc, but he's the underdog, right? And so it'd be awesome. But like, yeah, I'm more focused on not losing to Marc than I am on winning the whole thing.
Yeah. So let me ask you, you wore the belt at Nationals last year to display it for people. And so you know what it's like to have that belt around your waist. If you win this thing, are you going to display that thing proudly? Like, let's say you get your IRS tax refund check in the mail and you go to cash that at your local bank. Are you walking in there with your Mr. Classic title belt? Or you're like, hey, I need to deposit this check. Check me out, homie. Look at what I got. And busting the swag.
Yeah, so I did. I have worn the belt, so that should like scare off my competitors right there. Like, this is previously used merchandise that you're getting for winning this thing. So like, maybe play a little less hard, knowing that I've worn this thing already. But yeah, it's heavy. Like it's legit. Like that thing is probably 10, 12 pounds. So honestly, no, like it's not comfortable. It doesn't hold your pants up. Like it's not functional and it's just too heavy. And I'm focused on lightening my load as much as I can. I'm trying to lose some weight. I'm doing a backpacking trip this summer. I'm looking at, minimizing the weight that I'm carrying. So I can't bring it with me on that. So like, I don't know if I'll wear it a little. I'll wear it the next day of the tournament. Like if I win it on Friday, I will wear that on Saturday walking around. Like that's for sure. For sure I would wear it on Saturday. Would I wear it outside of that? I could see showing up to nationals wearing it, but I don't know if it would go much beyond that. The real question there is, do I get to keep it? Or does it go to the next winner next year? If I get to keep it, that thing's going in a glass display case hung on my wall or something. and then they produce a new belt for the next year. But if I have to bring the belt with me to the next Mr. Classic next year, then yeah, I'll wear it, and then it will honestly probably go in like a box or something until I bring it back.
Not another box to be lost.
Yeah, exactly. So that'd be a good question for the Chamber Brothers is do we get to keep the belt?
Well, I heard a rumor about that, and I believe the idea currently is for that belt to be a traveling trophy of sorts, so that it's brought back. Which, the thing that I like about doing that is that now you won Mr. Classic the first time, but you've got to come back and you've got to lay that bad boy on the line. They're going to tie it above the arena, and it's a ladder match. You got to earn that thing. You got to knock off
rope.
You got to knock off 7 new competitors again next year. Now,
Well, new competitors, or can the same ones be like? Because if it's new competitors, if I come out on top of this field and then it's new competitors next year, I feel really good about my chances of retaining the title. unless we get Gabe and Josiah out of retirement or something like that. But this 7 against me is about the best field you can come up with. So I mean, Jeremy, Gabe, Josh, Josiah. I mean, yeah, there's others, but if you win the first one and it's new people, like, yeah, I feel good about keeping that winning streak alive. But if the same people can play, then yeah, anything goes.
well, I said new. That's just a figure of speech, I guess. But I don't know how they choose.
Precision of language, Hendricks.
I don't know how they choose the participants next year. I would assume there would be a lot of people participating again if they do this as an annual thing, which I think is the plan. But I actually was talking to Brian, I believe it was, about ways to, at a certain point, if you just keep doing scrolls only, people are going to figure out the best deck, and then they're going to play those, and then it's going to be cat and mouse within a limited sandbox.
But that's the thing, though. So we're going to go back into strategy here, because I don't think that's the case. I think that Scrolls is not solved and won't be solved. And I don't think that with this style and this format with 8 players that you can truly solve it. Because as I went back and prepared for it and looked at things, I remembered, and I said this in my 2015 Nationals winning write-up, which I realize is a little past the Scrolls only era and rotation cards heavily influenced that deck. But I said this then in 2015, which is not that far past the Scrolls only era, and I definitely feel like the case. Everything is good, and thus nothing is. Every theme and brigade and color out there in Scrolls only format is viable and playable, and every color and offense and setup out there has disadvantages that can be exploited. I do not think that it is solved or can be solved in this format with 8 players and a limited field. In a wide open field, 40, 50 players, where you're just making some metagame calls and building the best deck, yes, I think that's solvable. I think that is solved, and I know what deck I would play in an open Scrolls only tournament. In a 8-player limited format, you can play any deck you want. And if you know that the previous year 4 players showed up on Judges, you can build a deck to beat that deck that is not Judges. I think it's fascinating and will be for a long time.
Okay, that's definitely a fair assessment, and everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But my thing with thinking that people can work on figuring out that and working, besides just it being an 8-man tournament, like you can look at Scrolls only throughout the year to think about like what would be the best or whatnot. But I think it would be really cool for them to implement like a variable ban list, like that gets away from the official ban list, and maybe some things are not banned that are banned, and then you can kind of play around with the format that way just to keep it exciting so that it's fresh each time.
Oh yeah, I like that too. I like bans more than unbans. Banning additional cards. I mean, could you unban some things in Scrolls only? Sure, but frankly, most of our ban list isn't scroll cards, and I don't think you can unban Liner and Samuel. If you unban Liner and or Samuel, there is a absolute clear-cut top deck that is the best. So I don't think you can, like, if you unban those, you have to ban other things to compensate for it. Like if you unban Samuel, you have to ban Throne and Edict. If you unban Liner, you have to ban DOU and Suicidal Swine Stampede.
And there you go. Like that could be an option for 1 year to see a fresh format. Samuel's unbanned, but then you take away a couple of other things and make people play around with that. I don't know. It's just different ways to keep it exciting, because I think it's really cool that we have it here, and you want the excitement of it to be fresh and rich every year so that it doesn't, live a 2-year lifespan where then it becomes stale and kind of falls off. You want it to be something that's memorable.
Yes, I agree 100%. I also think that's where, the conversation about returning players or new players is relevant too, because the 8 players in Mr. Classic Invitational this year have done the metagame analysis and the thought processes and the what is my opponent going to be on, and looking at the tendencies and those things. If you come up with a field of 8 players next year, the returning champion, the runner-up, and then like I said, Josh, Jeremy, Gabe, if Josiah gets tempted enough, which he was on that fence, man. I think we've got him thinking about coming back, which is awesome.
Send a box to his kid.
Yes, send some cards to Josiah's kid, get him hooked again. Get a solid field, set up there. Chad Franz, maybe Chad can fly out to it, get him in the tournament field. And then you have, 6 new players, 2 returning players that have to do that same thought exercise that the 8 of us just did this year preparing for it. And they have to think through, okay, what are my opponent's tendencies? And they get to do all that deep dive revisiting stuff that I've had such a blast doing. And that I know other players in the tournament have had a blast doing as well. So I think the field evolution can play a role in keeping things fresh, fun, and exciting as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair point, and gives a lot more people a reason to be involved. If you're able to, you weren't involved this year as one of the participants, but there's a chance for next year. And I don't know how they pick that out, but that definitely could keep it fresh as well. Let me ask you this. We've done a lot of wrestling analogies for this tournament, like ad nauseum. And the reason is because the Chamber Brothers picked out a gaudy title belt in the style of WWE, and I mean, we're just rolling with it. And I think there's enough people, because wrestling fans are generally nerdy type people, and people that play card games are nerdy type people, and often a lot of those intersect. So people that like this card game like wrestling or grew up watching it. There's just a lot of crossover there. So I know that you have, I believe it's Triple H is your avatar on Discord now, but
only because you referenced it back in episode 50 and said
right.
John's coming in and does the water bottle in his hair.
The Hy-Vee store brand water bottle.
Yes, the Hy-Vee store brand water bottle.
You
That's
loved
the reason
that,
I picked
you?
Triple H. I did love that. You know what? What's bad though is A, you didn't give me enough warning so I could grow it out, and B, I had a company meeting down in Des Moines last week, and so I cut my hair. Like, my hair is so short right now.
Oh man. So you are like when he first came on the scene, and he was or no, that wasn't him. That was who was it? I think it was like Stone Cold's first thing was like he was supposed to be this just overly handsome guy, and he had that clean cut.
Oh, yes.
Stunning Steve Austin or something.
I am clean cut right now. Very much so.
Okay, let me ask you, in your first round matchup, so you've got Mark, who's a wild card. You have no idea what this guy is going to be playing. You have no idea a lot of things about the matchup, because I guess a lot of people don't know about tendencies for him, and it's an environment that the outsiders don't know a lot about, because nobody's played Scrolls Only heavily. So if you were to say that this is a matchup of iconic wrestlers, who would you be and who would Mark be, and why?
Oh, I don't even know, Hendrix. To be honest, I am not one of those people that intersects with wrestling.
Oh, another
I know
one.
enough. I know enough to be dangerous. And I did watch some like WWE Raw, like late at night. As I was like 15 and 16, and I got my own room and I got a TV in my room and things like that. Like I'd stay up to like 2 a.m. watching on USA, SmackDown and things like that. So, like, but like I don't know, and I haven't kept up with it enough. Like, so like if I go back to that era, I would say like John Cena was the face of WWE when I watched just like the bare minimum that I watched. And John Cena was, he was a face and he was the good guy and he was winning all sorts of titles and everybody loved John Cena. And the person that I remember like coming onto the scene being like a real heel turn. I mean, obviously you had like Edge and Randy Orton and Chris Jericho and those guys that were always kind of those edges, but I don't really necessarily think of those guys as like underdogs per se. But I remember one of the first appearances on the scene for The Miz. And The Miz like struck up this rivalry with John Cena and was like an underdog, no name.
Awesome.
Exactly. And man. I think I would peg myself as John Cena. Plus, we share a name.
But
so, like,
I will say that
easy, right?
The arrogance of The Miz is kind of in your wheelhouse.
True, yes. The arrogance of Miz is more me than it is Mark. Mark's a very humble gentleman. But you're asking, I mean, you alluded to it, the 1 seed versus the 8 seed. I'd say Cena versus Miz, I guess.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a stab at it because I think I've got the perfect one for this scenario. Okay, and this is a little bit before the era that you mentioned, so maybe you're not aware of this, but my wrestling fans out there, you're going to enjoy this. So there was a period of The Undertaker's career where he had done the whole dead man and the undead and, rest in peace. And it had lived its cycle. So he broke away from that and he went to the, American, there's another word, but I can't say it because we're trying to keep this family friendly here. But he was a bad butt, okay? American bad butt version of The Undertaker, where he put on a bandana, shades, and he drove a motorcycle into the arena to the ring. Do you remember that at all?
Like, I know who The Undertaker is. I'm not familiar with that era. I know, like, The Undertaker coming back at, like, WrestleMania, like, 38 or 40 or something. Like, they hyped it up, like, super, super huge. But he was kind of back in his, like, black, long, leather jacket and hat and whatnot.
Okay.
Persona that.
Well, this time period for The Undertaker was about midway through his career. He ended up doing this for 2 to 3 years and then went back to the, dead man and finished out his career that way with like another decade worth of wrestling. But he was the champion and he was letting people know that he was in charge and he was like bullying people on the roster, just an absolute menace and nobody wanted to mess with him. And he issued this challenge to anybody to challenge him, or I forget how it worked out, but anyway, or actually, you know what? I remember how it happened, and it's you just have to go and look it up if you want to, because it'll take us down another trail. But there was a challenger named Jeff Hardy, and he was young at the time, was a high flyer, deserved no shot at The Undertaker, did not need to be in the ring with him. At that point, it didn't make any sense. Complete underdog, and he gave him a title match on a Monday Night Raw, and he went all the way through the match, and at the end of it, Undertaker obviously won. It was a ladder match. He got the title. He won. He started to leave the ring, and he came back, and Jeff Hardy had earned his respect, so he held his hand up like he had won, and the rest is history. But Jeff Hardy earned his respect as an underdog that took the man down to the wire. So I guess in this scenario, you're The Undertaker, you're a bully, you're expected to win, and he's Jeff Hardy, who is not supposed to be in the same arena as you, and he might take you to the wire. How about that?
All right, I like that analogy. I mean, that lines up pretty good, and the only question is, does he get the job done or not?
I guess we'll have to see. Jeff Hardy didn't quite get the job done, so I don't know. But now, had Jeff Hardy beat The Undertaker, that looks bad on The Undertaker, so I guess you have to worry about what happens if that happens.
Yeah, I'll brush it off. It'll bother me for a day, and then I'll get over it.
Yeah, you'll have to win everything on Saturday to make up for it, huh?
I will say, I'll be over it. No one will ever let me live it down. I'll be over it.
So we'll go ahead and wrap up here with one final I'll open the floor for you. So I'm setting this episode up for it to be a really long episode for people to listen to as they're traveling into Mr. Classic and just kind of get everybody's thoughts on it as they're getting ready to prepare for this tournament that's the first of its kind for Redemption. And I'm excited for that. I hope people that are listening to this are excited. We're going to have streaming set up. We're going all out with this for an unofficial tournament. But there's 7 other people that are going to be in this tournament field with you. And some of them have stated that they would like to target you and beat you. And now you've got a chance to do a little trash talking if you want. So what message do you have for the other competitors as they get ready to see you in this tournament for Mr. Classic?
So here is this isn't my message to my competitors necessarily, except for the ones who I don't know who you are, but those of you that are out there gunning for me, calling me out, here's my message to you. And this is the best piece of trash talking that I ever gave to anybody. And it just so happens it was to JD, and JD got under my skin one time. And I literally said to him, he said something about how I was scared of him or something like that. And I literally told him to sit down and shuffle up.
Sit down and shuffle up.
Sit down and shuffle up. So if you're gunning for me, my message to you is sit down and shuffle up. Anytime, anywhere, I'm ready. But no, honestly, that is the best piece of trash talking I have ever given in Redemption. But truly, my message to my fellow competitors is let's go. Let's have a fun time. Let's put on a great tournament. I'm super excited about the streaming, the commentary, those things. Let's make sure that as a group of competitors, the 8 of us, that we really do a good job of representing what our game is, what our game's about. Hopefully some of these videos can get out to, people beyond our tournament sphere and our, community, and get some people interested and involved in the game. And hopefully we just all have had a lot of fun putting this together, thinking about our decks, and obviously I hope to win. I know that you all do too. And at the end of the day, may the best man win, and best of luck to all of you.
Absolutely.
Except for you, Mark.
That is well said. So we'll leave it right there. And there you go. This wraps up our little travel through the 8 competitors for Mr. Classic. This has been the number 1 seed, Mr. John Earley, potentially the first ever Mr. Classic in Redemption history. All right, guys, that's going to do it for this super long, ridiculously long podcast episode. Hopefully you guys enjoyed hearing from all 8 of the participants for the first ever Mr. Classic tournament. And maybe you got an idea of who's going to win. You got to find out a little bit about the preparation going in for some of the participants there. And we're about ready to settle this thing, okay? It's coming to a head. We're going to find out who is Mr. Classic here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Depending on when you're hearing this, it could be a day or 2. It could be an hour or 2. But we're about to find out, so can't wait. Thanks for tuning in. John Hendricks signing off.